Chapter 860. That was Luo Meiying's last wish before she died. Now, she finally had a taste of what it felt like to be kissed. Luo Meiying felt her face burning, but her heart was warm and sweet. She would never forget that feeling for the rest of her life. She blushed as she hit Ling Zhao's chest and said, "You're so domineering. There are people watching." She didn't forget to glance at the dragon lady at the side. Her face became even more embarrassed as she buried her face in Ling Zhao's chest. She had already expressed her attitude. She was willing to be Ling Zhao's woman. Haha, the dragon lady is not an outsider. From now on, you will follow me. I will not let you suffer any harm. Ling Zhao laughed happily. Luo Meiying showed a happy smile and nodded. Then she asked Ling Zhao, "Zhao, you let me absorb the demon child's heart. What kind of treasure is it? It can actually bring me back from the dead and let my strength advance so much. I feel that my strength has already surpassed my master." From the moment Luo Meiying came back to life, she only knew that her body seemed to have an endless supply of energy. She knew that her body and strength were not the same as before. She wanted to know how Ling Zhao obtained such a treasure. Although she had not seen much of the world, she had read many ancient books since she was a child. She knew that these treasures were accompanied by great danger. She was very touched by what Ling Zhao had done for her. To be honest, the power of the demon child's heart has also exceeded my expectations. I originally thought that it would be good enough to bring you back from the dead, but it has already advanced your strength to that of a peak heavenly venerable. This can be considered a kind of compensation for you. However, although your power is powerful, you still don't know how to use the world's energy. Right now, you only have strength, but you are unable to use it. In the future I will personally teach you. I believe that it won't be long before you can use this power," replied Ling Zhao. He now suspected that the demon son's heart had not only accumulated a large amount of life force, but it had also absorbed the life force of the cultivators whose life force had been unintentionally absorbed. Otherwise, how could it have allowed Luo Meiying to advance so quickly? Regardless of whether this was true or not, Ling Zhao did not want to investigate further. He knew that this demon son's heart had not been used in vain. Ling Zhao brought Luo Meiying back to the Jade Spring Pavilion. When Wen Haiyan and Wen Qidi saw Luo Meiying come back to life, they couldn't help but sigh. Ling Zhao was also very tactful and allowed them to have a good gathering with their fellow disciples. He took advantage of this time to find Wuxia, who was cultivating in the Jade Spring Pavilion. After the baptism of 10 years, Wuxia had become much more mature, but her appearance was still beautiful and lovable. She had made a promise with Hua Xiaogui, but Hua Xiaogui had gone to the Central Territory with Ling Zhao, so she could only stay in the sect by herself. After 10 years of cultivation, her cultivation was only at the high spirit master level, and she had not taken a step into the king level. Her 10 bin could only be considered average, and she did not have the help of many resources. It was not very realistic for her to step into the king level. When she saw Ling Zhao again, she had an impulse to feel inferior. She wanted to escape from the sect and not see Ling Zhao. It wasn't because she liked or hated Ling Zhao, and it was because she felt that the gap between her and Ling Zhao was too great. Moreover, if Hua Xiaogui was by Ling Zhao's side, then how could Hua Xiaogui's strength be weak? Moreover, Hua Xiaogui had a noble identity as an alchemist. Would he still remember her existence? After 10 years of yearning, she had no choice but to reflect on whether there was still a possibility between her and Hua Xiaogui. Now that Ling Zhao had come looking for her, it caused her to feel extremely perturbed, and she became slightly worried about personal gains and losses. Ling Zhao didn't become arrogant and overbearing just because his strength had become formidable. He smiled lightly at Wuxia and said, "Little Shui, long time no see." Elderling, long time no see." Wuxia replied with a slightly nervous expression. "Little Shui, you're really treating me like an outsider. Could it be that you don't treat me as a big brother after not seeing me for a while? If Little Turtle knew about this, he would definitely scold you." Ling Zhao could more or less guess Wuxia's thoughts, so he immediately said very amiably. His attitude made Wuxia instantly become natural. She thought, Ling Zhao is still the same Ling Zhao. He hasn't changed. "Senior brother Ling, how is Xiaogui? Why haven't I seen him come back?" Wuxia also relaxed her state of mind and asked. She was thinking that regardless of whether Hua Xiaogui still planned to ask her about it or not, she would also be able to make a decision in her heart. To be honest, I don't know whether he is good or bad, Ling Xiao replied. Wu Xishue's expression tensed up, and she asked worriedly, "Did something happen to him?" Looking at Wu Xishue's worried expression, Ling Xiao knew that Wu Xishue's feelings for Hua Xiaogue should not have changed. According to his understanding of Hua Xiaogue was not a person who liked the new and got tired of the old. Since this was the case, Ling Xiao made a decision in his heart. He should be fine. This time, I don't plan to stay for long. Since you still have little turtle in your heart, then come with me to the central region. It won't be long before you two can reunite. Ling Xiao replied. Back then, when Hua Xiaogue made up her mind to follow Ling Xiao to the central region, Ling Xiao felt that he owed Hua Xiaogue. At that time, he should have brought Wu Xishue with him. However, it was not too late now. After Hua Xiaogue returned from his studies, he would definitely be very happy to find that Wu Xishue had also arrived in the central region. Can I do it? Wu Xishue could not help but feel a little nervous. She did not expect Ling Xiao to make such a request this time. In her heart, she naturally wanted to immediately agree. However, she knew that if she went with Ling Xiao, with her strength, would she be a burden to him? If I say you can do it, then you can do it. There is nothing to worry about, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Then my master. Wu Xishue was worried. She was afraid that her master would not let her leave. Don't worry. I will go and talk to your master. If you have any unfinished business, do it as soon as possible. I don't know when you will come back next time, Ling Xiao said. Wu Xishue's nervousness was swept away. Her face turned into a spring breeze-like smile. She nodded at Ling Xiao, then turned and left. She wanted to clear up her unfinished business and wait for Ling Xiao to take her to the central region to see that shy guy. She wondered if he still remembered her. Ling Xiao returned to the wooden flag peak and talked to his master, Mu Huai and Xiao Songlin in detail. In the end, it was confirmed that Xiao Songlin would not leave the Purple Sky sect. However, Xiao Songlin asked Ling Xiao to not only bring Mu Huai away, but also his martial uncle Mu En. Ling Xiao would not refuse this favor. After all, he had always had a good impression of his martial uncle. Letting him go to the central region with him, his master would also have a companion. At the same time, Ling Xiao asked his master to find Ji Beixin's grandfather, Ji Tu, as soon as possible. Ji Tu had to leave with them. After settling all of this, Ling Xiao returned to the Purple Sky City alone and brought the people who stayed in the Purple Sky City back to the Meteor City. Ji Beixin and Luo Meiying did not follow. One of them had to stay behind to wait for someone, while the other had to stay behind to complete her unfinished wish. When Ling Xiao returned to the central region, he would pass by the Purple Sky sect and pick them up at that time. On the way, Feng Lingtian sat on Ling Xiao's mount, Xiao Jin, and exclaimed in joy, "I can finally see my grandparents again. Tian, misses them so much." Ever since Ling Xiao and Feng Xianyun brought Feng Lingtian back to the Meteor City 10 years ago, Feng Lingtian could not forget his grandparents. This was because his grandparents were the same as his grandfather. They were extremely good to him, especially his grandmother, who wanted to hold him in her mouth and dote on him. At that time he was young, but he had a deep impression of them. Ling Xiao patted the back of his head and said, "When you see Grandpa and Grandma, you have to behave yourself. Don't fish out a bunch of poisonous things for Lousy. Your grandma is not scared, do you know?" During the month that Ling Xiao had captured his son to gain experience, Ling Xiao had seen this brat summon all the poisonous creatures within a radius of thousands of miles. Even he felt disgusted when he saw that scene. If his mother saw it, she would probably faint from fright. Therefore, Ling Xiao had no choice but to remind this brat first, in case something went wrong. Feng Lingtian said with a wronged expression, "Father, if you hit my head again if I become stupid, no one will be filial to you in the future." He was changing the topic, but in his heart he was thinking, could it be that great-grandfather told father? How did he know that I could summon little darling? That's little Kanzi's delicious food. There's nothing to be afraid of. Hearing his son's words, Ling Xiao was a little angry and said, "Just don't cause trouble for Lousy." At the side, Kai Shiyue smiled beautifully and said, "Tian'er, you're right. In the future, just be filial to your mothers and don't need a stinky father like you." All right. Yunyang, if you don't treat my father well and only treat Tiana well, then I will only be filial to you," Feng Lingtian said with a serious expression. As soon as he said this, Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, Bing Ruoshui, and Bai Yushi all burst into laughter. You already know how to sow discord at such a young age. Are you itching for a beating? Ling Xiao revealed an angry expression and threatened his son. Mother, Daddy is going to hit someone again. Feng Lingtian immediately asked Feng Xianyun, who was behind him, for help. Feng Xianyun rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, Laugh, you don't even know how to care about Tian. Don't always beat and scold him, he's still young. Ling Xiao said, He's already 13 years old, how can he still be young? This brat is very smart, if I don't discipline him now, I'm afraid that when he grows up, he will even beat me up. Husband, you're exaggerating too much. Tianer is so sensible and obedient. He will only be filial to you, how could he go against you? Kai Shiyue helped Feng Lingtian. Bai Yushi also echoed, That's right, young master. Young master is very obedient, don't scold him. Chapter 861. Northwest Meteor City was a remote and backward city. However, such a city was next to the famous desolate mountain range in the northwest. There were many resources in the desolate mountain range, but spirit beasts roamed freely. Even Empyrean powerhouses didn't dare to go too deep. This also caused Meteor City to be unable to excavate the resources. Thus, this predicament couldn't be changed for the time being. However, this situation was only relative to 10 years ago. Nowadays, the Ling family was the most powerful family in Meteorite City. The Ling family had produced several king-level martial artists, which made Meteorite City famous. Moreover, the Ling family also had a connection with the Purple Sky sect. Every time the Purple Sky sect selected disciples, the Ling family would be sent to participate in the selection. With the Ling family's strong rise, the Ling family had also excavated a lot of resources from the desolate mountain range. Those 3rd and 4th grade spirit herbs and spirit beasts would be auctioned from time to time, attracting the attention of some of the major clans in the surrounding cities. With the constant flow of outsiders, Meteor City changed and became one of the wealthiest cities under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. The Ling family also became the #1 family under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. Regardless of whether others were convinced or not, just the fact that the Ling family had the youngest elder in the Purple Sky sect was enough for the Ling family to look down on the other cities. Now, the Ling family didn't only have one king stage expert, the Supreme Elder. Apart from the Supreme Elder who was out traveling, the #1 expert of the Ling family was Ling Zhan. He was the cousin of the current patriarch, Ling Yuan. 10 years ago, he'd suddenly leaped from the spirit rank to the mid-rank king rank, and it took him less than 3 years to reach the high-rank king rank. 4 years ago, he'd even reached the peak rank king rank. In recent years, not many people had seen him move around. It was said that he had already reached Earth Sovereign stage. In the northwest, Earth Sovereign stage was already a peak existence. If Ling Zhan really reached this step, then the Purple Sky sect's #1 family was well deserved. As for the second expert, it was Ling Zhan's wife, Meng Xiun. However, she had never made a move, so no one would have thought that she was already a peak king stage expert. Outsiders only knew that the second strongest person in the Ling family was Ling Zhan's father, the Ling family's old patriarch, Ling Tsong, who had the strength of an intermediate king. After him was the previous generation's elder, Ling Chen, who had the strength of a low king, and the current patriarch, Ling Yuan, who had the strength of a low king. Now, excluding the Supreme Elder Ling He and Ling Xiao, the Ling clan had a total of 5 experts at the king rank and above. With such strength, it was indeed enough to show disdain for a region. No one dared to offend the Ling family outside of Meteor City's jurisdiction, and the Ling family also managed Meteor City in an orderly manner, becoming more and more prosperous. As the Ling family became more powerful, the land they occupied also became more spacious. In an elegant and quiet courtyard in the Ling family's courtyard, a charming and beautiful woman was throwing a few pieces of fresh meat at a 3-meter-tall black bear. Little Black, eat some meat to fill your stomach first. Your appetite is getting bigger and bigger. If this continues, you'll have to find your own food. The woman said with a loving expression. She looked at the sturdy black bear as if she was looking at her own family, but there was an indescribable worry and longing in her eyes. This charming woman who looked to be in her 30s was none other than Ling Zhao's mother, Meng Xiun. The big black bear in front of them was the little black bear that Ling Xiao had personally given birth to a female bear when he was training in the desolate mountain range. The little black of the past was now a big guy. It was only an ordinary spirit beast. Even with the beast core to feed it, it was still a low rank 4 spirit beast. If it wanted to break through the rank 5 bottleneck, it wouldn't be easy. After all, its bloodline was too ordinary. Little Black swallowed the few pieces of meat and swayed its huge body in front of Meng Xiyun. Its big tongue licked Meng Xiyun's hand as if it was incomparably affectionate. Meng Xiyun gently caressed Little Black's forehead and sighed. Sigh, only a big stupid bear like you would stay here with me all day. Her husband went out to cultivate, her son went to the central region, and she didn't know what was going on. Her grandson wasn't raised by her, so she was often alone in the courtyard. Aside from cultivating, she would deal with Little Black. This made her life abnormally boring. With her strength, Ling Yuan had invited her to join the Elders' Council, but she didn't want to show her face in public, so she could only live like this. At this time, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from afar. Then a loud voice echoed, "Madam, I'm back." A figure shining with golden light swept over from the horizon. His speed and aura were extraordinary. As soon as the voice fell, the golden figure landed next to Meng Xiyun. This person looked to be in his 30s. He had sharp edges and strong lines, and his eyes were filled with a strong light. His martial clothes were tattered in many places, but none of them were fatal. He carried a golden spear on his back and had an excited expression on his face. It was obvious that he had encountered something happy. Wasn't this person Ling Zhao's father, Ling Zhan? His aura had already reached the peak of a low-level Earth Emperor, and his blood energy was especially strong. It seemed like he had gained a lot in these 10 years. Meng Xiyun only glanced at her husband and replied in a bored manner, "If you're back, then you're back. Why are you shouting? Aren't you afraid that big brother and third brother will rush over to ask for something from you?" After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the hall. Ling Zhan saw Meng Xiyun's situation and naturally knew that his wife was angry. Who told him to spend more than half a year to train? It would be strange if his wife wasn't angry. Ling Zhan hurriedly caught up with her and said with a smile, "Xiyun, look what I brought back for you. This is a mid-tier 4th order green starflower and high-tier 4th order coiled lotus vine that I found with great difficulty. It will be very useful for your cultivation." Ling Zhan didn't forget to bring back good things for his wife every time he went out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep with his wife at night. In the past, Meng Xiyun would take the things and forgive Ling Zhan, but she didn't do so this time. She didn't take the spirit grass from Ling Zhan. What else is there in life besides cultivation? It's fine if my son isn't by my side, but even my husband is a cultivation maniac. What's the point of living alone? Meng Xiyun sighed. She didn't know why, but she especially missed her son and grandchildren today. She wished that she had a house full of children and grandchildren and a happy family. She would rather spend a short 100 years with her loved ones by her side. She didn't want to have a few 100 years of lifespan without her husband or children by her side. She wanted to live alone in an empty house. Ling Zhan was very anxious. He was a man who was afraid of his wife, so he quickly put away the spirit grass and followed behind Meng Xiyun. After entering the hall, he signaled the servants to leave. He hugged Meng Xiyun tightly and said, "Xiyun, why don't we have another child? This way, you won't be lonely anymore." In fact, Ling Zhan already had this idea. He understood his wife's personality. If there was no one by her side, she wouldn't be happy. She didn't have many close friends in the clan, and his father didn't need her to serve him. Thus, he thought that it would be better to have another child for his wife. Perhaps this would make his wife truly happy. Hearing her husband's words, Meng Xiyun's beautiful eyes lit up, but they immediately dimmed down. She said, "This won't do. We already have a grandson like Tian. If we have another child, then everything will be a mess. No, absolutely not. They aren't together, right? It shouldn't be a problem." Ling Zhan didn't consider this point and became a bit embarrassed. If they had another child, and their grandson was older than their child, then their relationship would be a mess. What nonsense are you talking about? When Xiao comes back, we will definitely live together. I still hope that Xiao can find a few more wives and give me more grandchildren. Meng Xiyun rolled her eyes at Ling Zhan. That's right. In truth, Ling Zhan's suggestion made her a bit tempted, but she was more rational in restraining her thoughts. All right, I'll listen to you. I don't know when that stinky brat will come back. Could it be that something happened? Ling Zhan helplessly replied. Before he could finish, Meng Xiyun turned around and punched him in the chest. She said, if you say anything more, then don't even think about getting on my bed. My Xiao is strong and smart. She'll definitely be safe and sound. At this point, Ling Zhan also revealed a bit of regret. He thought to himself, this stinky brat, when he comes back, I'll teach you a good lesson for being unfilial. It's a pity that all parents care about their children. Which parent doesn't want their children to live a safe and happy life when they're away from home? At this time, the maid's voice came from outside. Master, the patriarch and elder Tao are here. I already said that once you came back, they will definitely follow. Meng Xiyun rolled her eyes at Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan laughed dryly. Tell big brother and third brother to wait here. I'll go wash up and change my clothes before coming out to see them. Ling Yuan and Ling Tao were Ling Zhan's big brother and third brother respectively. The three of them had always had a good relationship, and after Ling Zhan's son was born, they became even closer. Their current strength was all thanks to his nephew. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the prestige they had today. They rushed over to see Ling Zhan because they knew that Ling Zhan had returned from his training. He must have found a lot of good things, so they came to rob them. Big brother, third brother, you guys came really quickly. Meng Xiyun greeted the two with a smile. The two of them could tell that Meng Xiyun was teasing them, but they didn't get angry. Ling Yuan smiled faintly. Don't blame me, second sister. Who asked second brother to be so strong? I only came for the development of the clan, so I had to thicken my skin and ask for some benefits. Sister-in-law, third brother wants to break through to the king realm as soon as possible. I can only rely on second brother's help. Ling Tao laughed shamelessly. Chapter 862. As the head of the Ling family, Ling Yuan naturally had to wholeheartedly seek benefits for the Ling family. However, the Ling family's foundation was limited. If they wanted to become stronger, they needed all sorts of high-level resources. They could use them as a collection, auction them, or as a reward. However, high-level resources weren't that easy to obtain. In the entire Ling family, Ling Zhan was the strongest. He often went to the desolate mountains to train, and often found high-level spirit herbs and beasts. These were all good resources. Thus, when Ling Yuan knew that Ling Zhan was back, he had no choice but to rush over. Even if he could get a few high-level fourth-rank spirit beast corpses, he could sell them in his family's auction and earn a lot of mysterious crystals. As for Ling Tao, he wanted to find Ling Zhan to ask if there were any suitable spirit herbs for him so that he could quickly break through to the king level. Ling Zhan had always been generous and didn't care too much about these worldly possessions. Thus, he would always give some good things to Ling Yuan and leave some for Ling Tao, who asked them to be blood brothers. After bathing, Ling Zhan looked even more handsome and extraordinary. As his strength continued to rise, his temperament was also different from the past. Big brother, third brother, you're here. Your things have already been prepared. There's no need to rush. Let's drink a few cups first. Ling Zhan smiled. Ever since his son had passed on a mysterious cultivation method to him, not only had his strength recovered, but it had also continued to advance, allowing him to become the #1 person in the Ling family. This made him sigh in his heart, and at the same time, he especially treasured everything that he had so hard to come by. Ling Yuan and Ling Tao didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. Meng Xiyun didn't want to be angry at Ling Zhan and immediately ordered the kitchen to prepare some dishes to go with the wine. However, at this time, a rumbling sound came from outside. Bang bang. What's going on? Ling Tao asked in confusion. Meng Xiyun revealed a worried expression and said, It's Blackie. What happened to it? Why is it running so fast? With that, she immediately ran out of the hall. Ling Zhan's eyes twitched and he said nervously, So many powerful auras. Quick, big brother, third brother, follow me out to take a look. Ling Zhan's senses were outstanding and he immediately rushed out of the hall. Ling Yuan and Ling Tao also hurriedly ran out. To be able to cause Ling Zhan to panic, what kind of character had descended? Like a truck, Black Bear rushed out of the courtyard and headed straight for the main gate of the Ling residence. Along the way, the Ling family members were so frightened that they hurriedly avoided them. They all knew that this was a fourth-rank spirit beast raised by the sect protector elder. How would they dare to stop it? Moreover, they didn't have the ability to stop it. The guards at the door scattered like birds. If they were hit by such a big black bear, they would probably die on the spot. Meng Xiyun chased after him and shouted, "Little Black, come back!" Everyone looked at the flying Meng Xiyun in shock. They didn't know that Meng Xiyun was an expert, and one that had already broken through to the king rank. Am I seeing things? Madame Xiyun can actually fly? I don't think so. So Madame Xiyun is also a king-level expert. Doesn't that mean our Ling family has another king-level expert? How amazing! I knew it. If the sect protector elder is so powerful, how could his wife be weak? Our Ling family's current achievements are all thanks to the legendary 14th elder. He is also Madame Xiyun's son, so it's not surprising that she has such strength. Exactly, the 14th elder is also a high-grade alchemist. His position in the family isn't any weaker than the supreme elder. After Meng Xiyun came out, Ling Zhan quickly caught up to her. Behind them, Ling Yuan and Ling Tao also came out. The members of the Ling family were even more confused. They were all wondering, could it be that the black bear has gone mad? We haven't even reached home yet, and Little Black has already come out to greet us. Not bad, not bad. A carefree voice echoed from outside the Ling residence. Hee, Little Black has grown taller again. A tender laughter rang out. Meng Xiyun and Ling Zhan, who were already at the door, looked at the person playing with Little Black and were pleasantly surprised. Shower! Meng Xiyun couldn't help but cry out first. The group in front of Little Black was Ling Xiao's group who had just returned from the Purple Sky sect. Ling Xiao took a few steps forward and happily replied, "Father, Mother, I'm back." Looking at his father and mother who were becoming younger and younger, Ling Xiao was very happy. Meng Xiyun was emotional and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She covered her mouth and scolded, "You stinking brat, you still remember to come back. Are you ready to abandon this family and your mother? Don't you know how worried I was for you?" Meng Xiyun immediately scolded Ling Chen with a smile as if she had an endless amount of grievances to vent. Ling Xiao was like a child who had done something wrong. He walked in front of Meng Xiyun and sincerely said, "Mother, this child is in the wrong. I've made Mother worry." He was scolded, but his heart was warm. No matter how strong he was still his mother's son. It was natural for a mother to care for her son. At this time, Feng Lingtian walked over and said to Meng Xiyun, Grandma, don't scold Father. Father should know his wrongs. I promise on his behalf that he won't let you worry in the future, okay?" Meng Xiyun's gaze fell on Feng Lingtian. She couldn't connect him to the little pudding from 10 years ago. However, he looked somewhat similar to her son and he called her Grandma. Who else could it be other than her grandson, Feng Lingtian? Meng Xiyun smiled and said, "You're Tian my darling grandson?" "Of course I'm Tian Grandma, don't you recognize Tian Feng Lingtian replied with a serious expression. Meng Xiyun hugged Feng Lingtian and used her hand to caress Feng Lingtian's head. She happily smiled and said, Good grandson is still the best. In the future, you can stay by Grandma's side, okay?" This time, not only did her son come back, but even her grandson came back. Meng Xiyun was extremely happy. "Okay, don't just stay here. Let's go home first." Ling Zhan also revealed a happy expression. "Father is right. Let's go inside first." Ling Xiao replied. He looked at his son and was dissatisfied. This stinking brat really knows how to coax people. My position in the future will be in danger. Just as the group was about to return to the Ling family, Ling Yuan and Ling Tao arrived. "So it's Xiao Haha, no wonder Little Black ran so fast." Ling Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Come, stinking brat, quickly give third uncle a king entering pill. Otherwise, don't even think about entering the house." Ling Tao blocked Ling Xiao's path and shouted. Last time, when Ling Xiao returned, he left behind many good things for Ling Zhan to distribute to the Ling family. Ling Chen, Ling Tsong, Ling Yuan, and the others were able to break through to the king realm with the help of the king entering pill. Ling Tao also knew about this. He was now a peak spirit master and couldn't wait to break through with the king entering pill. Ling Xiao, you're quite capable. You actually dared to threaten Xiao. A voice that wasn't very loud rang out from behind Ling Xiao. Ling Zhan, Ling Yuan, and Ling Tao looked in the direction of the voice and saw Bai Yushi walking over with Ling He. Grand Elder! Ling Tao cried out in surprise. The Grand Elder always had enough deterrence in the Ling family. When Ling Tao saw the Grand Elder, his expression immediately became respectful. Ling Tao greets the Grand Elder. Ling Zhan and Ling Yuan immediately went up to greet him. Meng Xiyun also followed closely behind, paying her respects to the most authoritative elder in the Ling family. Grand Elder, you're finally back. I didn't expect you to be with Xiao. The first to speak was Ling Yuan. He was already the head of the family, but when facing the Grand Elder, he still had to show enough respect. Ling Zhan, who was at the side, saw Ling He's abnormal state and immediately asked in surprise. Grand Elder, your cultivation? Most people only hid their cultivation aura, and others could only see the depth of their cultivation. However, if a person's dantian was destroyed, then it could be sensed from all aspects. Ling Zhan, especially when he saw Ling He's unsteady gait, was confused. Ling He sighed and said, I'm fine, I won't die yet. Shower has a way to cure me. Then he glared at Ling Tao and said, You're acting shamelessly even though you're my uncle. Hurry up and make way. Are you looking down on me? Ling He said. Ling Tao didn't dare to block the way and quickly jumped to the side. Grand Elder, what are you talking about? I was just joking with Xiao. Just joking. Ling Xiao and the others returned home. The news of their return instantly caused a commotion in the Ling family. The entire Ling family became incomparably lively. The Grand Elder and the 14th Elder have returned. Immediately gather all the elders and pay their respects. Hurry up and inform the elders that the Grand Elder and the 14th Elder have returned. What? The Grand Elder and the 14th Elder have returned at the same time. Hurry up and pay our respects. This is great. With the return of these two elders, the Ling family's strength is going to rise to another level. Everyone in the Ling family hurriedly rushed to the small courtyard that Ling Zhan had been assigned to. If it wasn't for someone holding them back, the small courtyard would have been bursting with people. As the Grand Elder of the Ling family, Ling He was like the stabilizing force of the Ling family. As long as he was there, the Ling family wouldn't slack off. Ling Zhao's sudden rise and his various tenbin made him the idol of everyone in the Ling family. With him around, the Ling family would move towards a more glorious era. Wasn't everything that the Ling family had now brought about by him? Ling Yuan, tell them to disperse. Let them gather in the meeting hall tomorrow. Ling He had just landed and immediately ordered Ling Yuan. Yes, Grand Elder. Ling Yuan replied. At this time, Ling Chen and Ling Tsong, as well as a few of the Ling family's previous elders, all came in. With their status, they were naturally treated differently from the other elders. Greetings, Grand Elder. A few of them saw Ling He and immediately bowed respectfully. Chapter 863. Ling He and Ling Zhao's return caused the Ling family to be in an uproar. In addition to the elders and deacons of the Ling family, who were constantly circling around, wanting to see the two of them, the leaders of the various families in Meteorite City also moved out after hearing the news. Now that the Ling family had become the #1 family in Meteorite City, and it was also the #1 family in the Purple Sky Sect's territory, they were in awe of the Ling family. They all knew that the Ling family's current situation was related to Ling Xiao. After all, the news that Ling Xiao had become the youngest elder of the Purple Sky Sect had spread throughout the cities of the Purple Sky Sect. He was also a high-rank alchemist. This identity was enough for many people to look up to and respect him. They all took the opportunity to visit the Ling family. Of course, they wanted to establish a relationship with this alchemist. If they could obtain a high-quality pill that would allow their family to produce a king-rank powerhouse, then they would make a fortune. Although their thoughts were very good, the reality was very cruel. Apart from receiving the elders of the Ling family, Ling Xiao and the others let Ling Yuan, the patriarch, deal with the outsiders. In the courtyard of Ling Zhao's house, it was full of laughter. These days, Meng Xiyun was very happy. Her son came back, her grandson came back, and her son even brought back 3 beautiful wives. Adding on by Yushi, her adopted daughter, her son had 4 wives. According to this situation, her wish of having a house full of grandchildren was not far away. However, she also learned from Bayushi that her son had several other women. Now, she was both happy and worried about her son. Happy because he had many wives. Would he be afraid of not having grandchildren in the future? Worried because he had many wives. How could her son not be able to control them? If he caused trouble, she was afraid that it would be difficult to handle. No, as a mother, I have to help my son. Meng Xiyun made up her mind. Thus, she began to call Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, and Bing Ruoxue over and began to display her power as a mother-in-law. However, before she could use her strength, she found that the 3 women were getting along with each other like guests. Moreover, they all called each other sisters. Their relationship was very good. Only now did she realize that she had worried too much. She thought to herself, this brat is really good at dealing with girls. In the hall, Ling Tsong's voice was filled with excitement. He said, Xiao, you said you've established a sect, and you want to bring us to the Central Territory? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Grandpa, I've already discussed this matter with the Patriarch. I'll listen to your opinion. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. All of a sudden, Ling Tsong, Ling Chen, Ling Yuan, and the elders of the Ling family all fell into deep thought. The highest elder, Ling He, said, the central region is more prosperous than you think, but it is also full of danger and danger. Xiao has already found a safe place for us. If our Ling family can go there, we will definitely become a famous family in the future. I support Xiao in this matter. Ling He made his position clear. He had followed Ling Xiao all the way back and learned from Bayushi about Ling Xiao's experiences over the years. He was shocked to the extreme. He was a junior who dared to stand up to the Black Demon sect, the Gu clan, the Heaven Shaming organization, and many other powerful forces. No one would dare to provoke him in the central region. The Ling clan would definitely be more beneficial than harmful if they followed him to the central region. Since the highest elder had made his position clear, the other people present were also moved. The central region was a martial artist's paradise, so of course they all wanted to go there. However, they also knew that it wasn't a joke. Bloodshed could happen at any time. With their strength, it wasn't enough. Take the Supreme Elder for example. Now that his strength had been crippled, they were quite worried in their hearts. Ling Xiao didn't care about what they were thinking. He gave them a few days to think about it, while he found a place to refine pills for the Patriarch to restore his Dantian. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained the inheritance of the Divine Alchemist in the Obsidian Cauldron, he knew all the pill formulas below the 8th rank like the back of his hand. In the central region, if he said he was the best in the pill formulas, no one would dare to say they were second. After all, the Divine Alchemist had already reached the top position among alchemists. Moreover, he was the most primitive kind of Divine Alchemist, so he had unparalleled knowledge about pills. In Ling Xiao's inherited memory, there was a top 7th rank pill called Reconstruction Pill. As the name suggested, Reconstruction could remodel a martial artist's Dantian, so that the originally destroyed Dantian could be condensed again. If a commoner obtained this pill, his Dantian could be expanded again, so that he could become a martial artist who could cultivate again. Ling Xiao wanted to refine this pill for the Patriarch so that he could cultivate again. For several days, Ling Xiao did not come out of seclusion. In his designated stone room, from time to time, the smell of spirit herbs wafted out, making everyone in the Ling family extremely excited. They all knew that the 14th elder was concocting pills. In the eyes of the Ling family, the 14th elder was a legendary existence. Not only was he powerful, he was also a high-rank alchemist, and in the Purple Sky sect, he was even an esteemed elder. No matter which aspect, it was enough to make them feel incomparably proud. Suddenly, the sky was densely covered with multicolored clouds, and rays of golden light began to flicker like auspicious clouds, illuminating the Ling family and Meteorite City. When the people of the Ling family and Meteorite City saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, they all widened their eyes and cried out in surprise. What a strange light! It doesn't look like sunlight, nor does it look like the attribute light of an expert. When it shines on people's bodies, it feels warm and comfortable. That is coming from the 14th Elder's alchemy room. Could it be? Could it be that this is the legendary heavenly phenomenon that will only appear when a 7th grade pill is refined? No, it can't be. Seventh-grade pills are only recorded in ancient books, and only in the prosperous Central Territory, where experts gather, can people refine them, right? Then how do you explain it? The 14th elder is a rare genius in our Ling family, and he has long been a 4th-grade alchemist. After such a long time, it is not impossible for him to become a 7th-grade alchemist. Auspicious clouds fill the sky. The Ling family is blessed this time. It seems that their position in Meteorite City will not be shaken for the next 1,000 years. The heavenly phenomenon naturally meant that a 7th-grade pill was refined. In the alchemy room, Ling Xiao carefully put a few translucent and fragrant perfect pills into a bottle. He said to himself with satisfaction, "Not bad, I can refine 6 pills at once. I am not rusty yet." From the inherited memories of the alchemist god, Ling Xiao knew that for pills below the 7th grade, he could at most refine 10 pills at once. That was the most perfect success rate. Now that Ling Xiao could refine 6 pills at once, it was indeed not easy for him to refine a 7th-grade alchemist. When he became a saint alchemist, he might be able to refine a 7th-grade pill with a higher success rate. When Ling Xiao came out of the stone room, he found that the great elder Ling He, Ling Tsong, and his father were already waiting for him. "Old master, grandfather, father, what are you doing?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Ling He impatiently stepped forward and asked, "Xiao, you said that the pill is done?" When Ling Xiao heard the old master's question, he knew that the old master could not sit still any longer. Although the old master had always been very open-minded, now that he had the opportunity to reconstruct his dantian and cultivate, he was more anxious than anyone else. Ling Xiao touched his nose and said, "Old master, when have I ever not fulfilled my promises?" After he finished speaking, he handed a reconstruction pill that he had prepared earlier to Ling He. Ling Xiao then said, "Old master, if you take it, your dantian will definitely recover within 3 days." Ling He took the pill with a nervous expression. "I hope that Grand Elder can regain his former glory and bring glory to the Ling family." Ling Tsong said to Ling He, "I wish the Great Elder the glory of the Ling family." Ling Zhan, Ling Yuan, and the others also expressed their congratulations. "All right, Xiao, I won't say anything more." Ling He's eyes were filled with gratitude. After saying this, he turned around and left. He couldn't wait to find a place to consume the medicinal pill in his hand. Ling Tsong walked in front of Ling Xiao and heavily patted Ling Zhao's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Xiao, good job. Now that you've become powerful, you still don't forget about your family. It's really commendable." Thinking back to the past, his grandson was almost crippled. Fortunately, everything was fine now, and he was even more promising. As a grandfather, he was also proud of himself. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Grandfather, what do uncle and the others think? Are they willing to follow me to the central region?" Ling Tsong sighed and said, "Let your uncle do the talking." Ling Yuan said with some dissatisfaction, "Xiao, they all want to live a peaceful life." Ling Xiao knew the result of Ling Yuan's words. It must be that many of them were used to being kings here and didn't want to improve. They just wanted to live a peaceful life here and were satisfied. They didn't want to go to the central region. Ling Xiao could understand them. After all, it took a lot of courage to travel such a long distance to a strange place to start a new life. Ling Xiao didn't force the issue. When he came back, he had already thought about this result. "Uncle, can you count the people who are willing to leave with us? Be ready to gather at any time and we will leave. This is the root of the Ling family. I believe that you and grandfather have feelings for this place. If the others want to stay, let them take care of it. In the future, when you have time, you can come back often." Ling Xiao said. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Ling Tsong and the others all looked satisfied. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would be angry and ignore the rest of the Ling family. Xiao is right. This is the root of the Ling family. It belongs to our homeland. If they want to stay, let them enjoy life here. "My old bones still want to see me," Ling Tsong said with a smile. Ling Xiao didn't want to dwell on this issue, so he changed the subject and said, "Grandfather, I want to see the 2nd and 5th elders. Maybe they will be in charge of the Ling family in the future." Chapter 864. The 2nd elder, Ling Mo, and the 5th elder, Ling Yan, had colluded with outsiders in an attempt to usurp Ling Tsong's position as the head of the family. Not only had their plot failed, but it had also allowed the Li family, one of the three major families, to take advantage of the situation and almost destroy the Ling family. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Ling Mo knew how to make a choice. He knew how to protect the interests of the Ling family. He took the spirit-burning pill and raised his strength to the king stage, blocking the Li family's army and giving the Ling family a chance to counterattack. However, Ling Mo's cultivation had stagnated, and his lifespan had been reduced by 10 years. As for his younger brother, Ling Yan, he was an accomplice of the rebellion. Like him, he was punished to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes for 10 years. He was also expelled from the Ling family. It could be said that Ling Mo, Ling Yan, and the others who had caused chaos in the past had been completely marginalized. As Ling Tsong, Ling Yuan, Ling Zhan, and the others grew stronger, the Ling family had gained more development, and they were almost forgotten. Now that Ling Xiao had suddenly brought up this matter, Ling Tsong was a little surprised. What was even more surprising was that from Ling Xiao's tone, it seemed that he wanted the second elder and the others to take over the Ling family. Xiao, are you really going to do this? Ling Tsong asked Ling Xiao with a look of surprise. The people behind him also looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. Ling Xiao explained, the second elder and the fifth elder are also members of the Ling family. Although they have made mistakes, I'm sure they have repented and turned over a new leaf. Since we are leaving, why not let them take over the reins of the Ling family? I'm sure the other elders won't object. The reason why Ling Xiao had done this was not because he was too soft-hearted, but because he had taken the spirit-burning pill in order to preserve the Ling family's foundation. From this decision, it could be seen that he still had deep feelings for the Ling family. Now that Ling Xiao was leaving with his family, and the other elders would definitely want to take over the position of the family head, there would definitely be internal strife. Thus, it was better for Ling Xiao to use Ling Mo to fulfill his dream of becoming the family head. After all, Ling Mo still had some means to make the Ling family prosperous. Ling Tsong showed a gratified smile and said, Xiao, it seems that you have matured. Some things are more thoughtful than us old men. All right, let's go to the second elder's house. They have suffered enough these years. Back then, Ling Tsong and Ling Mo were good brothers, but they became enemies because of the position of clan head. Ling Tsong had always been grateful to the previous clan leader for giving him the position of clan leader. However, as the son of the previous clan leader, Ling Mo did not become the clan leader. Ling Tsong still felt a little guilty towards Ling Mo. Now that Ling Xiao had taken the initiative to ask Ling Mo, Ling Yan, and the others to put them in an important position, Ling Tsong wouldn't object. Instead, he felt that it was a good idea, and the guilt in his heart also disappeared with the wind. In the northernmost part of Meteor City, there were several simple and crude thatched cottages. This place was sparsely populated, and there was no sign of life to speak of. In front of the thatched cottage, two old men who looked to be in their 60s or 70s were sitting there chatting. The oldest of the two coughed from time to time, and his face was always pale and sickly. The other old man beside him frowned from time to time, and he looked indescribably lonely. These two old men were the two brothers who had been abandoned by the Ling family, Ling Mo and Ling Yan. Apart from them, their children and grandchildren had also been sent to live here, and they could no longer return to the inner courtyard of the Ling family. Their children were all somewhat capable, and they didn't want to stay here with the two of them and be ridiculed for the rest of their lives. Thus, many of them left the two old men and left Meteor City to live in other places. Only a few of them still stayed by their side. Second brother, I heard from Ling Xing that the highest elder and Ling Xiao have returned, Ling Yan said to Ling Mo coughed twice, and his old eyes emitted a bit of sadness as he said, Yes, the Ling family can be where it is today because of them. We, cough, should be happy. Thinking back to everything he had done back then, a strong sense of regret surged in his heart. If he hadn't done that back then, the Ling family today would also have a part of their glory. However, there was no turning back now that they had missed it, and they could only let it go with the wind. Back then, father temporarily entrusted big brother Ling Tsong to be the clan leader. We misunderstood father, Ling Yan said lightly, and his expression was indescribably complicated. Ling Mo said, Yes, if we missed it, then we missed it. Our sins can't be washed away. Just let us watch the Ling family grow stronger, and I will also feel very gratified. However, it's a pity for that child. Ling Xing was the only one of Ling Mo's grandsons who was willing to stay. He Ten Bin was not weak. Although he had left the Ling family's support over the years, he still relied on his own strength to break through to the low-rank spirit master realm. However, at this stage, without the nurturing of the family, without good opportunities, it would be quite difficult to advance in the future by relying on his own cultivation. As Ling Xing's grandfather, Ling Mo naturally did not want Ling Xing to be buried like this. In his heart, he hoped that Ling Xing could return to the Ling family. Ling Xing has a firm heart. He has his own ambitions. Big brother, you don't have to worry. Ling Yan comforted. Just as Ling Mo wanted to say something, he coughed a few times. This time, he actually coughed up blood. Ling Yan was shocked. Big brother, I'd better help you back to your room to rest. Don't talk too much. No. It's not a big deal. I've lived for almost all these years. The only thing I can't let go of is Ling Xing. I want to make a trip back to the clan. Even if I have to beg Ling Tsong, I have to let Ling Xing return to the Ling family. Ling Mo wiped his mouth and waved his hand. Big brother, why don't I go? Your body isn't good. Ling Yan said. Ling Yan knew that his big brother was originally a person who cared about his face. Although he had become like this, he had never asked the Ling family for anything all these years. Now that he was willing to give up his face for his grandson, it was truly difficult for him. No. There's no need to say more. Anyway, I'm also a person who's half in the coffin. My face is nothing. Ling Mo seemed to have already accepted it. At this time, a man in his 30s rushed over with large strides. Grandpas, you don't have to beg them. I think I'm very good now. This man with a calm expression was Ling Mo's grandson, Ling Xing. On his shoulder, he was carrying an advanced second-stage wild boar. The current Ling Xing was very different from the one from more than 10 years ago. His arrogance was gone, and there was only a steady and resolute look. He had gone from a high and mighty young master of the Ling family to an abandoned and destitute young master. At first, he couldn't accept the reality. However, with the passage of time, his thinking had undergone a great change. The ups and downs of life were often times when people saw their true nature. It turned out that he hated Ling Tsong and the current Ling family. However, every time he heard his two grandpas talk about that matter, he also understood that the Ling family did not mistreat them. Instead, they were in the wrong first. If they were in the wrong, they would have to bear the responsibility and consequences. Therefore, Ling Xing no longer hoped to return to the Ling family. Instead, he hoped that through cultivation one day, he could change his current situation so that his two grandpas could enjoy their old age. Ling Xing threw the wild boar down and walked in front of Ling Mo. He took out an early third-stage spirit herb. This was a crow ginseng king, which had the effect of prolonging one's life. Grandpa, your body isn't good. Take it first. You don't have to worry about my matters, Ling Xing said. It could be seen that he was very filial now. Both Ling Mo and Ling Yan showed satisfaction in their eyes. At the same time, there was a strong sense of pity. Child, it's Grandpa's fault for dragging you down, Ling Mo said with some sadness. The better Ling Xing performed, the more uncomfortable he felt. With Ling Xing's 10 bin, the clan would definitely focus on training him. In the future, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a peak spiritual master. With the help of elixirs, he could even step into the king stage and leap through the dragon's gate. Grandpa, don't say anything. I'm living quite well now, Ling Xing replied. In reality, there was some indescribable worry in his eyes. At this time, someone came to their simple and crude place. Ling Xing looked at the people who came. His eyes jumped and a wave of anger rose. Brothers Ling, old Huang is here to see you. Before those people arrived, an old voice rang out first. There were 6 people in total. The leader was an old man who was about the same age as Ling Mo, Ling Yan, and the others. His name was Huang Hanxing, and he was the old patriarch of an old family in Meteorite City. He had the strength of a high-level spiritual master. Behind him were 2 spiritual masters and 3 mystic realm martial artists. There were 5 men and 1 woman in this group. The woman was the youngest and prettiest of them all. She stood behind Huang Hanxing and appeared a little timid. She looked at Ling Xing with affection in her eyes, but there was also an indescribable grievance in them. Why are you here? Since you don't care about old bones like us, why are you here to show off? Do you think that old bones like us don't have the ability to eat people? Ling Mo looked at Huang Hanxing angrily. He couldn't help but cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. Brother Mo, don't be angry. I came today to tell you two things. Huang Hanxing looked at Ling Mo and Ling Yan with disdain. He paused for a moment and said, First, I hope that Ling Xing won't harass my family's Xiao Lian in the future. She's not worthy of you abandoned people. Second, we're already connected by marriage with the Qin family. Please go and have a few drinks when you're free. However, I think that Brother Mo isn't feeling well, so you shouldn't go. Let Ling Xing go on your behalf. Huang Hanxing and Ling Mo used to be friends. When Ling Mo held a high position in the Ling family, Huang Hanxing often came to curry favor with Ling Mo and even planned to marry his granddaughter, Huang Lianyun, to Ling Xing. However, after something happened to Ling Mo and the others, Huang Hanxing immediately drew a clear line between them. However, Ling Xing and Huang Lian seemed to be fated to fall in love. They actually met in the desolate mountains and the sparks of love were ignited. The two of them were in love with each other. After Ling Xing became a spirit master, he thought that with his strength, it was enough for him to propose to the Huang clan. However, he attracted the humiliation of the Huang clan's cultivators, and they stopped Huang Lian from interacting with him. Chapter 865. This matter couldn't be blamed on Huang Hanxing for being so ruthless. If Ling Mo and the others were still part of the Ling family, Huang Hanxing would have immediately married his granddaughter to them. However, Ling Mo and the others were the sinners of the Ling family, and were sent to the edge of the Ling family. If the Huang family married Ling Mo and the others, wouldn't they offend the Ling family that was like the sun in the sky? This matter couldn't be done. Although the Ling family didn't do anything to Ling Mo and the others now, if they really remembered them one day, wouldn't they implicate the Huang family? With this thought, Huang Hanxing told his granddaughter to sever all ties with Ling Xing. However, although Huang Hanxing's original intention was like this, it was a bit too much for him to add insult to injury in front of Ling Mo and the others. Don't go too far. Even if your Huang family despises us for being sinners, don't come here to strut around. Our old bones can still move. Ling Yan was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. In the past decade, because of the matters of his family, there was always a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get over. His strength had stopped improving, but he was still an intermediate spirit master. His strength couldn't be underestimated. Ling Mo was originally a high-level spirit master, but because he used the burning spirit pill, there was a huge side effect that caused his strength to fall back to an intermediate-level spirit master. Ling Xing was also a low-level spirit master. With 3 spirit masters here, they had some confidence that they wouldn't be afraid of Huang Hanxing and the others. Hee. Brother Yan's words are too serious. I only came with good intentions to remind you. Huang Hanxing wasn't angry. He smiled faintly and continued, The message has been passed down. You guys are on your own. Ling Xing, be smart. My family's Xiao Lian isn't someone you can touch. Huang Hanxing said with disdain and turned to leave with his people. However, at this time, Huang Lian knelt down to Huang Hanxing and cried, Grandfather, please let me be with Brother Xing. We truly love each other. I don't want to marry into the Qin family. Huang Hanxing's expression changed and he shouted, Nonsense, get up. No. Grandfather, I won't get up. I just want to be with Brother Xing. Please grant us our wish. Huang Lian cried. Lian. Ling Xing's eyes were red with anger as he clenched his fists tightly. He looked at his beloved woman and called out. Moreover, he didn't want to be with her, but the Huang family didn't like him, so what could he do? This is outrageous. Bring them back. My Huang family has lost all face because of you. They are only the sinners of the Ling family. What's the point of you liking them? Are you going to live with them in this kind of toilet? Don't be naive. Huang Hanxing scolded his granddaughter with a look of exasperation. Ling Mo, Ling Yan, and Ling Xing were infuriated by Huang Hanxing's words, but they felt that they could not refute him. Yes, they were the sinners of the Ling clan and had no status in Meteorite City. Even if they were spirit masters, no one would respect them. Just as Huang Lian was about to be dragged away by the Huang family, Ling Xing blocked their path and shouted, Let go of Lian. Ling Xing couldn't take it anymore. He really couldn't stand the woman he loved becoming someone else's woman. Who do you think you are? Don't be so shameless. Huang Hanxing looked at Ling Xing with disdain. To be honest, he was quite satisfied with Ling Xing. If Ling Xing was still a member of the Ling clan, then everything would be easy. After all, Ling Xing's cultivation of 10 bin wasn't bad and was much better than that kid from the Qin clan. However, the two of them couldn't be together. I said, you can't take Lianer away unless you step over my dead body. Ling Xing revealed an unprecedented look of determination. Huang Lian looked at Ling Xing, her beautiful eyes filled with tears of gratitude. You're courting death. Huang Hanxing shouted in a low voice. Immediately after, another intermediate spirit master beside him attacked Ling Xing. Ling Yan reacted quickly and wanted to attack the intermediate spirit master, but Huang Hanxing blocked in front of him. Brother Yan, your grandson doesn't know any better. I'll have someone teach him a lesson for you so he doesn't know what's good for him in the future. Ling Xing was only a low-level spirit master, so how could he be a match for the intermediate spirit master? After a few moves, he was sent flying. Ling Mo really wanted to help, but he was already a fuel-efficient lamp and couldn't do much. He could only watch unwillingly as he regretted it all. This was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog when it fell to the plains. All of this was his fault, so why did he have to let his grandson suffer all of this injustice? Ling Xing was injured, but he was still like an unyielding wolf and continued to resist. Unfortunately, all he got in return was merciless attacks again and again. The injuries on his body became more and more severe. Ling Yan was blocked by Huang Hanxing and couldn't help him. Huang Lian was already covered in tears. She kept shouting, "Don't hit me! Don't hit me!" Ling Mo was so angry that he shouted, "Huang Hanxing, don't go too far. Quickly tell them to stop. Otherwise, even if I go back to the Ling clan to ask for help, you guys won't have it easy either." He finished speaking in one breath and coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. It could be seen that he was only holding on with his will. Hearing this, Huang Hanxing had no choice but to order his men to stop. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. If Ling Mo was forced into a corner, he might really do as he said and go back to the Ling clan to beg for mercy. Perhaps the Ling clan would really help him. After all, the Ling clan didn't kill Ling Mo and the others. From this, it could be seen that the Ling clan still had some old feelings for Ling Mo and the others. Brother Mo, don't get angry. Be careful not to hurt your body. I'm just teaching a junior a lesson on your behalf. There's no need to take it too seriously. Huang Hanxing said. Then he said to his men, "Let's go." Immediately after, he turned around and was about to leave with his men. Ling Yan went over and carried the heavily injured Ling Xing back. He prepared to feed the Crow Ginseng King to him to treat his injuries. You want to leave after bullying a member of our Ling clan? This doesn't seem right. A few figures broke through the air and arrived, and a dissatisfied voice sounded faintly. A powerful aura enveloped Huang Hanxing and the others. They felt suffocated, and their hearts were in turmoil. King stage powerhouses? In Meteorite City, only the Ling clan had a king stage powerhouse. From the other party's tone, it was obvious that they were from the Ling clan. Huang Hanxing couldn't understand for a moment. Weren't Ling Mo and the others punished? Could it be that the Ling clan still cared a lot about these people? A few figures descended from the sky. They were Ling Tsong, Ling Yuan, Ling Zhan, and Ling Xiao. In fact, they had arrived a long time ago. It was just that they were observing Ling Mo and Ling Yan from high up in the sky. They wanted to know what they were thinking. If they regretted their actions and still had their clan in their hearts, then it was fine to bring them back to their clan. However, if they didn't repent, then sorry, they would never be able to step into their clan again in their lifetime. They didn't expect that after observing for a while, such a good show would actually play out. Ling Tsong originally wanted to send Huang Hanxing and the others away, but Ling Xiao stopped Ling Tsong from doing so. Because it was often in the most dangerous times that one's true nature could be seen. At that time, people would be most grateful if they extended a helping hand. Clan leader. Ling Mo and Ling Yan's throats were a little dry. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They didn't expect Ling Tsong to come at this time. After hearing Ling Tsong's words, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. When Huang Hanxing and the others saw who had come, they were all sweating profusely. Both the previous and current clan leaders of the Ling clan had come in person. Their hearts sank. If they were to pursue the matter, Would the Huang clan still have a way out? Ling Tsong glared at Huang Honsheng and the others and shouted, "How dare you? How dare you bully the people of the Ling clan?" His voice contained the power of a king-stage powerhouse. It shook the eardrums of Huang Honsheng and the others. The two mystic warriors couldn't take it anymore. They spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Old clan leader Ling, please forgive us. We didn't mean it." Huang Honsheng didn't know how to explain. He looked extremely panicked. With their strength, it would be a piece of cake for Ling Tsong to kill them. He really regretted coming here today to warn Ling Xing and the others. "I know you didn't mean it." Ling Tsong glared at Huang Honsheng, and a wave of king stage power pressed down on them. Apart from Huang Lian, everyone from the Huang clan was sent flying. They vomited blood. Ling Tsong ignored them and walked to Ling Mo and Ling Yen. With a complicated look in his eyes, he said, "I've made you suffer. Let's go back to the clan together." No matter what, they were brothers of the same root. Ling Tsong was a bit more soft-hearted. Seeing Ling Mo and Ling Yan's situation, he felt that the clan's decision was wrong. Hearing this, Ling Mo and Ling Yen's eyes flashed with excitement. However, the two of them were still able to control their emotions. They knelt to Ling Tsong and said, "Thank you for your forgiveness, clan leader. However, we are sinners of the clan. How can we return to the clan? You don't need to say anything else. Back then, when the old patriarch gave me the position, it was my greatest honor. You are the brothers of the old patriarch, and you are also my brothers. Let all the grudges and grievances of the past go with the wind. That place is your home." Ling Tsong said with a sigh. After hearing Ling Tsong's words, Ling Mo and Ling Yen almost cried. They also wanted to return to the clan one day. However, they had committed great crimes. How could they go back? The arrival of Ling Tsong and his group, as well as his words, were like charcoal in the middle of a snowstorm, allowing them to see the moon and the clouds depart. Instantly they felt much happier. Thank you, clan leader." Ling Mo was so emotional that he vomited another mouthful of blood and fainted. From the looks of it, he was most likely dead. "Grandfather." Ling Xing crawled up and exclaimed. Just as Ling Yen was about to catch his big brother, someone else caught his big brother faster than him. Ling Xiao immediately caught Ling Mo's body and said, "Second elder, the Ling clan still needs you to return to the clan. You can't die like this." After saying that, he took out a high-grade pill and stuffed it into Ling Mo's mouth. Chapter 866. Ling Mo and Ling Yen never dreamed that they would have a chance to return to the clan. Huang Honsheng never thought that he would be so unlucky. Of all the times he could have bullied Ling Mo and the others, he had to choose Ling Tsong and the others to take them back. Today, he bumped into them. He had the urge to bang his head against the wall. Today, he taught Ling Xing a harsh lesson. If the Ling clan took revenge on the Huang clan in the future, wouldn't that be terrible? The more Huang Honsheng thought about it, the more afraid he became. Finally, his gaze fell on his uninjured granddaughter. Whether we can avoid this disaster depends on Xiao Lian. Maybe we can even get close to the Ling clan. Huang Honsheng's eyes flashed, and he quickly made a decision in his heart. Ling Mo was a person who was easy to deal with, but Ling Xiao gave him a 7th-grade healing elixir. A 7th-grade healing elixir was a high-grade elixir for Mystic Emperor stage injuries. To refine it, many high-grade precious spirit herbs were needed, and each had a unique effect. Ling Mo was only a spirit master, and he suddenly received such a huge supplement. He only felt that his body was suddenly filled with a powerful force. The meridians and muscles in his body that were already showing signs of aging were constantly being warmed and cleansed by this force. His organs actually recovered their vitality again. How many years had it been? Ling Mo hadn't felt so comfortable. That feeling was as if he had returned to his youth, that hot-blooded and impulsive era. It was as if he had endless power to do anything at every moment. That kind of feeling really left him with an endless aftertaste. Seeing that Ling Mo's complexion was getting better and his aura was faintly showing signs of returning to a high-grade spirit master, Ling Yen and Ling Xing were extremely excited. Their expressions were filled with excitement, and they glanced at Ling Xiao at the same time. Their hearts were filled with incomparable gratitude. Back then, they thought of ways to get rid of him. Now, He actually disregarded the past and helped them. This kindness was enough to be engraved in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Ling Xing even knelt in front of Ling Xiao and said, Many thanks to Elder Ling Xiao for saving my grandfather. Ling Xing has no way to repay you. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. Ling Xing spoke in such a serious manner that it was obvious that he was extremely grateful. However, why would Ling Xiao care about a spirit master servant? We're all brothers, there's no need to say such things. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and then stuffed 2 pills into his hands. Take them, they'll be good for you. Ling Xing did not hesitate and immediately swallowed the 2 elixirs. However, as the pill landed, Ling Xing's expression changed greatly. Ling Yan also noticed Ling Xing's abnormality and asked nervously, Xinger, what's wrong with you? Ling Xing didn't have time to answer Ling Yan's question. He sat down cross-legged on the ground, and his aura actually began to rise at this moment. Ling Tsong patted Ling Yan's shoulder. Don't worry, Xiao Er won't harm him. Ling Yan had already sensed Ling Xing's condition. He couldn't help but tear up. Thank you, Elder Ling Xiao. Thank you, Elder Ling Xiao. Thank you, Elder Clan Leader. Thank you. Ling Yan was already unable to use words to express the gratitude in his heart. Not only did he save someone, he also helped Ling Xing raise his cultivation by 1 level. This magnanimity made him feel extremely guilty. That's right, among the elixirs that Ling Xiao had given to Ling Xing, apart from a healing elixir, there was also a spirit-breaking elixir. Ling Xiao wanted to help Ling Xing improve his strength to the next level. He did this because of Ling Xing's filial piety, as well as his personality of daring to love and hate. If Ling Xing was a coward, Ling Xiao wouldn't have given this pill to his cousin. Half a day later, Ling Mo's injuries were basically fine. After he completely absorbed the medicinal properties of the pill, he would definitely be able to recover to his peak condition. Even the side effects of the spirit-burning pill would disappear. After all, the medicinal properties of a 7th-grade pill were extraordinary. If a low-level cultivator like him absorbed it, most of the medicinal properties would be wasted. Ling Xing had been seriously injured by the Huang clan. Now, his injuries had not only recovered, but his strength had also broken through a level, becoming a middle spirit master. This made him extremely happy, and he thanked Ling Xiao and the others profusely. All right, I'll leave them to you to deal with. No matter what, our Ling clan won't be bullied for nothing, Ling Tsong said to Ling Mo and the others with a gratified expression. Things had taken a turn for the better, and it was the Huang clan's turn to be bullied again. However, Ling Mo and the others didn't make a move against Huang Hanqing and the others. They only retorted with a few sarcastic words, and in the end, they left the decision to Ling Xing. After all, Ling Xing liked their daughter and might become their son-in-law in the future. They would just treat it as them being magnanimous and forgiving them. Huang Hanqing naturally lowered his attitude to the lowest level. He completely put on a fawning appearance and didn't have any of his original prestige. In the end, he patted his chest and agreed to marry Huang Lianyun to Ling Xing. Even though he knew that Huang Hanqing did this to save his life, Ling Xing couldn't stand Huang Lian's pleading gaze and could only give up. Just as Ling Xing waved his hand to let Huang Hanqing and the others leave, Ling Xiao spoke. He said indifferently, "In the future, your Huang clan will be subordinate to our Ling clan." Subordinate meant that the Huang clan would be managed by the Ling clan and become a subsidiary clan of the Ling clan. This also meant that the future generations of the Huang clan would be under the Ling clan's command. They would see the Ling clan as the master, and they would only be servants. This was a bit similar to the dependence between different powers. However, the Ling clan and the Huang clan were both in the same place, so the relationship between master and subordinate was obvious. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Huang Hanqing almost stumbled and fell. If that was the case, then their Huang clan would complete what belonged to the Ling clan in the future. However, if they didn't submit, then their Huang clan would probably disappear from Meteorite City today. Through the conversation just now, he already knew that the young man in front of him was a rare genius of the Ling clan. No, it should be the most outstanding demon in the history of the Ling clan, Ling Xiao. Everything that the Ling clan had now was inextricably linked to Ling Xiao. His words definitely carried enormous weight in the Ling clan. There was no need to doubt his words. Ling Tsong and the others were stunned when they heard Ling Zhao's words. Then, their eyes were filled with admiration. If Huang Hanqing and the others were allowed to leave just like that, it would be a disgrace to the #1 clan in Meteorite City. Although it was a fact that Huang Lian was going to marry Ling Xing, it didn't mean that the Huang clan could escape punishment. And Ling Zhao's decision undoubtedly revealed his decisiveness as a palace master. His hand was broken. Huang Hanqing and the others had no other choice. With the return of Ling Mo and the others, Ling Xiao and the others also sped up their journey out of Meteorite City. In the end, only half of the Ling clan decided to leave with Ling Xiao and the others. The other half stayed in Meteorite City. Most of the people who left with the Ling clan were direct descendants of Ling Tsong and Ling Yuan. The others hoped to go out and see the world. They were brave people who believed that Ling Xiao would bring them a brand new life. Those who stayed behind were the more conservative members of the Ling clan. No matter how tempting the outside world was, they felt that their home was warmer. They preferred to be flattered by others in Meteorite City. In the end, Ling Mo and Ling Yan did not return to the clan to take up the position of clan leader. Instead, they returned to take up the position of the previous generation elders. It was worth mentioning that before Ling Xiao and the others left, Ling Mo successfully broke through to the king stage. Not long after Ling Xiao and the others left, Ling Mo successfully broke through to the king stage. Like Ling Chen, he became the new pillar of the Ling clan and protected the Ling clan. As for the position of clan leader, before Ling Xiao and the others left, they held a general election for the position of clan leader. In the end, Ling Ho, a cousin of the same generation as Ling Yuan, was elected. Although his cousin's cultivation of 10 bin was not as outstanding as that of Ling Yuan and the others, he had also reached the level of a high-level spiritual master. The reason why he was elected to the position of clan leader was because he was very popular, steady, and had made a lot of contributions to the Ling clan. He was also someone who could pass the test. His election to the position of clan leader was expected by everyone. In order to stabilize Ling Ho's position in the Ling clan, Ling Xiao naturally left him the king pill. At the same time, he left many things that he thought were substandard in the Ling clan. Ling Ho and the other previous generation elders looked after them and distributed them as rewards to encourage future generations to cultivate. Ling Xiao stayed in the Ling clan for about a month and finally left Meteorite City. In order to save time, Ling Xiao naturally could not let the others leave on foot. He directly put everyone in the Ling clan into the space of the medicine cauldron and rushed to the Purple Sky sect. The Ling clan members who left with Ling Xiao were shocked again. They never thought that Ling Xiao would actually be able to put all of them into an unknown space. While they were shocked, they also rejoiced that they had followed the right person because the stronger Ling Xiao was, the better their future would be. When they rushed back to the Purple Sky sect, Yu Lian and Wu Mainyang had already returned to the small courtyard where they had agreed to meet. Accompanying them was the Charmed Sex sect protector elder, who was also their master, Shenyu Lu. She was already at the peak of the mid-level Heavenly Venerable One, and was one of the top 2 or 3 cultivators in the northwest. Aside from the Light Star Hall's old hall master, she was the most powerful cultivator. Shenyu Lu only had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, but she still looked attractive and charming. She was clearly very good at maintaining her looks. In addition, Ji Beixin's grandfather, Ji Tu, had also returned from an errand. The people that Ling Xiao wanted to bring with him were all picked up from the Purple Sky sect. Wen Qidi was also among them. Wen Qidi was not part of Ling Zhao's plan, but Luo Meiying had asked him to bring her along. He had no reason to refuse and could only bring her along with him. When everyone had arrived, Ling Xiao hurriedly led them out of the Purple Sky sect. When they left, all the elders of the Purple Sky sect came out to see them off. The scene was a little grand and everyone could not help but sigh. They knew that after this departure, they did not know how many years it would be before they could return again. The next stop, Ling Xiao did not directly bring his people to the Blood Devil territory. Instead, he went to the Thousand Beast City and entered the Thousand Beast Cave. Chapter 867. When passing by the Thousand Beast City, Ling Xiao resisted the urge to see the beautiful Lu sisters. However, don't think that he had any impure thoughts. He just came here and thought of his old friends. Ling Xiao led the group into the den of myriad beasts. They arrived at a beautiful place in the depths of the den. This was the place where the 36 sects in the northwest used to hold their vows and where the heaven-suppressing sect's secret realm was located. Why did Ling Xiao come here with a group of people? Naturally, he had his own plans for this. It was easy for Ling Xiao and the others to open the hidden restrictive formation here. After all, the heaven-suppressing sect was not hidden by the space energy of the Sage Realm, but by some illusionary means used by some masters to make people unable to see the location of the heaven-suppressing sect. In the past, it took dozens of Earth Sovereign Realm cultivators to open the restrictive formation. Now, Ling Xiao's subordinates could completely break it and the restrictive formation disappeared. All the appearances of the heaven-suppressing sect were also revealed in the Thousand Beast Cave. After this, the heaven-suppressing sect would no longer be a secret realm. At most, it would be a relic. Ling Xiao ordered his people to guard the area and not let anyone or spirit beasts come close. Then, he let out all the people of his family. The people of the Ling family found that they suddenly came to a strange place and thought that they were in the central region. They were all confused. But when they saw that it was a barren mountain, they felt that it was not the case. But when they saw the ancient palaces built on the towering mountains not far away, they were shocked. Although these palaces were dilapidated, they could still imagine how magnificent they were when they were whole. The people of the Ling family came from a small place and had never seen such a scene. Naturally, they were surprised. "Xiao, where are we?" Ling He asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao explained, "This is a secret realm in the Thousand Beast Cave in the northwest. It was the only 6th grade sect, the heaven-suppressing sect, which was destroyed 10,000 years ago." Although the outside world had always said that the heaven-suppressing sect was a 6th grade sect, Ling Xiao knew that this place was comparable to a 5th grade sect. "Why did you bring us here?" Ling Tsong interrupted. The other people of the Ling family also looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. "Old Master Grandfather, the people of our Ling family are too weak. I want you to choose a group of clansmen with good potential and let them accept the inheritance here. That way, you can quickly advance and increase your strength," Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao was speaking the truth. Now, only Ling He, Ling Tsong, Ling Yuan, Ling Zhan, and Meng Xiyun were at the king level or above. The rest of the people of the Ling family were below Spirit Master and most were Xian or Xian cultivators. King Stage was considered an expert in the northwest, but in the central region, it was the lowest level of existence. Spirit Masters, Mystic Warriors, and Mystic Warriors could only be considered as ordinary martial artists. They didn't have any status. Although Ling Xiao wanted to strengthen his family, it would take a lot of time with his own strength. He didn't have the leisure to do this, so when he came back from the central region, he thought of the heaven-suppressing sect. Was there an inheritance in the heaven-suppressing sect? Even if he asked the geniuses of the northwest who had entered the heaven-suppressing sect, they wouldn't be able to answer. But Ling Xiao was sure that there was an inheritance. Ling Xiao brought a group of elites personally picked by Ling Tsong and Ling Yuan to the heaven-suppressing sect. Although Ling Xiao had only stayed in the heaven-suppressing sect once, he had stayed for almost 3 months. At that time, he thought he would be trapped here for the rest of his life. He didn't expect to be lucky enough to escape in the end. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Savage Leopard. Ling Xiao brought everyone to an extremely desolate place. Gusts of cold wind blew past, making everyone in the Ling family feel cold. From time to time, there would be some strange sounds that made their hair stand on end. In this desolate place, there was a huge stone. It was steady and majestic, but it also revealed a sense of desolation. Mausoleum. 2 big words that were like silver hooks and iron chains appeared in front of everyone. When had the Ling family ever seen such powerful words? For a moment, they were all attracted by those 2 words. It would have been better if they didn't see it, but once they saw it, those who were weaker directly vomited blood. Luckily, Ling Xiao was quick to react. "Wake up," he shouted. Then his aura pressed towards the huge stone. Everyone in the Ling family was awakened by Ling Xiao's shout, and they all broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, they seemed to have seen a terrifying swordsman use a powerful sword intent to kill them. They didn't even have the ability to fight back and were almost killed. There are restrictions here, and these are words carved by a peak Empyrean. They have the intent of an Empyrean. "You are too weak, so you won't be able to withstand it," explained Ling Xiao. This was the place where he had broken through to the king level. Moreover, he had studied the restrictions here and understood the mysteries of this place. Thinking back, he had almost been shocked by the aura here. "All of you back off." After saying this, Ling Xiao punched the mausoleum. Hearing Ling Xiao's warning, everyone retreated, but they were all waiting to see what Ling Xiao was going to do. When they saw that Ling Xiao was waving his fist at the majestic stone, they were all shocked. None of them knew how strong Ling Xiao was, but Ling Xiao had just said that these words were carved by a peak Empyrean. Without the strength of an Empyrean, could this huge stone be destroyed? However, in the next moment, all of them were dumbfounded. Bang! A huge explosion rang out, and the huge stone immediately shattered into pieces. The powerful aura caused the surroundings to shake. Most of the Ling family members were so scared that they fell to the ground. Only a few people could still stand. Their faces were pale. They were weak, but they could still feel that in front of this fist that could shake heaven and earth, they were like ants that couldn't withstand a single blow. They all exclaimed in their hearts, "Is the 14th elder already a Empyrean?" Ling Xiao said calmly, "This mausoleum is the burial place of all the strong cultivators of the heaven-suppressing sect. Inside, there is the inheritance of their sect. Whether or not you can obtain the inheritance depends on your own luck. Take care of yourselves." Things like inheritance depended on one's own luck. It was not something that could be forced. If they could obtain the recognition of the will left behind by the strong cultivator, then they could smoothly obtain the inheritance. If they could not obtain the recognition, then no matter what they did, it would be useless. Therefore, Ling Xiao said the ugly words first, so that everyone would think that they would definitely obtain the inheritance after going in. As soon as Ling Xiao's words fell, Ling Tsong began to let his people enter the mausoleum one by one. Seeing the Ling family members enter one by one, Ling Tao was anxious. "Xiao why don't you let me in? Is it because third uncle's tenbin is not enough?" Ling Tao asked Ling Xiao with a fawning expression. He couldn't understand why Ling Xiao allowed most of the people to enter, but not him and a dozen youths and young people from the other families. After all, this was the inheritance of an earthly king or even a heavenly master. Ling Tsong and Ling Yuan also looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. The people who didn't enter were the best in the Ling family's tenbin. Logically speaking, they should be the ones who entered the mausoleum the most. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Although those who have accepted the inheritance can advance to a certain level without any bottleneck, once they reach the level of the person who left the inheritance, it is almost impossible to advance any further, unless they have a perfect physique. I just don't want third uncle to only have the strength of an earthly king or a heavenly master. There are more powerful existences above that." Ling Xiao said meaningfully. His meaning should be very clear. He didn't want the small number of people who didn't enter to only have the strength of an earthly king or a heavenly master as their ultimate goal. They should aim for a higher level of strength. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the eyes of Ling Ling, Ling Yuan, Ling Tao, and the others all lit up. "Good boy, I knew you wouldn't mistreat me." Ling Tao was very excited and patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder. Ling Tsong smiled and said, "Xiao, if you have your own plans, then we don't have to worry." Ling Xiao looked at them again and said, "When we get to the central region, I will refine your physiques. When you cultivate, you will get twice the results. Your current strength is still too low. In the central region, you are just ordinary people." Ling He interrupted, "That's right. When I broke through to the king stage, I thought that the world was free for me. I didn't expect to find that I was a frog at the bottom of a well when I went to the central region. This little bit of strength is not worth mentioning. Any one of them can easily crush me to death." After listening to Ling Xiao and Ling He's words, Ling Tsong and the others were a little nervous. They didn't know what kind of life awaited them in the central region. Could they establish a foothold there with their little bit of strength? It was no wonder that Ling Xiao had allowed a group of them to accept the inheritance. His goal was to let them improve their strength as soon as possible. Only with strength would they have a better right to speak. At that time, Ling Xiao knew that these people from the Ling family were only ordinary in the tenbin. If they could reach the strength of an earthly king or a heavenly master in their lifetime, they could be considered to have benefited a lot. On the other hand, the slightly better members of the tenbin that were left behind were the people that Ling Xiao focused on fostering for the Ling family. "All of you don't have to worry too much. I still have some influence in the central region. All of you don't have to worry about being bullied when you get there. Xiao will take care of everything for all of you." Ling Xiao spoke very calmly. With his current reputation and the forces of the Proud Smile Palace, there weren't many powers that dared to offend him. This was something that Ling Xiao was very confident about. Ling He laughed at the side and said, "Haha, Xiao, you're being modest. Others didn't know about Ling Xiao's situation, but Ling he did. On the way back, he'd heard Bai Yushi talk about Ling Xiao's deeds on many occasions, and he felt proud of Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. A young man that was only a low-level cultivator a dozen years ago had become a genius of a generation in a place where experts were numerous like the clouds. Just thinking about it made others feel that it was the birth of a miracle. Chapter 868. Of the 100 or so people who went in, some were happy and some were sad. Those who were happy were those who obtained the inheritance, and those who were worried were those who didn't have the opportunity. Ling Xiao had already expected such a result. Ling Xiao comforted the people who had lost their memories and left the heaven-suppressing sect with everyone. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that not long after they left, there was a craze of luck bumping. Many people from the sects in the northwest knew that the restriction of the original secret realm had been forcefully broken by someone and would never exist again. The ruins of the heaven-suppressing sect were all revealed in front of them. Many sects sent experts over, hoping to find opportunities in the heaven-suppressing sect. After all, this was once the strongest sect in the northwest. Although it had been destroyed, everyone knew that there must be many good things left behind. As waves of people came, a small number of people picked up Ping Yi. There were even people who went to the tomb and were lucky enough to obtain the inheritance, becoming the top experts of the Northwest in the future. After a few months, Ling Xiao brought everyone back to Wind Cloud City. As the overall strength of the Ling family was still very weak, Ling Xiao arranged for them to live in the city. Before this, Ling Xiao had already planned to bring his people over. He had already divided an area for his people to live in and arranged many high-level guards to protect them. Since Ling Xiao let them come over, he naturally wouldn't treat them badly. At the same time, Ling Xiao brought his grandfather, parents, Mu Huai, Mu En, Ji2, Xian Li, Sun Xiaonan, and a dozen outstanding youths of the Ling family into the space base of the proud Smiling Palace to cultivate. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to bring Ling Yuan and Ling Tao in, but considering that the rest of the Ling family didn't have a leader here, he let the two of them stay for the time being and let their people live for a period of time, let them adapt to the life here. These people had never been to the central region before. When they first arrived at Wind Cloud City, they were shocked speechless by the huge city. When they looked at the powerful cultivators walking around, they felt that they were like commoners that were not worth mentioning. They felt a deep sense of inferiority. At first, they didn't dare to take half a step out of their homes, afraid that they would accidentally provoke a terrifying expert and be killed without knowing what happened. However, when they found out that this city was under the control of Ling Xiao, and that it had powerful guards, they finally understood why Ling Xiao had brought them all the way here. It turned out that Ling Xiao had already paved the way for them. They just had to live and cultivate hard. Later on, they even found out about Ling Xiao's shocking accomplishments in battle in the Central Territory, and they were extremely astounded while their feelings of worship towards Ling Xiao grew even more endless. After Ling Xiao returned with his people, he immediately summoned Xianxia and Yi Yunfeng to listen to the happenings of the Smiling Palace in the past year. They learned that all the peaks and subhalls had finished recruiting disciples. After the first round of selection, there were more than 300 inner disciples and more than 3,000 outer disciples. These were the first batch of fresh blood of the Smiling Palace, and they were the future pillars of the Smiling Palace. At the same time, Ling Xiao asked about the movements of the Black Demon sect, the Gu family, and the Sha Tian organization. He was relieved to find that there was nothing against the Smiling Palace. Next, Ling Xiao took some time to teach Luo Meiying how to understand the power of the world, so that she could master the power of her body as soon as possible. Of course, Luo Meiying's body and mind were not completely taken care of. During this period of time, Luo Meiying was the most comfortable and carefree. Although she had died once, after coming back to life, she was able to reunite with her lover. They could cultivate and discuss martial arts together. This was the life that she had always longed for. Other women would not have a problem with Ling Xiao accompanying Luo Meiying alone. Everyone knew that Luo Meiying had risked her life to save their man. Apart from teaching Luo Meiying, Ling Xiao did not forget to give Xian Li and Feng Ling Tian some pointers. Ling Xiao had rich battle experience. With him teaching the three of them gained a lot. Feng Ling Tian, who had never been by his father's side, finally planted the seed of worship for Ling Xiao in his heart. He looked forward to the day when he could become a hero who stood shoulder to shoulder with his father. Time passed in peace. Ling Xiao did not deliberately practice. He only stayed with his family. Occasionally, he would have sex with a few women. His days were free and unfettered. Although this kind of peaceful life was very pleasing, it was not what Ling Xiao wanted the most. The path of a martial artist was to advance or retreat. Now, Ling Xiao was only a high-level heavenly venerable. Above him, there was still the Xian Emperor, the Saint, the Holy Emperor. There were many realms that he had not reached. He did not want to advance slowly like this. Moreover, the Palace Master of the Sha Tian organization and the Black Demon of the Black Demon sect were both high-level saints. Ling Xiao had already chosen to be enemies with them, so he had to continue on this path. They had not attacked him with all their strength yet because they had reservations. Once he walked alone in the central region in the future, they might seize the opportunity to kill him. Moreover, Ling Xiao's thoughts weren't just limited to the central region. He also yearned to enter the heavenly region that only saints could enter. He wanted to see exactly how gods differed from mortals. At the same time, he wanted to search for his master, the demonic emperor. With so many goals in front of him, Ling Xiao did not have much leisure time. The reason why he could stay by his family's side for the past year was to prepare for this long journey. Mei Ying, you have more or less understood the basic profound meaning. You still need to experience it slowly. I believe that you will be able to comprehend it soon, Ling Xiao said to Luo Meiying, who was in his arms. Luo Meiying's sexy figure squeezed into Ling Xiao's arms. Her full breasts were deformed. She liked to snuggle up to her beloved man like this. She said with a little shame, Xiao, don't you think that I am very stupid? It has been a year and I have not comprehended the power of the world. During this year, Ling Xiao had given her a lot of guidance. However, apart from some small achievements in the cultivation of Xian skills, she had not been able to comprehend the power of the world that belonged to her. This made her feel very depressed. She now had a body full of spiritual energy, but she was unable to use it. Ling Xiao caressed Luo Meiying's beautiful hair with pity and said, This kind of thing is haste makes waste. How many people have spent decades, or even hundreds of years to comprehend their own power of the world? You have only cultivated for a short period of time. How can you comprehend it so quickly? He comforted her and then said, However, it is not impossible for you to comprehend the power of the world faster. Luo Meiying's beautiful eyes raised and said, You have a way? Ling Xiao smiled and said, The best way is to go out and gain experience. Let me enrich my fighting experience, let me broaden my horizons, and let my life be full. The power of the world required a martial artist to fuse and comprehend everything they had experienced in their life to grasp their own unique fighting style. If one wanted to comprehend the power of the world, they could not just blindly cultivate and comprehend it. On the contrary, it would be easier to comprehend it if they went out and gained experience. After listening to Ling Xiao's suggestion, Luo Meiying became excited. Speaking of which, her cultivation process was really too short. There was even a gap of more than 10 years. Her experience in various aspects was still lacking. She wanted to go out and test the power of her body to see what kind of realm she had reached. The purpose of Ling Xiao's suggestion was that he planned to bring Luo Meiying along on this long journey and enrich her life. This way, she would be able to adapt to her powerful strength more quickly. Before Ling Xiao left, he definitely had to tell his woman and the others about his trip, so that they wouldn't be worried because they didn't know his itinerary. However, at this time, there was another piece of news that caused Ling Xiao to completely change his itinerary, and this news was great news for him. It was the first time in more than 10 years that he had received accurate news about Yun Mingqi. Who was Yun Mingqi? That was the first woman Ling Xiao's heart had palpitated with, the first woman he had loved, and his first purest love. It could be said that Yun Mingqi was Ling Xiao's first love, and also the most important woman in his heart. Ling Xiao had come to the central region from the Purple Heaven sect to search for her. Unfortunately, even though he had flattened the water sect and spread the news throughout the central region, there had been no news of her. Now that this news had suddenly arrived, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Ling Xiao grabbed Xianyao's shoulders and asked excitedly, Fraud, you just said that someone knows where Mengqi is. Is this true? This was the first time Xianyao had seen Ling Xiao so excited. He could tell that Yun Mingqi had an irreplaceable weight in Ling Xiao's heart. Xianyao said, Young master, don't be so excited. I can only say that there are some clues, but I haven't confirmed it yet. What clues? Hurry up and tell me. Ling Xiao asked impatiently. This outsider said that he found the whereabouts of the water sex Yin He. Didn't you say that Miss Mengqi took her as her master? I think that if we find her, we might know where Miss Mengqi is, Xianxia replied. That's right. I will definitely make that bitch Yin He pay the price. Ling Xiao gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know her well, he wouldn't have let Yin He take Yun Mingqi away. This matter had always been in his heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, someone said that Yin He has already become a martial emperor. Xian Yao said after a moment of hesitation. If she has become a martial emperor, then she has become a martial emperor. What, she has become a martial emperor? Ling Xiao casually replied, but he suddenly thought of something and raised his voice by several times. His expression was filled with incomparable anger and nervousness. Xian Yao nodded, confirming what he had just said. Ling Xiao suddenly became absent-minded. He muttered, she should have broken through on her own. Ling Xiao's battle strength was comparable to that of a martial emperor. He originally didn't care that Yin He could break through to the mystic emperor, but when he thought about whether Yin He had used Yun Mingqi as a cauldron and absorbed all of her essence to break through. If that was the case, then didn't that mean that Yun Mingqi? Chapter 869. The sun rose from the east and illuminated the earth. There was a vast and boundless sea to the east of the central region. This sea occupied almost a third of the central region's surface area. One could imagine how vast the East Sea was. The Dongfeng family was the closest to the East Sea. They were the most ancient family among all the families and had existed since 100,000 years ago. They had always occupied the shores of the East Sea, and no one had been able to shake their position. As the saying goes, one relies on the mountain and one relies on the water to draw on the water. The East Sea was vast and boundless. Naturally, there would be no shortage of spirit herbs and spirit beasts in this area. Even rare treasures at the bottom of the sea would not be difficult to find. The spirit beasts at the bottom of the sea were not any weaker than the spirit beasts on land. In fact, they had an innate advantage that other spirit beasts could not compare to in their domain. Aside from the threat of spirit beasts in the sea, there would also be tsunamis from time to time. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to contend against them. Therefore, ordinary cultivators would need to be cautious if they wanted to come here to make a fortune. As the #1 family in this area, they had naturally relied on this sea to make a name for themselves. They had obtained many rare treasures from the East Sea. Not only had they strengthened their foundation, they had also accumulated more wealth and created more water attribute cultivators. Of course, the East Sea was not exclusive to the Dongfeng family. It was also a paradise for cultivators of the water attribute. Many cultivators of the water attribute like to come to places with rich water attribute spiritual energy to cultivate. The East Sea was undoubtedly the place with the highest concentration of water attribute cultivators. The East Sea was the place with the highest proportion of water attribute cultivators. Among the 5 cultivators in this area, 3 of them belonged to the water attribute. The East Sea City was the largest city under the direct control of the Dongfeng family. It was also one of the top 10 cities in the central region. Shops could be found everywhere and countless cultivators walked to and fro. The official roads of all sizes were bustling with activity. On one of the main roads, a young man and a young woman walked hand in hand like a newly married couple. It was a very warm and eye-catching sight. The young man was like the son of a noble. His actions naturally revealed the aura of a superior, giving people the feeling that he was a natural leader. He always had a faint smile on his face. No matter which woman saw him, they would feel that he was very charming. The young woman, on the other hand, had a voluptuous figure. When she walked, she gave people a feeling of swaying in the wind. She was so sexy and intoxicating. Her firm breasts and round buttocks were always full of temptation. Like a naive child who had never seen the world, she looked around from time to time, occasionally pointing at some strange things with a look of surprise and delight. The young man beside her only nodded his head in agreement. His expression showed that he wasn't going to be able to swallow it. The young couple who had come to Donghai City were Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying. Why did they appear here? This naturally had a lot to do with the news from Yun Mingqi. Look at your bitter face. If you don't find that bitch soon, you won't be able to play with me happily. Luo Meiying pouted her sexy lips as she looked at Ling Xiao, who was in low spirits. Luo Meiying knew that this trip was very important to Ling Xiao. However, when she saw such a big city like the Donghai city, she couldn't help but be curious and happy. Who asked her to come from the northwest? It was like a country bumpkin entering a city. There were beautiful things everywhere. Ling Xiao patted Luo Meiying's hand and said, I have let Mingqi down. I have to find out about her as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Ever since he found out about Yun Mingqi, Ling Xiao rushed from Wind Cloud City to the Donghai City without stopping. Most importantly, he heard that the slut Yin Lotus had broken through to the mystic the Arch. This made him extremely uneasy about Yun Mingqi's safety. When he was rushing to the Donghai City, Ling Xiao asked Xianxia to do a divination. He wanted to know if Yun Mingqi was still alive. However, even his divinatory powers had failed. He couldn't tell if Yun Mingqi was dead or alive. This caused Ling Xiao's heart to be in a mess. No matter if Yun Mingqi was dead or alive, Ling Xiao swore that he would find the mystic the Arch Yin He and ask her about it. According to the news, Yin He had appeared near the Donghai City. She had fought with someone for a Tier 7 spirit herb. She had displayed her mystic Thearka's strength and killed her opponent in an overwhelming manner. The person who brought the news had coincidentally seen the show and heard Yin He's name. That was how he managed to find Ping Yi, who could earn a lot of mystic crystals. There were many missions to find Yun Mingqi and Yin He's whereabouts in all the big cities. In the central region, there was a special place for missions to be issued. That place was called the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild mainly accepted all kinds of missions and issued them at the same time. The ones who issued the missions were the employers. The ones who completed the missions were the mercenaries or the itinerant cultivators. The employers spent mystic crystals to hire people to help them achieve their goals. The mercenaries were the ones who completed the missions and earned a lot of crystals from it. These mercenary guilds were not owned by a powerful force. They were established by the various cities. The income of the mercenary guilds was earned by the cities themselves. Wind Cloud City and the Donghai City also had their own mercenary guilds. The various mercenary guilds would have special contacts for missions. The news that Ling Xiao received from Yin, he came from the mercenary guild. Ling Xiao brought Luo Meiying to the mercenary guild in the Donghai City. There were already many boorish men gathered here. They all had extraordinary auras. Most of them were King Tier and Earth Sovereign Tier mercenaries. There were also many heavenly venerables. Those who were heavenly venerables were at least the leaders of a team or even a regiment. When these mercenaries saw Luo Meiying, they couldn't help but whistle. Luo Meiying's body was too voluptuous and sexy. She was the type of woman that these boorish mercenaries wanted to conquer the most. Moreover, although Ling Xiao was strong, he was used to keeping a low profile. He hid his aura so that others couldn't see through his cultivation. However, he looked too young. He looked like a young master from a big family and didn't have much strength. This made these boorish mercenaries unscrupulously sweep their eyes over Luo Meiying's body. They didn't hide their greed at all. Ling Xiao couldn't make them close their eyes to avoid looking at Luo Meiying. He could only choose to ignore them. Luo Meiying was a little unhappy and whispered in Ling Xiao's ear, "These people are so annoying." Any woman would feel uncomfortable in the face of such a blatant gaze. Ling Xiao also wanted to help her vent her anger, but he couldn't kill all of these mercenaries one by one. He pulled Luo Meiying to the reception area of the mercenary guild and handed a piece of paper to the receptionist. "I want to find the contact person for this mission." Ling Xiao's mission to find a person had to find the person who accepted the mission, and then confirm the location of the Yin Lotus. Only then would the mission be considered completed. This way, he could put an end to people who made up fake news. "Please wait a moment. I'll check for you." The receptionist responded and then walked behind the screen to accept the mission. At this time, the mercenaries whispered to Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying, "Old Tian, look at that girl. She's so beautiful. She has breasts and buttocks. Just pressing down like that, I don't know how good it feels. Isn't that so? Look at the pretty boy beside her. How can he satisfy this sexy wild horse? It's really a reckless waste of God's gifts. He, who told her to be so handsome? Why don't we have some fun when we have the chance? It's not good to make a move in the city. Let's get a feel of the situation first. These mercenaries didn't use the secret ear to transmit their voices, nor did they use their aura to block their words. Naturally, Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying heard them. Luo Meiying was so angry that her chest heaved up and down, making her look even more alluring. Meiying, it's not worth getting angry over this kind of person. I'll help you vent your anger. Ling Xiao comforted Luo Meiying, and then coldly looked at the unscrupulous mercenaries. You haven't even grown your hair yet, and you still want to act like a hero in front of a beauty? Bah, if you have the ability, come fight me on the stage. Watch me beat you up. That's right, a beauty might as well follow me. What's so good about this brat? I'm afraid he won't be able to satisfy you in bed. He's young, but his tone isn't small. Why don't you take a look at what kind of place this is? Many people listened to Ling Xiao and the mercenaries and were waiting to watch a good show. After all, this was the city, and ordinary people weren't allowed to use force unless it was in the city's fighting arena. A formless high-grade spirit incantation instantly overflowed from Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge, and the mysterious runes rushed into the mercenaries' sea of knowledge. The mercenaries who were still laughing suddenly became sluggish, as if they were possessed, and all of them stopped provoking Ling Xiao. Following that, the surrounding people who were watching the show also looked as if they were possessed, causing their brains to not be able to wrap around it. You guys come here. Ling Xiao's voice seemed to be enchanted, and the mercenaries actually obeyed his order and walked over. Kneel down and slap yourself. Ling Xiao said again. Plop. The mercenaries all knelt down at the same time and began to slap their own mouths. It was as if they didn't know how to cry out in pain. Their mouths were smashed until they bled, and their teeth were almost knocked out. Laugh, forget it, let them go, it's disgusting to see them. Luo Meiying turned her face away and said. Ling Xiao lightly nodded and said the word, scram. Then, the mercenaries rolled out of the mercenary guild like a ball. Everyone present was stunned. It's over. They looked at Ling Xiao with fear in their eyes. Just a moment ago, they were very disdainful of this young man, but now they didn't dare to look him in the eye. Many people even ran out with their tails between their legs, afraid that they would get into trouble. Chapter 870. For these people, Ling Xiao only slightly punished them. Who told them to flirt with his woman? They were lucky that he didn't want their lives. Looking at the mercenaries who scattered like birds, Luo Meiying felt proud, but she didn't know how Ling Xiao did it. Xiao, why would they listen to your command? Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'll tell you later. At this time, the maid of the mercenary guild had come out and said to Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying, You too. The mission you issued has indeed been successfully accepted. We will immediately send someone to find the person who completed the mission. You can come again at this time tomorrow. It was impossible for people who completed this kind of clue mission to stay in the mercenary guild all the time waiting for the employer to arrive. They would leave their contact information and only show up to lead the way when the employer arrived. Ling Xiao already knew this procedure. He nodded to the maid and took Luo Meiying out of the mercenary guild. Just as the two stepped out of the mercenary guild, a strong man stopped in front of them. You two please wait. I'm Ho Ming, the captain of the Iron Water Mercenary Corps. What can I do for you? We, the Iron Water Mercenary Corps, can help you solve your problems. Although the strong man looked rough, he was quite eloquent. Ling Xiao looked at the middle-aged man and found that he looked simple and honest, but from his eyes that kept darting around, Ling Xiao knew that this guy was not what he looked like. Moreover, he knew that this man was also in the mercenary guild just now. He knew that Ling Xiao couldn't afford to offend him, but he still came to ask for a job. This made Ling Xiao wonder what he was thinking. What can your mercenary corps do for me? Ling Xiao asked with a faint smile. Whether it's killing, arson, searching for spiritual items, flying to the sky or diving into the sea, we can help you too. The man was very good at packing and replied. Okay. Then leave your contact information. I really need to go to the sea in a few days. Ling Xiao also responded to the man. The man was excited. He immediately told Ling Xiao an address and then left in a hurry. When he turned his back to Ling Xiao, there was an inexplicable sneer on his face. Xiao, are we really going to the sea? Luo Meiying asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, You are a water elemental. If you want to speed up your understanding of the power of the world, a trip to the East China Sea will be of great benefit to you. Maybe it will help you understand the power of the world. Regardless of whether the mercenary was intentional or not, Ling Xiao definitely had to make a trip to the East Sea. Not to mention the things at the bottom of the sea that would make people envious. Just for Luo Meiying's further understanding of the water attribute, he had to make a trip to the sea. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying found a restaurant to stay. The day quickly passed and Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying arrived at the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild introduced Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying to a person. They didn't expect that person to be the middle-aged man who blocked Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying yesterday, Ho Ming. I didn't expect to meet the two of you again. What fate? Ho Ming let out a hearty laugh. Ling Xiao was still as calm as before. He now knew why this person blocked his way yesterday. I'm sure you recognize me. Quickly, take me to the person I'm looking for. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His narrowed eyes shone with an indescribable light. Yesterday, this person blocked Ling Xiao's path. Only now did Ling Xiao know that this person was the mercenary who knew Yianhe's whereabouts. Ling Xiao was sure that this person in front of him knew his identity. Otherwise, things couldn't be so coincidental. It was just that Ling Xiao didn't understand what this Ho Ming was planning. Ho Ming seemed a bit speechless and replied, "Don't worry. Since I've accepted the mission, of course I'll complete it. However, we need to go out to sea. She's already out there. If you don't want to go out to sea, then you'll have to wait for her to come back. I just don't know when she'll come back." "All right, we'll do as you say. As long as we find her, you'll be rewarded." Ling Xiao immediately agreed. He didn't know what this person was planning, but he didn't want to let go of any clues regarding Yun Mingqi. Even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a pot of boiling oil, he wouldn't even frown. Then let's go." Ho Ming rubbed his hands. He didn't know why, but right now, he felt a bit timid in front of Ling Xiao. He cursed in his heart. F***ck, so what if she's the head of the proud smiling palace? Once she's out at sea, she'll be at our mercy. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying followed Ho Ming out of East Sea City, heading towards the vast Eastern Sea. On the way, Ling Xiao asked Ho Ming how he'd discovered Yianhe's whereabouts. Ho Ming naturally told Ling Xiao the story he'd prepared beforehand. "Are you sure that Yianhe is the person I'm looking for? If she isn't, then I won't give you a single crystal," said Ling Xiao. There were many people with the same surname in this world, so Ling Xiao had to be the first to say this. Ho Ming patted his chest and said, "Headling, don't worry. That woman claimed to be an elder of the Gue Shui sect, and her name is Yianhe, which matches your mission. If she isn't the person you're looking for, then I have nothing else to say." Ho Ming stopped in his tracks. It seemed that if Ling Xiao continued to question him, he wouldn't be able to lead the way. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and take me there." He thought to himself, no matter what tricks you play, if the answer doesn't satisfy me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Ho Ming respectfully led the way once again. After the three of them flew for a while, a gust of wind blew over, and a refreshing yet slightly salty smell assailed their nostrils. After a while, they arrived at the shore of the Eastern Sea. There were many martial artists and ships on the docks. The bustling sounds and the dense number of ships showed how prosperous the sea was. Any martial artist who wanted to go out to sea to hunt for treasures wouldn't be able to casually go out unless they had a few tricks up their sleeves. Ordinary martial artists only dared to walk in the shallow waters to search for low-grade spirit herbs and catch some ordinary spirit beasts to sell. The stronger martial artists, on the other hand, went a little further into the sea, where the dangers and opportunities there were also much greater. As for the center of the sea, there were even more terrifying existences there, and even natural disasters could descend at any time. Even the Sky Sovereign and Emperor Xian had to be careful there. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would end up buried in the sea. Just as Ho Ming, Ling Xiao, and Luo Meiying arrived at the pier, a dozen or so mercenaries came forward to welcome them. One of the mercenaries said, "Captain, you're here. Boss is in a hurry. Did anyone come to reply to the mission?" Ho Ming immediately pointed at Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying and said, "Yo, aren't these our employers? Have you prepared the ship? We need to find them as soon as possible so that we can report to them." "Cut the crap. Now that they're here, why aren't you guys keeping an eye on that woman?" Ho Ming shouted at the man. This mercenary's name was Robin, and he was one of Ho Ming's subordinates. He had the strength of a low-level sky sovereign. He looked at Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying, then said to Ho Ming, "That woman went out to sea 3 days ago. If we chase after her at full speed, I believe we'll be able to catch up to her in no time." "All right, let's go now." Ho Ming waved his hand and said. His gaze then landed on Ling Xiao and said, "What do you think?" Ling Xiao replied, "You guys do as you see fit. I only want to find her." "All right, our people are always paying attention to that woman's whereabouts. We'll definitely find her for you as soon as possible." Ho Ming patted his chest and replied. Immediately after, Ho Ming brought Ling Xiao, Luo Meiying, and his subordinates to the pier. Seeing that the pier was operating in a disorderly manner, many martial artists were patrolling coldly to prevent anyone from causing trouble at the pier. When Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying followed Ho Ming onto the boat, a man who was as tall as an iron tower among the patrolling team saw Ling Xiao's back and muttered, "Why does this guy look a little like brother-in-law?" He only muttered to himself and did not go forward to take a look. He felt that his eyes might be playing tricks on him. How could his brother-in-law suddenly come to the East Sea without him knowing? The sea breeze was fresh and salty, and the seawater was blue. Looking at the vast and boundless sea, Ling Xiao felt that he was like a chestnut in the ocean. He was simply too insignificant. Right now, he was already a high-level sky sovereign, and his battle strength was comparable to the mystic Thearchas. However, he did not have the confidence to fly above this sea for many days. After all, it was a vast expanse. It looked so lonely and desolate, without any footholds. Even if the mystic Thearch was here, he would not dare to say that he could fly across this sea. This was also the reason why many martial artists wanted to sail out to sea. At the very least, this was the best tool to rest and recover. "Xiao, do you feel that this sea breeze is very comfortable?" Luo Meiying sat on the bow of the boat and opened her arms as she spoke with an intoxicated expression. Luo Meiying was a water attribute martial artist. The water attribute spiritual energy in this sea region was incomparably dense, so she naturally felt that she had an affinity with this heaven and earth. I feel comfortable too." Ling Xiao replied softly. The feeling of the sea breeze calmed him down a lot. The only thing that made him feel uncomfortable was the salty smell, which made him feel uncomfortable. "Xiao, I keep feeling that they are up to no good." Luo Meiying leaned closer to Ling Xiao and sent a voice transmission. Luo Meiying's brain was not very smart, but she also faintly felt that these people were not reliable. Ling Xiao naturally knew this as well. He immediately replied, "No matter what tricks they play, just take it. They have a lot of people, and this is their territory." "This," Luo Meiying said worriedly. Although she knew that Ling Xiao was not weak, she had not seen Ling Xiao's current combat strength. Naturally, she was afraid of any accidents. "Don't worry, they are just a bunch of clowns. They can't play any tricks. You should go back to your room and cultivate more. At the same time, experience the feeling of this sea. I believe that after this trip, you will definitely be able to comprehend your own world power." Ling Xiao smiled and comforted her. No matter what the people of the Iron Water Mercenary Group wanted to do, Ling Xiao had already prepared to block them. He only hoped that he could really see that Yinhe on this trip and find out the whereabouts of Yun Mingqi. Then, everything would be worth it. Chapter 871. The boundless sea was rippling with dark green waves. From time to time, there were sea swallows flying and chirping, and occasionally, there were spiritual fish jumping on the surface of the sea. On a big ship, the sail was printed with the words, Tai Shui, which meant that this ship belonged to the Tai Shui Mercenary Group. The Tai Shui Mercenary Group was well known in this sea area, and it could be ranked in the top 3 among many mercenary groups. There were thousands of people in the Tai Shui Mercenary Group, and most of these people were water attribute martial artists because most of their missions were carried out in the sea area. As the leader of the Tai Shui Mercenary Group, he was an extraordinary overlord. It could be said that his cultivation was infinitely close to the mid-level Mystic Emperor. There was also a low-level Mystic Emperor and 3 half-emperors under his command. With such strength, few people dared to provoke them in this sea area. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying had been sitting on the ship of the Tai Shui Mercenary Group for half a month. There were King and Earth Sovereign martial artists taking turns to drive the ship with their spiritual power, so the speed was not slow. After half a month, the ship was already far away from land. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying occasionally walked out of the ship, but most of the time, they stayed in the cabin to cultivate. Luo Meiying was also getting more and more proficient in sensing the water attribute's spiritual power. She felt that as long as she stayed here for a period of time, she would be able to master her own world power. Along the way, Ling Xiao had asked Ho Ming a few times if he could catch up to the girl. Ho Ming had confidently promised that he would be able to find her in no time. Ling Xiao couldn't help but want to control Ho Ming with a high-level spiritual spell several times and ask them if they really knew the whereabouts of Yin He, or if they were setting him up. In the end, Ling Xiao suppressed it. If he knew everything, he would lose interest in playing. He wanted to know who was so capable that they dared to trick him, the palace lord of the proud smiling palace, to the sea. At first, he was also afraid of hurting a good person. That night, the wind became a little stronger, and the waves rose a little higher. Ho Ming and his men stayed in the cabin, and their expressions became a little dignified. "Captain, there seems to be a strong wind. I'm afraid there will be a tsunami," Robin said to Ho Ming. For mercenaries like them who had traveled across the sea, they were very familiar with the changes in the sea's climate. According to the previous situation, they wouldn't encounter any strong winds and waves when they went out to sea. But now that there was a sudden gust of wind, they realized that the weather had changed. Ho Ming knew that Robin was telling the truth and immediately asked in a deep voice, "How much longer until we reach the rendezvous point?" Robin replied, "If we rush at full speed, it'll take at least 3 days. They're currently on Hongyan Island." 3 days. "I hope the tsunami this time isn't so fierce," Ho Ming muttered. He then said, "Everyone, be on guard and prepare to activate the defensive formation at any time. We absolutely cannot let the tsunami overtake the ship, otherwise, we're all done for." Usually, there would be an array rune master on a long-distance ship to draw a small array in case of an emergency. For example, in the current situation of the tsunami, it was time to use the array formation. The array formation could be used to block the impact of the tsunami. If their ship was destroyed, it would be difficult to return to land from here. For people who weren't familiar with the direction of the sea, once they got lost, they wouldn't be able to find the location of land and could only wait for death in the sea. I really don't understand what Boss is thinking. He actually lured such a big enemy over for this woman. It's a good thing that the other party only sent 2 people. If a few mystic thearchs followed us, we wouldn't be able to bear the consequences, Robin said with some indignation, as if he didn't agree with this matter. "And who said it wasn't? If I hadn't purposely tested if there were only 2 of them, I really wouldn't have gone this time. That damned witch. She only followed us out to sea because she had a powerful method. Don't think that she's a fool." Ho Ming agreed. Listening to the conversation between the 2 of them, it seemed that targeting Ling Xiao wasn't their own idea. It was as if they had been instructed by someone else. The sea wind gradually grew stronger, and the waves grew taller. Ling Xiao felt that the wind was strange. He found Ho Ming and got straight to the point. "Captain Ho, back then, you patted your chest and said that you would find the person for me in 10 days. Now, I haven't even seen a shadow. Now that the wind is here, I'm afraid there will be a natural disaster. Could it be that Elder Ho is plotting something against this palace?" Ling Xiao stared at Ho Ming with a threatening expression. At the same time, his aura pressed down on Ho Ming. This person obviously knew that he was the palace lord of the proud smiling palace, but he still had the guts to bring him out to sea. He must have a plan. Ling Xiao asked him directly because he wanted to see his reaction. Ho Ming didn't think that Ling Xiao would pressure him at this time. He was originally a high-level celestial venerate, but when faced with Ling Xiao's aura, he still felt suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. He was afraid that if he resisted even a little, he would immediately be thrown into the sea. Palace Lord Ling, please listen to me." Ho Ming became a little panicked as he responded. It wasn't that he hadn't heard of Ling Xiao's prestige. However, when faced with his aura, he felt that his mind was on the verge of collapsing. Boom! Suddenly, thunder and lightning roared in the pitch-black sky, and a majestic rain came instantly. Ling Xiao's aura also relaxed after this disturbance. At this moment, Ho Ming also came back to his senses. He quickly adjusted his state of mind and shouted, "Palace Lord Ling, don't worry. The tsunami is coming. I have to activate the array formation to protect the ship." After saying this, He turned around and ran into the cabin. At the same time he shouted, "Everyone, be on guard. Activate the array formation to protect the ship." After saying this, Ho Ming entered the cabin. His legs went weak, and he fell on his butt on the deck. To be honest, although he helped others to design the situation to invite Ling Xiao to go out to sea, it didn't mean that he had the spirit of risking his life. In the face of Ling Xiao's domineering aura, he really couldn't muster up any courage to resist. He thought to himself, although the boss is known as the overlord of the sea, Ling Xiao isn't a lamp with oil left. After sending Ling Xiao to his destination, I must take the opportunity to escape. After seeing the strength of Ling Xiao, Ho Ming was afraid. As the majestic rain continued to fall, the sea breeze blew fiercely, and the waves began to tumble endlessly. The waves that were originally 1 or 2 meters high suddenly rose to more than 10 meters high. The waves seemed to fall from the sky and hit the ship. Bang! The wind was high and the waves were strong. The sound of the powerful impact was heard. An ordinary ship would have been smashed into smithereens in the face of such turbulent waves. However, the Iron Water Mercenary Group ship had already activated a defensive formation. When the waves were about to hit the ship, the light curtain of the formation flickered, blocking the waves and shaking them away. Despite the obstruction of the defensive array, the ship inevitably suffered a lot of turbulence. Everyone in the cabin had been prepared, but the few king stage martial artists who were not strong were still shaken and fell on the deck. The waves didn't stop at once. The waves that came one after another became more and more turbulent, and the waves were also higher than the previous one. When people faced it, they felt so fragile. Fortunately, everyone on the ship had seen strong winds and waves, so they didn't seem too afraid. Luo Meiying, who was next to Ling Xiao, looked a little timid. It was the first time for her to face the impact of this kind of natural disaster. Moreover, she didn't have much experience in all kinds of dangers. Suddenly facing it, she would definitely feel a little flustered. Ling Xiao was like a mountain, standing steadily on the plate armor. He grabbed Luo Meiying's hand and said, "Meiying, you stabilize your breath. Pour your strength into your feet. Your body is like a rock, majestic and motionless." Luo Meiying's strength was comparable to that of a peak heavenly venerable, but she didn't know how to use it. When she heard Ling Xiao's words, she immediately restrained her mind and stabilized her body. With Ling Xiao by her side, the fear in Luo Meiying's heart gradually disappeared. It was as if his figure was always in front of her, sheltering her from the wind and rain, making her feel so safe. Her hand gradually left his palm. Her figure rose and fell with the waves of the ship, but she could already achieve the same state as the figure beside her. Her body was like a rock, unaffected by these impacts. When her whole body relaxed, she looked at the waves that were crashing over, and her beautiful eyes showed some inexplicable color. She always felt that the impact of these waves seemed to have a feeling of resonance with her. Her dantian began to operate unconsciously, and the spiritual power in her meridians also roared non-stop. The spiritual power in her sea of consciousness seemed to become restless like the waves. Little by little, water droplets began to gather around Luo Meiying. At this moment, all her strength burst out. Ling Xiao felt that Luo Meiying was acting strangely and quickly turned to look. He looked slightly stunned and then murmured, "Could it be? She comprehended it just like that?" Ling Xiao clearly felt that Luo Meiying should be comprehending the power of her own world. Otherwise, she would never have such a situation at this time. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and immediately took a few steps back. At the same time, he began to pay attention to everyone on the ship. Once he found someone approaching, he would definitely attack without hesitation. The most important thing for any comprehension was to be interrupted by others. In the end, it would be a wasted bamboo basket. Ling Xiao secretly rejoiced in his heart. Disasters and blessings depend on each other. This tsunami made Luo Meiying feel the power of her world. This is too smooth. Ling Xiao originally thought that he would have to take Luo Meiying to the sea for a period of time before she could comprehend it. He did not expect the tsunami to come so timely, allowing her to reap all the benefits earlier. Luo Meiying felt as if she was in the sea, and she was like the god of the sea. She felt as if she could control the power of any wave. She closed her eyes to feel it, and her hands unconsciously spread out. A lot of water power began to condense. However, at this moment, a huge black shadow quietly appeared under the ship. Chapter 872. Above the East Sea, near the depths of one of the sea regions, the winds and clouds suddenly changed. A tsunami suddenly appeared, and many ships activated their array formations to deal with this attack. The tsunami was like the might of the heavens, and the monstrous waves kept crashing down. Even an Earth-sovereign stage martial artist would find it difficult to resist such an impact. Only an Empyrean stage martial artist would be able to resist for a while. However, in the face of the endless waves and howling gales, even heavenly venerables were not confident that they could withstand the tsunami. Those ships that did not have defensive array formations were immediately swept away by the waves. The martial artists on the ships were also swept into the sea by the high waves, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. On one of the ships, Luo Meiying was already surrounded by a mass of waves. It was as if she was draped with a pure veil, making her look ethereal and extraordinary. Her aura was also rising steadily. No matter how the ship shook, she was still like a boulder and was not disturbed by any external forces. Not far from her, Ling Xiao was carefully guarding for her. On the other side of the ship, Ho Ming and Robin also noticed Luo Meiying's situation. "Captain, could that girl have comprehended something?" Robin asked Ho Ming in a low voice. Ho Ming nodded with a serious expression and said, "It should be. I did not expect this girl to be so strong. After this enlightenment, her strength will probably improve greatly. This is not a good sign. How about we go and stop her?" Robin's expression turned gloomy. "If you want to court death, don't drag me along. Can't you see that Ling Xiao is protecting her?" Ho Ming glared at Robin and shouted. Robin shrunk his neck and changed the topic. "Fortunately, this is not a 9-grade tsunami or above. Otherwise, this array formation would not be able to protect her." Tsunamis were also divided into grades. 3rd-grade tsunamis were just ordinary waves, and many martial artists could handle them. 3rd-grade tsunamis were as powerful as this one, and it was enough to make many martial artists fearful. 9th-grade tsunamis and above were the most terrifying natural disasters. Even the mystic the Arch might not be able to escape if he encountered one. Just as Ho Ming was about to reply, the bottom of the ship suddenly felt a strong impact. Bang! The ship, which was dozens of meters long, seemed to have been hit by something. The entire ship was sent flying, and at the same time, a high wave crashed down from the sky. Under the joint attack of the two forces, the defensive light curtain shook incessantly, seemingly showing signs of cracking. Everyone on the ship was thrown off balance by the sudden impact, and their hearts were especially nervous. Mercenaries like them, who had been in the sea all year round, immediately realized that there was a spirit beast causing trouble under the ship. Ling Xiao's body also swayed slightly. He scanned his surroundings and sensed the turbulent aura under the ship. They really came at the wrong time. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly and immediately spread out his aura. At the same time, he firmly pressed the boat on the surface of the water. No matter how strong the wind and the waves were, the boat was not shaken at all. No matter what, Ling Xiao absolutely did not want Luo Meiying to be implicated at this moment. However, the spirit beast below seemed to be somewhat unyielding, and actually continued to hit the bottom of the ship. The defensive light curtain gradually showed signs of cracking. It was unknown which mercenary cried out in alarm. This is bad. The formation can't take it anymore." Bang! Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, the defensive light curtain completely disappeared. At this moment, the ship had lost its protection, and everything on the ship became precarious. Ling Xiao cursed loudly. Damn it! If he could not stop the impact of the waves, and could not prevent the spirit beast from causing trouble, then Luo Meiying's comprehension would end prematurely. Although Ling Xiao cursed, he also knew that he could not make any mistakes at this critical moment. His aura had already risen to a terrifying level, and with him as the center, a multicolored light curtain instantly spread out to the surroundings of the ship. Ling Xiao actually planned to use his own strength to support the ship and not let it be destroyed. However, although his aura could stop the impact of the waves, it could not stop the spirit beast from breaking through the bottom of the ship. A large amount of seawater instantly surged into the ship. Damn it, hurry! Hurry up and fill up the hole. We absolutely cannot let the ship enter the water. Ho Ming's expression changed greatly as he shouted. The martial artists on the ship quickly took out the deck to repair the damage and covered the hole in the deck. However, the spirit beast seemed to have gone mad, and still continued to attack the bottom of the ship. "Captain, we can't go on like this. Either we send someone down to kill that fellow, or we leave now," Robin said to Ho Ming. "Send people down to get rid of it." Ho Ming didn't even think before giving the order. Robin nodded lightly, and immediately turned to the others and ordered, "You guys go down and take a look, and see what kind of fellow is causing trouble." The few people received the order, and immediately rushed out, rushing towards the sea. They were all mercenaries that often traveled the sea, and could be considered sailors. They cultivated the water attribute, and were not weak in underwater battles. As the few people went down, the impact on the bottom of the ship stopped for the time being. Ho Ming heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Looks like it's not a big fellow." In the nearby sea, there were mostly 5th-grade spirit beasts. In the eyes of celestial venerables, they were not considered scary spirit beasts. Even an ordinary 6th-grade spirit beast would not be too much of a problem. What they were most afraid of was occasionally encountering a higher-grade spirit beast, or a group of spirit beasts. If that happened, they would have to bear the consequences. However, just as he finished speaking, the sound of impact rang out again. This time, there was a 2 to 3 meter hole in the center of the ship. Seawater instantly flooded in, and the body of the ship immediately sank by more than half. The expressions of everyone on the ship changed greatly, and one by one, they flew up. However, before they could fly too high, a huge wave came crashing down from the sky, and the huge impact smashed them down one by one. Only a few celestial venerables were pressed down by a few meters, while the others fell into the sea one by one. Ling Xiao, who was on the ship, had already realized that the situation was not optimistic. He did not care whether Luo Meiying was comprehending or not. He had to take her away from this place, otherwise, it would be troublesome if she was swept away by the tsunami. There was nothing to be afraid of if he was alone, but he was afraid that Luo Meiying lacked the ability to adapt. If something bad happened to her, he would be guilty. Just as Ling Xiao was about to take Luo Meiying away, a huge bloody mouth suddenly appeared on the side of the ship, and it pounced towards Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying. This mouth was quite terrifying, and its fangs were incomparably sharp. It directly bit through the deck made of 1,000-year wood, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the two of them. At this time, if Ling Xiao wanted to take Luo Meiying away, he would definitely be devoured by this bloody mouth. There was no time for Ling Xiao to think too much. He shouted, "Meiying, wake up!" Then, without thinking, he turned around and punched the bloody mouth to stop this unknown spirit beast. Ling Xiao punched out without hesitation. He blasted out the power of the ice attribute, and the surrounding water attribute instantly condensed into a huge ice spike, which rushed towards the bloody mouth. Ling Xiao turned around again, intending to take Luo Meiying away, but when he turned around, he found that Luo Meiying had disappeared, and only the waves were still rippling. Ling Xiao instantly turned pale and he shouted, "Meiying, where are you?" He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, Luo Meiying would be taken away by the sea. This time, his heart was in a mess. However, while his heart was in a mess, the spirit beast at the bottom of the water went crazy. After being stabbed by Ling Xiao's ice spike, its mouth was bleeding, and its bestial nature was unleashed. Its huge body began to flip, and it directly swept the sinking ship into several pieces. At the same time, its appearance began to emerge from the water, and it allowed the waves to hit it, but it could not extinguish its anger. This was a peak rank 6 blue water crocodile spirit beast. Its bell-like eyes were filled with rage, and its long mouth was constantly biting, displaying its ferocious might. The spikes on its body were extremely malevolent. Ling Xiao floated above the sea, and at the same time, he allowed the waves to hit him. His body was like a mountain, and there was not a single trace of movement. His eyes were red with anger as he stared at the tens of meters long blue water crocodile, and a thick killing intent surged. "Damn fellow, if anything happens to Meiying, even if you die 10 times, it would not be enough." Ling Xiao shouted angrily, and his entire body faced the blue water crocodile that was pouncing towards him. The blue water crocodile was a water-type spirit beast, and this sea region was undoubtedly its territory. It had the effect of amplifying its attack. Countless water columns rushed towards Ling Xiao, and at the same time, its body swept across, and its huge tail smashed towards Ling Xiao with its spikes. Ling Xiao's figure continuously flashed a few times, dodging the water columns, and he finally stopped in the direction where the blue water crocodile's huge tail was sweeping from. Facing the full-force attack of this peak-grade 6th-rank spirit beast, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he welcomed it, opened his hands, and grabbed towards the huge tail. When those celestial venerables who did not fall into the water saw this scene, they all revealed a strange expression. They all felt that Ling Xiao was stupid to actually receive this attack from the blue water crocodile. Even the mystic the Arch would not use his physical body to fight against the blue water crocodile like this, right? However, in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. They only saw that Ling Xiao had actually hugged the tail of this blue water crocodile that was sweeping with 1,000 caddies. Damn bastard! Ling Xiao roared out, and all the strength in his body gathered on his arms. Following that, he actually flung that tens of meters long blue water crocodile into the air. Ling Xiao chased after it, both his fists bombarding the lower abdomen of the blue water crocodile non-stop. Bang bang! Countless fists were like raindrops, constantly bombarding the lower abdomen of the blue water crocodile. Every fist carried Ling Xiao's fury. The blue water crocodile was directly sent flying high into the sky, and countless amounts of blood flowed down from its lower abdomen. Under it, Ling Xiao was dyed into a bloody person, looking incomparably sinister and terrifying. Chapter 873. The blue water crocodile, which was at the peak of the 6th rank, was famous for its thick skin and thick flesh. Ordinary spirit weapons could hardly damage its skin. Its skin was one of the materials used to refine water-type spirit weapons. It was one of the more ferocious spirit beasts in the sea and liked to eat humans. They usually appeared in groups. Even heavenly venerables wouldn't dare to provoke them and would run as far as they could. But now, this spirit beast, which was known for its defense, was like a target in front of Ling Xiao. It was directly smashed into minced meat. The heavenly venerables of the Iron Water Mercenary Group were terrified when they saw this scene. Although they had heard of Ling Xiao's reputation, when they saw Ling Xiao's methods, they felt that Ling Xiao was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Captain, I think we should run away quickly, Robin said to Ho Ming, who was afraid of Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Ho Ming was also afraid and immediately said, "Let's go." After saying that, he moved to leave this place. "Get back here." Ling Xiao's voice was as scary as a demon's as he shouted. It would have been better if he hadn't said that. Once he said that, Ho Ming, Robin, and the others ran even faster. "You're courting death." Ling Xiao glared at them, his draconic eyes filled with ferocity. Ling Xiao's body didn't move, but his mind power had already blasted out. With a few screams, the sea of consciousness of everyone except Ho Ming and Robin was destroyed. One by one, they fell into the sea. "If you continue to run, you will end up like them." Ling Xiao's voice rang in Ho Ming and Robin's ears again. The voice seemed to carry a demonic nature, heavily smashing apart their psychological defenses. Palace Lord Ling, what are you doing? Now that the ship is damaged, we can deal with it after we leave this place. How could you kill our people?" Ho Ming's adaptability was still very fast. He immediately adjusted his mentality and turned to speak to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words with them. An advanced spirit incantation quickly rushed out from his sea of knowledge, simultaneously attacking Ho Ming and Robin. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't want to do anything to them. However, in this situation, he had no choice but to do so. He must know what these people were planning. Moreover, he needed them to help him find Luo Meiying's whereabouts. They had lived on the sea for a long time, so they had a better understanding of the sea. With them by his side, it would be much more convenient for him to return. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he went in the wrong direction. The two of them were easily controlled by Ling Xiao. "Go into the water and find Mei Ying," Ling Xiao ordered. He didn't have the time to ask them why they lured him out to sea. Luo Meiying's safety was his top priority. At the same time, Ling Xiao dived into the sea without hesitation. The majestic waves were still high, and the corpse of the blue water crocodile that had fallen from the sky was constantly rolling on the surface of the water. The blood was constantly spreading. As the blood spread, the nearby blue water crocodiles seemed to have gone crazy and swarmed in this direction. This dead blue water crocodile was only one of them that had separated from the group. Their main group was not far away. Ling Xiao, who was underwater, didn't have time to pay attention to his surroundings. He only knew that he was frantically searching for Luo Meiying's whereabouts. Although Ling Xiao's perception was outstanding, the sea waves were surging and the wind was howling. Any kind of perception would be useless. Ling Xiao took out the secluded water pearl and anxiously muttered in his heart, "Meiying, don't let anything happen to you." Although Luo Meiying had the strength of a peak heavenly venerate, she still couldn't use this strength freely. At best, she could only use the strength of a peak earth emperor. In such a harsh environment, if she was washed away, she would be in danger. If she encountered another spirit beast as strong as the blue water crocodile, she might not be able to handle it. Therefore, Ling Xiao was a little out of his wits. When he first brought Luo Meiying out, he felt that he had the ability to protect her, so he brought her out. Now, just as they arrived at the sea, there was a tsunami. Coincidentally, she had a sudden enlightenment. He didn't want to interrupt her enlightenment and cause her to be separated. He regretted it very much. Ling Xiao's figure swept through the sea without direction, but he couldn't find Luo Meiying's figure. He sent a message to Ho Ming and Robin, but the reply he received was that they couldn't find her for the time being. For a moment, he became distracted. This won't do. If this continues, who knows where Mei Ying will be swept to? Ling Xiao muttered to himself and summoned the Dragon Lady. The Dragon Lady was a water-type true dragon. In this sea, she was like a fish in water. Asking her to help him find someone was definitely the best choice. However, when he summoned the Dragon Lady, the connection between Ho Ming and Robin suddenly broke. This caused Ling Xiao to be shocked. There were usually only two possibilities for this to happen. One was that Ho Ming and Robin had died, causing his high-level mind curse to disappear. The other was that they had removed his mind curse. Comparing these two possibilities, Ling Xiao was more convinced that the first one had happened. Could it be that there are other spirit beasts nearby? Ling Xiao thought suspiciously. He was even more worried about Luo Meiying's safety. Under normal circumstances, if there was a powerful spirit beast here, there would be very few other spirit beasts nearby. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that the blue water crocodile was a type of spirit beast that lived in groups. However, no matter what kind of powerful spirit beast there was, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He had the Dragon Lady by his side. What was there to be afraid of? When the Dragon Lady appeared, she immediately sensed that her location was different from usual. "Boss, where is this?" The Dragon Lady asked Ling Xiao in pleasant surprise. She was a water-type divine beast. She had a personal connection to the vast sea, which made her feel abnormally comfortable. "This is the Eastern Sea," Ling Xiao replied. He then impatiently said, "Hurry and help me find Mei Luo's whereabouts. She was washed away by the waves." "All right, but we should be in some trouble now." The Dragon Lady readily agreed. She then cast her gaze in a certain direction. Her beautiful eyes revealed a dense fierceness. Immediately after, her body swayed and she transformed back into her true form. A blue dragon over 100 meters long suddenly appeared in the sea. Roar! A dragon roared in a certain direction, and the surging waves surged forward. The blue water crocodiles that were swimming swiftly towards Ling Xiao all trembled in fear. The might of a divine beast true dragon was a majestic emperor among beasts. If its aura couldn't even shake these rank 6 spirit beasts, then it would be a waste to call it a divine beast. Ling Xiao jumped onto the back of the blue dragon and arrived in front of the stunned blue water crocodiles in the blink of an eye. Only then did Ling Xiao see that there were nearly 100 blue water crocodiles. No wonder Ho Ming and Robin died without a chance to resist. At the same time, he thought of Luo Meiying and his heart sank. Without waiting for Ling Xiao's orders, the blue dragon had already flashed its enormous body and opened its bloody mouth to bite at the incoming blue water crocodiles. At the same time, the dragon swept its body, stirring up the seabed. Rumble, rumble. Most of the blue water crocodiles had the strength of rank 6, but the blue dragon was already at the peak of the mid-rank 8. It was also a divine beast. These blue water crocodiles had long since been scared stiff and could only be ravaged by the blue dragon. Under the bombardment, more than 10 blue water crocodiles were immediately smashed into pieces and died. The bodies of the blue water crocodiles could be said to be the best among water-type spirit beasts. However, compared to the body of a true dragon, the difference was like heaven and earth. The nearly 100 blue water crocodiles had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, but they didn't have the courage to fight the Beast King. They all fled in all directions, looking indescribably battered and exhausted. Dragon Lady, we can't let them escape. It's best if we can control them, Ling Xiao hurriedly said. If these blue water crocodiles scattered and escaped like this, they would be in trouble if they encountered Luo Meiying, who was still alive. The blue dragon didn't delay. Another supreme dragon roar soared into the sky. The blue water crocodiles that hadn't escaped far stopped one by one. They all looked like they were trembling in fear. This was the might of dragons. Spirit beasts below the level of divine beasts couldn't resist it. The blue dragon roared a few more times, as if it was transmitting some kind of message. Soon after, the blue water crocodiles turned their heads and swam towards the blue dragon. Their savage eyes were filled with terror. They all lowered their heads in front of the blue dragon, not daring to look it in the eye. Dragon Lady, ask them if they ate just now, and if they saw a human woman nearby. Ling Xiao asked. He originally wanted to ask if these blue water crocodiles ate human women, but he was afraid that this was already the truth, so he immediately changed his question. The blue dragon continued to roar, transmitting Ling Xiao's words. The blue water crocodiles scrambled to respond, and the sound they made was very hoarse and ear-piercing. This was a communication between spirit beasts, and even Ling Xiao couldn't understand it. After a while, the blue dragon said to Ling Xiao, "Boss, they said they ate a lot of humans, but I didn't see any human women today. I did see a lot of human men, but they also ate them all." Hearing this answer, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. At the very least, it proved that Luo Meiying hadn't been harmed. It was possible that she had only been swept away by the waves. With her current strength and water attribute physique, she shouldn't be in danger for the time being. Dragon Lady, have them spread out to search for Luo Meiying. We can't let her get hurt, Ling Xiao said to the blue dragon. These blue water crocodiles were their territory, so it would be much easier for them to find someone. The blue dragon immediately transmitted Ling Xiao's orders to these blue water crocodiles. These blue water crocodiles naturally didn't dare to resist and immediately scattered in groups to search for Luo Meiying's whereabouts. Dragon Lady, we'll also look around. She shouldn't be too far away from here, Ling Xiao said. The blue dragon looked in a direction and replied, "Boss, I feel something over there." Chapter 874. In the vast sea, the waves were rippling. In the deeper parts of the sea, the tsunamis were as violent as ever. In the middle of the tsunami, something strange was happening. A few hundred meters of water had formed a huge whirlpool, and the surrounding waves were caused by this whirlpool. This whirlpool was spinning faster and faster, and it had a strong suction force, as if it was going to swallow the heavens. At the same time, a strong tornado was blowing above the whirlpool, as if it was going to turn the entire place upside down. In such a situation, even a mystic the arch would feel his scalp go numb. This strange phenomenon was only caused by the tsunami, and no one would think about it in any other way. In fact, in the bottom of the sea, 1,000 meters below the whirlpool, there was a treasure being born. At the bottom of the sea, there were all kinds of water elemental spirit herbs. Third-level and fourth-level spirit herbs could be seen everywhere, and occasionally, some fifth-level and even sixth-level spirit herbs could be seen. The resources at the bottom of the sea were abundant, and this was a fact that everyone knew. But those who could excavate these resources were few and far between. After all, the dangers at the bottom of the sea were much more terrifying than those in the mountains. At the very center of the vortex, there were no living creatures or spirit herbs around, only bare mud and stones. These mud and stones did not seem to be as simple as they seemed to be. Some of the spots on the mud and stones were emitting a little silver light. These mud and rocks seemed to form a circle, surrounding an area of more than 10 meters, as if they were protecting something. In this area of more than 10 meters, there was a figure in the center, and this person was actually Luo Meiying, whom Ling Xiao was looking for. At this time, she was still in a state of enlightenment, and the spiraling water pillars were spinning around her like water dragons, looking very magical. Not far from her was a stalk of spirit herb. It was shaped like a vine, its thin stems constantly intersecting and twisting together, forming a spiral shape that spread out in all directions. This stalk of spirit herb was not green or blue like ordinary water attribute spirit herbs, but silver. Whether it was the stems, leaves, roots, Every part of it was silver, so silver that it was dazzling to the eyes. This spirit herb seemed to be full of spirituality. Its thin stems were constantly spinning, similar to the tsunami whirlpool above the sea. It was as if its spinning appearance was a miniature version of that whirlpool. It was surrounded by extremely dense water-attributed spiritual energy. This water-attributed spiritual energy constantly seeped into its stem and filled its energy, allowing it to grow in all directions. Luo Meiying was not far from this spirit herb, and the vines that spread out seemed to surround Luo Meiying in the middle. If one took a closer look, these vines seemed to want to wrap around Luo Meiying, but they were pushed away by the spiraling water columns around her, preventing these vines from getting close to her body. Luo Meiying didn't seem to be aware of her own situation. Her sea of consciousness had undergone an astonishing change. His knowledge sea gradually formed a spiritual world. The lower layer was spiritual liquid, while the upper layer was world energy. The spiritual realm was the unique mark of becoming a mystic the Arch. Luo Meiying actually broke through to the heaven venerable realm at this moment and became a mystic the Arch. This was simply too inconceivable. When she was saved by Ling Xiao using the demon sun's heart, her strength had directly soared to the peak stage heaven venerable realm. It was just that she didn't realize the world energy, and so she couldn't unleash the power of this energy. Now that she had realized the world energy, her strength rose once again. It was as if all the energy that had been stored in her body had exploded at this moment. She had directly broken through the bottleneck of the peak stage heaven venerable realm and reached the mystic the Arch realm. Her sea of consciousness had also formed a spiritual world. The main reason why she could become a mystic the Arch so smoothly was because the excess energy from the demon sun's heart had exploded once again after she realized the world energy. Furthermore, the water-attributed spirit energy here was extremely dense, which was very compatible with her element. It created the most advantageous space for her. The world energy that formed in her spiritual world was actually the same power as the tsunami. The sea waves surged, the sea winds howled, the whirlpool spun rapidly, and the suction force surged. Luo Meiying felt as if she had already grasped this power of heaven's might. She could use this power at any time and place. At this time, Ling Xiao had already approached the whirlpool on Dragon Lady's back. "Dragon Lady, what's in front?" Ling Xiao muttered as he looked at the churning seawater in front of him. The blue true dragon said, "I don't know what it is either. I have a feeling that the things over there should be delicious." Delicious? Ling Xiao's expression darkened. He had thought that the Dragon Lady had made some shocking discovery, but he did not expect it to be food. This made him extremely speechless. He was currently anxious to find Luo Meiying's whereabouts. "I also sense the aura of a human over there. It should be the person boss is looking for. It has the same scent as yours." The blue true dragon replied. When Ling Xiao heard this, he was overjoyed. Are you sure you have my scent?" If Luo Meiying stayed with him, she would definitely have some of his scent, and it was not surprising that the blue true dragon could sense it. "Yes," the blue true dragon replied. "That's great. Meiying should be fine," Ling Xiao exclaimed. "Boss, sit tight. I'm going in," the blue true dragon said as it faced the violent whirlpool in front of it. Then it brought Ling Xiao and Dove in. From the looks of it, it didn't seem to be afraid that the whirlpool would harm it at all. Bang! The huge dragon's body charged straight into the whirlpool. The powerful suction force seemed to have been forcefully stopped at this moment. It was only after the dragon's body had entered that it began to spin again. After entering the center of the whirlpool, Ling Xiao was dazzled by the water waves that kept spinning around him. However, he still saw Luo Meiying, who was wrapped in the center of the whirlpool. He was just about to call out when he realized that her current state was strange. He actually broke through to the Mystic Emperor. This speed is too fast. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim. Of course, Ling Xiao knew what Luo Meiying's strength was. He did not expect that she would suddenly break through to the Mystic the Arch realm in just a few hours. How could he not be surprised? The silver vines around Luo Meiying seemed to have sensed something. They quickly retracted their stems, as if they were afraid of being discovered by someone. As it retracted, the whirlpool actually slowed down and gradually stopped. "What is this?" Ling Xiao immediately noticed the silver spirit herb. The blue true dragon did not wait for Ling Xiao's orders and scurried towards the silver spirit herb. It seemed as if it could not wait to devour the silver spirit herb. The silver spirit herb actually seemed to have a spirit of its own as it immediately fled into the distance. Ling Xiao immediately jumped down from its body. He had to stay by Luo Meiying's side and protect her. What exactly is this thing that actually made the dragon lady so agitated? Ling Xiao stood not far from Luo Meiying and searched for information related to the silver spirit herb in his mind. All of a sudden Ling Xiao exclaimed, "Could it be a tier 8 mid-tier silver spiral sea vine?" He paused for a moment and said with certainty, "Yes, it can't be wrong. Otherwise, why would this whirlpool appear here?" No wonder the dragon lady said that it was delicious. So it was actually such a good thing. The silver spiral sea vine was a type of water attribute supreme grade spirit herb. To water attribute martial artists, it was a cardinal treasure. Not only could it improve one's physique and increase one's strength, but it also had the greatest benefit of condensing a spiral attack force and a spiral sucking force, which would greatly increase one's combat strength. Another point was that it could be nurtured as an attack-type strange treasure. There was nothing in this world that didn't have it. This silver spiral sea vine was different from ordinary spirit herbs. It could keep growing and was similar to the immortal tree in Ling Zhao's Sea of Consciousness. It had a soul and consciousness. If it was subdued and nurtured, it could absolutely become a great help to human martial artists. Because of its existence, fighting in places with water sources could directly cause natural disasters such as tsunamis. From this, it could be seen how precious this silver spiral sea vine was. It was a cardinal treasure that was hard to obtain even with 10,000 crystals. Even saints would want to fight over it when they saw it. Ling Xiao also didn't expect that he would encounter such a spiritual object not long after arriving at this sea region. It really made him pleasantly surprised. However, now that the dragon lady chased after it and wanted to devour it, wouldn't it be a waste of this great sacred object? What a pity! If we could catch it and let Meiying possess it, how great would that be? Ling Xiao sighed. Luo Meiying was a water attribute martial artist. If she could obtain this silver spiral sea vine, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. If the blue true dragon chased after it and devoured it, could it still escape? Ling Xiao shook his head and cast his gaze on Luo Meiying. It could be seen that her aura was already getting stronger and stronger. Countless spiral water columns churned continuously, just like water dragons attacking, stirring up this radius of 1,000 meters. Ling Xiao activated the glazed dragon scale battle armor and also had the water-repelling pearl in his bosom, blocking the water columns that attacked over. The sea water rippled endlessly. Vision was also blocked by this turbid seawater until it could not see clearly. Ling Xiao only felt that Luo Meiying's aura gradually stabilized. She should be continuously practicing her world power right now. At this time, the blue true dragon returned again. Ling Xiao asked anxiously, "You ate that silver spiral sea vine?" "It hid itself. I couldn't find it," the blue true dragon said. Ling Xiao was depressed all of a sudden. The blue true dragon was a middle-rank tier 8 divine beast. It actually could not catch that silver spiral sea vine. It could be imagined how cunning this spirit grass was. As long as it drilled into that seabed mud, wanting to find it again was really not easy. Bang! At this time, this part of the seawater gave off a startling explosion sound. This part of the seawater surged intensely once again. Following this explosion sound, Ling Xiao already sensed that Luo Meiying was about to wake up. The seawater returned to tranquility. Luo Meiying's figure stood gracefully. Her beautiful eyes revolved with lustrous light as she looked at Ling Xiao. The excited expression was hard to conceal. "Xiao, I comprehended world power." Luo Meiying pounced towards Ling Xiao's bosom and exclaimed. Chapter 875. Hugging Luo Meiying's voluptuous body, Ling Xiao felt a surge of desire. What's more, her aura had risen to another level, which made him even more mesmerized. Although Ling Xiao wanted to have a good time with Luo Meiying, the dragon lady was right beside him. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he would be too embarrassed to do it. "Meiying, how did you do it? You actually broke through to the mystic the arch tier." Ling Xiao kissed Luo Meiying and asked. Although he did not break through himself, it was his woman who broke through to the mystic the arch tier. Ling Xiao was still very happy for her. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He had experienced life and death for many years before reaching the strength of a high-stage heavenly venerate. However, Luo Meiying had surpassed him in such a short period of time. This made him a little puzzled. Luo Meiying said excitedly, "I don't know what's going on either." I looked at the waves and suddenly had a realization. When I first grasped the power of the world, I felt as if I had gone to another place. This allowed me to perfect the power of the world. After that, a surge of power suddenly erupted from my heart, and I reached the current realm. Luo Meiying's realization and breakthrough came naturally. She did not take a step further to find the reason. However, Ling Xiao knew that breaking through to the mystic the arch-tier required a huge amount of water attribute spirit energy. Other than her own energy eruption, Luo Meiying also needed to absorb an even larger amount of spirit energy. Without external help, she would not be able to break through in such a short period of time. Needless to say, the external help that Luo Meiying borrowed was the silver spiral sea vine. The whirlpool that it created gave Luo Meiying a new realization. At the same time, it gathered the spirit energy of the nearby sea region. This was also one of the reasons why she could break through so quickly. "Let's go, let's leave this place." Although Ling Xiao wanted to search for treasures in the sea, he was more anxious to find the whereabouts of the Yin Lotus. Now that Ho Ming and the others who led the team were all dead, he did not know how to find the Yin Lotus. However, he did not want to sit here and wait for death. Even if he had to travel the entire sea region, he had to find the Yin Lotus. Ling Xiao felt that it was a pity for that mid-tier 8th rank silver spiral sea vine. If he could find it, it would definitely be beneficial to Luo Meiying. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave with Luo Meiying, Ling Xiao glanced at the protruding black mudstone nearby. He discovered that the spots on the mudstone were flashing with silver light. Out of curiosity, Ling Xiao squatted down and slapped the black mud and stones with his palm. Bang! His palm slapped on the black mudstone, and a lot of black mud began to fly, revealing the true nature of the mudstone. "Hey, this is a 10,000-year-old mithril stone." Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim. The black mud around the black mudstone fell off, revealing the silvery, jade-like smooth stone walls. This was impressively a rare refining material, the 10,000-year-old mithril stone. It was a material of the same level as the 10,000-year-old black profound stone that Ling Xiao had obtained before. It was one of the main materials for refining spirit or saint artifacts. Although Ling Xiao was not a refiner, he naturally would not let go of such a good material. If he were to bring this back to the palace's chief refiner, Du Tai, he believed that he would be overjoyed. After all, this kind of material was not easy to find. Even if it was auctioned in an auction, it would be sold for a very high price. "Xiao, what kind of stone is this?" Luo Meiying asked curiously. Ling Xiao explained, "This is a 10,000-year-old mithril stone. It is a good material for refining. There are so many of them here. Hurry up and collect them all. There is no market outside." "Oh, then I'll help you." Luo Meiying was also a little excited. She immediately went to the side and slapped away the spots on the other black mudstone, and collected the 10,000-year-old mithril stone. After Luo Meiying had just collected a few pieces, she saw that there was a small silver spirit grass under one of the black mudstone. This little spiritual herb was constantly swaying in the water, and its stem and vine were constantly shrinking, looking very lifelike. Luo Meiying wanted to pick it, but after hesitating for a moment, she turned to Ling Xiao and asked, "Xiao, come over and see what kind of spirit grass this is. It's really strange." Ling Xiao rushed to her side and looked at the spirit grass under the black mudstone. This spirit grass seemed to have a spiritual nature, and it actually wanted to shrink into the sea mud. "Silver whirling sea vine," Ling Xiao exclaimed, and quickly threw the secluded water pearl towards the black mudstone. The attached seawater automatically dispersed, and there was immediately no water in the space of 2 or 3 meters. The silver spirit grass lost the support of water, and was forcibly stuck under the stone crack, unable to escape. Without saying anything, Ling Xiao pinched it in his hand. However, the spirit grass seemed to be unwilling to be captured like this, and kept struggling. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Haha, there are actually 2 silver whirling sea vines here. This one seems to be just a seedling, and it hasn't even reached the 7th rank, so it hasn't condensed its soul. "Just right," Ling Xiao said with a happy smile. This was the same spirit grass that had just escaped, It was the same silver whirling sea vine. This one was just a seedling, and it couldn't be compared with a mature silver whirling sea vine. But this one was easier to capture, and also easier to cultivate. In the future, it could become a great help. Ling Xiao really didn't think that there would be two silver whirling sea vines in the same place. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know that the silver whirling sea vine that had just escaped came from the depths of the sea, and it didn't grow here. Now this one was the spirit grass that was growing in this place, and the other high-level silver whirling sea vine wanted to devour this seedling before it grew up, so that it could help it to advance to the next level. But it didn't expect that it would bring Luo Meiying here, and Luo Meiying just happened to break through, and stopped it from devouring the seedling. It could be said that this seedling had received Luo Meiying's care, and it was destined to belong to Luo Meiying as a treasure. What spirit grass is this to make you so excited? But I feel that it gives me a feeling of familiarity. Luo Meiying looked at the silver whirling sea vine in Ling Xiao's hand and asked, "Haha, this is the best gift that the heavens have given you." Ling Xiao laughed, and then put away the silver whirling sea vine and the water-concealing pearl. Then he said, "Let's leave this place first, and then I'll slowly explain to you." Immediately after, the two of them rode the blue dragon and began to soar above the sea. Ling Xiao was worried about the whereabouts of the Yin Lotus, so he immediately had the blue dragon start to search for the aura of humans. The blue dragon was a water-type spirit beast, and this sea was definitely a holy land for it. With it carrying Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying, it was much faster than the ship. At the same time, they also had a group of little brothers, the blue water crocodiles, following behind them. In order to find people as soon as possible, Ling Xiao had no choice but to have these nearly 100 blue water crocodiles follow them. They were all spirit beasts of the sea, and they were more familiar with this place than anyone else, so it was much easier for them to find people. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Ling Xiao also explained the benefits of the silver whirling sea vine to Luo Meiying. "You're saying that I can place it in my knowledge sea, and if it continues to grow, it can be used by me?" Luo Meiying asked in confusion. She really couldn't understand why she was raising such a small spirit grass. Why didn't she just absorb it? Wouldn't that be more practical? Yes, don't look down on it. When it grows up and has a soul, you can use it to fight and create natural disasters like tsunamis. At the same time, you can use its spiral energy to increase your combat power. Ling Xiao replied. "So it can be done like this? Then how should I cultivate it?" Luo Meiying asked. "This is very simple. You can usually feed it with water, and when you have nothing to do, use your spiritual force to communicate with it. When you can sense each other, you can absorb it into your knowledge sea. Of course, you also need to give it some water attribute energy to absorb so it can grow and advance," Ling Xiao said. With Ling Xiao's explanation, Luo Meiying understood the benefits of this silver whirling sea vine and became even more excited. She immediately asked Ling Xiao for it, filled a container with water, and placed it in her space ring. Above the sea, the blue true dragon writhed about, sometimes soaring into the air, sometimes diving down into the sea, stirring up thousands of waves. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying, who were sitting on its back, were protected by their light shields and were not disturbed at all. Behind it, its little brothers had just dispersed to search for the aura of humans. Now that they had come to the depths of the sea, those who dared to come here were all cultivators above the Empyrean rank. No one below the Empyrean rank dared to set foot here. Here, there were often 6th order and 7th order spirit beasts appearing, which would be very troublesome once they encountered them. The spirit beasts that originally lived here had already fled far away when they felt the aura of the blue true dragon. Did those guys really lie to me? That shouldn't be the case. Ling Xiao frowned and murmured. Ho Ming and the others were not very strong. If they dared to deceive Ling Xiao into going out to sea, they must have some ulterior motive, so there should be some masters coming to pick them up. But over the past 2 days, Ling Xiao had traveled a lot of sea areas and encountered a lot of people along the way, but none of them had the insignia of the Iron Water Mercenary Group, nor did they have any particularly frightening auras. He was sure that these people had nothing to do with Ho Ming and the others. Did I go in the wrong direction? Ling Xiao thought again. In this vast sea area, there was no distinction between north, south, east, and west, and since Ling Xiao had no destination to search for, it was not unusual for him to go in the wrong direction. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and had to change his direction to continue searching. In the southeast direction of Ling Xiao's position, there was an isolated island. This isolated island was very strange. All of its rocks were crimson in color, and the weeds that grew on it were also crimson in color. Hence, it was named Red Rock Island. Although Red Rock Island was an isolated island, many mercenaries who had gone out to sea knew of its existence. Many mercenaries would rest on Red Rock Island when they came to this area, and at the same time, they would not go deeper into the sea. This Red Rock Island was the sign of entering the deep sea area. If they went further, even if they were at the Mystic the Arch rank, they would not be able to return. Therefore, when many mercenaries came here, it was often time for them to return. Chapter 876. Red Rock Island was like a chestnut in the vast sea, not worth mentioning. However, it was the only island in this tens of thousands of miles of sea, and it was also the largest island in the outer sea. On this deserted island, there were hundreds of flags fluttering. One of the flags was embroidered with a ferocious skull, giving off an evil aura, and the word skull was written on it. Another flag was embroidered with a few water patterns, and the word molten iron was written on it. The last flag was embroidered with 3 different colors, with white as the main color and red and blue as the supplementary colors. In the middle of the flag was a shining full moon, and the word March was written on it. On the sea, these 3 flags represented the 3 great mercenary groups, namely the Skeleton Mercenary Group, the Molten Water Mercenary Group, and the March Mercenary Group. Normally, the 3 mercenary groups would not interact much, and there would even be small-scale conflicts in certain aspects. However, now that they were all gathered on Red Rock Island, it seemed a little strange. The 3 mercenary groups each occupied a place in 3 directions to set up camp, and in the center was the largest tent, where loud discussions could be heard. "Old Tai, we've already been waiting here for 7 days. Can your bastard really lure the fish?" A boorish middle-aged man shouted at the top of his lungs. This man was ugly, but full of spirit, with a string of skull ornaments hanging around his neck, and his muscles like snakes, looking extremely ferocious. He was the leader of the Skeleton Mercenary Group, Lu Yi, known as the Skeleton Emperor, and was already at the peak of the mid-stage Mystic Emperor level. The old man he was talking to was Tai Linggong, who had just broken through to the mid-stage Mystic Emperor level, the leader of the Molten Water Mercenary Group. Apart from the 2 of them, there were 5 or 6 people at this table, all of whose aura had reached the Mystic Emperor level. And one of the middle-aged women beside Tai Linggong was actually the Yin that Ling Xiao had been looking for. Now that she had become a low-stage Mystic Emperor, her temperament had increased by another level, and her charming figure made her more attractive among the few men. This could be seen from the men's gazes sweeping up and down her body from time to time. After Lu Yi asked the question, another Mystic Emperor said, "This time, our 3 groups have gathered here, and we can't let this wait be in vain. You Tai Linggong must pay for it." This Mystic Emperor was only at the peak of the low stage, and ranked 3rd among all the people present. He was the leader of the March Mercenary Group, Lu Sanyue. Tai Linggong picked up a big bowl of wine and drank it in one gulp. He said, "Don't worry, since I, Old Tai, have invited you here, I won't let you come for nothing. Just don't run away when the time comes." Of course, it's not like we're new to this world. If he dares to come, this Red Rock Island will be his burial ground. Lu Yi shouted confidently. "That's right. Maybe we don't have the strength to challenge the proud Smiling Palace in other places, but in this sea region, no matter how many people they send, it's all in vain. We will definitely take Ling Xiao's head. I'm just afraid that he won't come in person." Lu Sanyue took a sip of wine. Her eyes didn't hide her strong desire for the Yin Lotus. Tai Linggong smiled and said, "That's for the best. Come, Xiao He, pour wine for the 2 leaders. It won't take long for your worry to disappear." With a bright smile on her face, Yin He swayed her waist and poured wine into the wine cups on the table. Then she looked at Lve and Lu Sanyue with a flirtatious look as she said, "Thank you, lords, for your help. If you need me in the future, I will do my best to help you." Although Yin He was old, she had broken through to the Mystic the Arch tier and looked much younger. Like a mature woman, she was still very attractive. The few people present were all thirsty people, and they naturally had improper thoughts about the only woman present. When Lu Sanyue received Yin He's wine, she even boldly stroked the back of Yin He's hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, little he. Brother Sanyue, will help you kill Ling Xiao even if I have to risk my life.
I don't believe that he has 3 heads and 6 arms, and that he can't deal with our combined army.
Thank you, Leader Lu. He smiled at Lu Sanyue and flirted with the back of Lu Sanyue's hand.
Then, she continued to pour wine for the others.
Lu Sanyue looked at He's fat arm and felt a strong desire.
If not for the fact that there were so many people present, he would have pounced on He and done it with her.
Sister Xiao He, how did you offend that Ling Xiao? Now that he and his proud smiling palace are at the peak of their power, we are risking our lives to help you kill him. You should let us know about the feud between you and him. Lu Yi took a sip of wine and asked.
He glanced at Lu Yi and revealed an indignant expression as she said, "It's a long story.
I, He, have seen many people, but I still misjudged this little thief. When I first met him, he was only a king stage. I didn't expect that after more than 10 years, he would become a rising star in the central region. His battle strength is comparable to the mystic Thearchas. This fated chance really makes me speechless." Back then, when He had first met Ling Xiao in the northwest, he had only been at the king level. But now, Ling Xiao was already a high-level heavenly venerate, and his battle strength was comparable to the mystic Thearchas. Such a rate of growth was truly monstrous. The few people present were shocked when they heard this. The Ling Xiao you speak of, are you sure that he is the current palace master of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao, and not someone with the same name and surname? A vice-captain of the skeleton mercenary group couldn't help but ask. If you didn't look for me, I definitely wouldn't think that the Ling Xiao of the proud smiling palace is the same Ling Xiao I met in the northwest.
The reason this little thief is so anxious to find me is because I took his beloved as my disciple in the northwest and brought her to the central region.
At that time, I thought that it would be impossible for a boy from the northwest to come to the central region. Even if he could come to the central region, he wouldn't be able to find us. However, I still underestimated this little thief's ability. Now that he has released news of me and my disciple, I can be sure that he is Ling Xiao from the northwest, he explained. Why does this sound so contradictory? If you only took his beloved as your disciple, you should feel lucky. Why are you afraid that he will come to settle the score with you? Could it be that you are even tricking your own disciple? Lu Yi asked again. To be honest, Lu Yi really didn't want to get involved in this mess. Ling Xiao's reputation was too great. The Black Demon sect, the Gu family, and the Sha Tian organization had all wanted to kill him, but all of them had returned in vain. This had helped to boost Ling Xiao's reputation. He really didn't want to provoke such a killer unless it was absolutely necessary. However, the conditions offered by the Iron Order Party were too tempting. Moreover, Ling Xiao himself was a man with a lot of treasures. So, he had agreed to form an alliance to deal with Ling Xiao after some consideration. However, the premise was that they had to lure Ling Xiao to the East Sea. Only in this favorable sea would they have the confidence to make Ling Xiao stay. Otherwise, no one would take this risk. That boy doesn't know what's good for him. After this disciple came to the central region with me, she was taken away by someone else. He thought that I had done something to her. This matter couldn't be explained clearly, so the enmity was formed, he said vaguely. She was an elder of the Black Water sect, which no one present knew. They also didn't know about the evil cultivation technique that he cultivated. However, what she said wasn't completely false. Yun Mengqi was indeed taken away by someone not long after she brought her to the central region. She didn't teach Yun Mengqi anything. She didn't become a mystic the Arch because she used Yun Mengqi as a cauldron to swallow her. Now that Sister Xiao He has become a the Arch, and you have our support, it's fine if that Ling Xiao doesn't come. If he comes, we will definitely bury him in this East Sea. Lu Sanyue said confidently.
Tai Linggong also opened his mouth and said, "My junior sister's matter will depend on you 2 brothers.
Come, my junior sister and I will give you 3 toasts. Tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk." He also raised her cup and said, "That's right. Little sister thanks you brothers for your help.
I will drink first as a sign of respect."
All right, let's drink to our heart's content tonight. In the future, we will kill those people from the proud smiling palace. Lu Yi shouted boldly. Lu Sanyue also laughed and said, "Little sister Xiao He is straightforward.
Come, let's drink until we're drunk."
For a moment, the tent became lively again. Half a day had passed, and everyone was drunk. Inhi made full use of her tricks. She kept walking among the men to adjust the atmosphere. She didn't mind these men touching her. Instead, she looked like she wanted to reject them, which made them even more lustful. In the end, when everyone was about to go back to rest, Lu Sanhua hugged Inhi impatiently. Her big hands roamed all over her body, and she said with a breath of alcohol, "Little sister Xiao He, why don't you rest in my tent tonight? I will definitely let you know how powerful you are." Inhi welcomed her with a smile. She pushed Lu Sanhua lightly and struggled out of Lu Sanhua's arms like a fish. She said with a smile, "Brother Sanhua, of course I know how powerful you are. However, I have something important to discuss with senior brother tonight. I will definitely come and see how powerful brother Sanhua is." "That's right. There's still a long way to go. My little sister will inevitably nag you in the future. Please take care of her," Tai Linggong said. From his words, it seemed that he wouldn't let Inhi go with Lu Sanhua now. As her senior brother, he also wanted to have a good time with his junior sister. Lu Yi put his arm around Lu Sanhua's shoulder and said, "Brother Lu, let's go. It's not good for us to disturb the relationship between the two of them." Haha. Lu Sanhua glanced at Inhi reluctantly, but she had no choice but to leave with Lu Yi. When only Tai Linggong and Inhi were left in the tent, Inhi immediately threw herself into Tai Linggong's arms and said in a coquettish voice, "Senior brother, that Lu Sanhua is so annoying." You won't have to feel wronged after I make use of them. Let's take care of senior brother's inner fire first." Hee. Tai Linggong hugged Inhi and tore her clothes with his hands. Inhi's right body appeared in front of Tai Linggong, which made his desire surge. Inhi smiled lewdly and said, "Senior brother, you are so impatient. Junior sister won't run away." Chapter 877. In the boundless sea, the sea breeze would occasionally blow, and sea beasts would occasionally roar as they flew by. 10,000 miles away from Red Cliff Island, a giant blue dragon carrying a young man and woman was rapidly approaching. Behind them were nearly 100 blue water crocodiles. This vast and mighty aura was indeed extraordinary. These two were Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying, who had gone out to search for Inhi. Ever since the tsunami, they had been wandering the sea for more than half a month, but they still hadn't found Inhi's whereabouts. Ling Xiao was extremely vexed, and he even suspected that Ho Ming had lied to him back then. "Ai, it looks like we came here for nothing." Ling Xiao sighed in disappointment. Luo Meiying comforted him. Xiao, don't be like this. Junior Mengqi is a lucky person. She'll definitely be fine." "Haha, don't try to comfort me," Ling Xiao said self-deprecatingly. Of course, he also hoped that Yun Mengqi would be fine. However, over 10 years had passed, and he had already destroyed the Blackwater sect. His name had spread throughout the central region, and he had even offered huge crystals as a reward for finding her whereabouts. However, there had been no news at all. Now that he had suddenly heard news of her existence, his heart had been filled with anticipation. However, the trail had been cut short, and he was thoroughly disappointed. He regretted that he had been too merciful. If he had taken action earlier and captured Ho Ming and the others, then he would have known whether Inhi's whereabouts were real or not. Luo Meiying didn't know how to comfort him. She could only hug him tightly and use her own body heat to silently comfort him. Even though the sky was an azure blue that connected with the sea, creating a beautiful scene, it was difficult to change the heavy mood in his heart. Suddenly the blue dragon said, "Boss, there are quite a few human auras not far ahead." After being in the sea for so many days, they had met quite a few humans, but Ling Xiao didn't seem too excited. He didn't think that he would be able to meet Inhi this time, but he also didn't want to appear in front of others with such great fanfare. "Dragon Lady, transform back into your human form. You should at least be able to scare others," Ling Xiao said. Then, he and Luo Meiying separated, and the blue true dragon returned to its human form. Every time Luo Meizi saw Dragon Lady's beautiful appearance and her golden ratio figure, she would feel a little inferior. The only thing she could be proud of was that her breasts and butt were rounder than Dragon Lady's. The underlings behind them were also arranged by the Dragon Lady to dive into the sea. The three of them rushed toward Red Rock Island. As they got closer to the Red Rock Island, Ling Xiao immediately sensed many different auras on the island.
Among them, there were a few auras that were very thick, causing him to feel a sense of danger.
Without guessing, he knew that these people were mystic Thear-cranked existences. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with hope, he thought. Could it be that there's a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? The mystic the Arch-Tear was not a low-grade spirit herb that could be found anywhere in the mountains. To have a mystic the Arch in this sea region, apart from the Dongfang clan's previous generation elders, only the leaders of the powerful mercenary groups would have such strength.
Ling Xiao suppressed his excitement and prepared to bring the two ladies to the island.
Who are you? This place has already been occupied by us. Hurry up and scram. More than 10 martial artists instantly blocked Ling Xiao and company. One of them, a high-level heavenly venerable, shouted. However, just as he finished speaking, he looked at Luo Meiying and Dragon Lady, his eyes burning with passion. These two ladies had excellent looks and figures, and they were practically beauties sent by the heavens. In an instant, these mercenaries, who often faced the brink of death, were filled with lust. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "My lords, please make an exception. The few of us are lost at sea and do not know the way back. Our ship has also sunk, and we need to borrow a place to rest. It would be best if my lords could give us a lift on your way back. We will definitely reward you handsomely." Ling Xiao still did not know if these people were related to Yin He. Of course, he could not kill them the moment he met them. The high-level Empyrean in the lead rolled his eyes and his tone became less cold. "Since that's the case, then you guys can go to the island first. However, you must not walk around randomly. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you." The high-level heavenly venerable immediately made up his mind. He must not let their leader see these two women. He wanted to be the first to have a taste of them. Otherwise, he would not have a share. Immediately after, the high-level heavenly venerable led his men and entered the island from another direction with Ling Xiao and company. They did not dare to fly directly into the island. Instead, when they approached, they lowered their flying altitude and speed and walked to the edge of the island. This high-level heavenly venerable's goal was to not let others see the existence of these two exquisite ladies. His companions were all so anxious that their eyes turned red. A middle-level Empyrean sent a sound transmission to the high-level Empyrean. "Captain, you can't enjoy it alone. At least leave some for your brother. What are you in such a hurry for? Quickly prepare a tent. We definitely can't let the captain see it. Otherwise, we won't have a share." The high-level Empyrean glared at the middle-level Empyrean. The group arrived at the edge of another rock, far away from where their mercenary group had set up camp. On the flat ground behind a few boulders, the middle-stage Empyrean took out a tent from his spatial ring. The high-level Empyrean revealed a complacent smile and said, "You guys rest here for the time being. When we return, we will naturally bring you guys along. You must not run around." Ling Xiao pretended to be passionate and said, "My lord, you are truly a good person. When we return, I will definitely reward you for your great kindness." "There's no need for that. Come with us for a while. There are some things I need to make clear to you first," the high-level Empyrean said with a sinister expression. If he wanted to enjoy the taste of these two top-grade beauties, of course he had to get rid of this young man in front of him first. If you have anything to say, just say it. As long as your request is not too excessive, we will agree to it." Ling Xiao replied. He, is that so? Then we want the two women by your side. This request shouldn't be too excessive, right?" Before the high-level Empyrean could speak, the middle-level Empyrean impatiently laughed lewdly. He stared at Luo Meiying and Dragon Girl, his saliva almost flowing out. "This lord really knows how to joke." Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. "Who's joking with you? If you want to die, then let the two of them accompany me for a while. Maybe I'll spare your life and bring you back at that time. If you don't want to, then you can go and die." The high-level Empyrean turned hostile and said. He didn't think that Ling Xiao and the other two were that strong. It would definitely be easy to take care of them. "They're so annoying." Luo Meiying revealed a displeased expression. "Yo, sister, your eyesight isn't good. Look at us. Which one of us isn't stronger than this brat? Take a good look." The middle-level Empyrean straightened his lower body and laughed. The other mercenary groups also laughed lewdly. In their eyes, Ling Xiao and the other two were already lambs waiting to be punished. Is there really no room for negotiation?
Ling Xiao said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Cut the crap, kill him.
The high-level Empyrean shouted impatiently. As his voice fell, a low-level Empyrean suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. His fist went straight for Ling Xiao's heart. It could be said to be extremely vicious.
You asked for it, so don't blame me.
Ling Xiao instantly grabbed that person's hand and quickly kicked him. Bang! The low-level Empyrean was immediately kicked more than 10 meters away like a dead dog, smashing into the rubble and dying.
How dare you? You actually dare to resist.
Kill him together. The high-level Empyrean shouted. Ling Xiao was already enraged.
Without waiting for the other party to make the first move, the ice and fire sword had already appeared in his hand.
His figure started to move, slashing towards the throats of the dozen or so people. Ling Xiao didn't want to move the people on the island so quickly, so he tried to kill them as fast as possible. The sword light was like a meteor as it descended. In just a few breaths of time, more than 10 people had died under his sword. These dozen people were still standing, and even in death, they didn't understand what was going on. Ling Xiao released the baleful energy again, immediately corroding and melting the corpses. He muttered disdainfully, "You dare to have designs on my woman? You really deserve to die." At this time, Luo Meiying reminded, "Xiao, it seems like someone is coming."
I know.
You just broke through to the Emperor stage, so your aura hasn't reached the level where you can freely control it. It's normal for them to be able to sense it. Since that's the case, let's go and see who they are, Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao could sense the aura of the other mystic thearchs. Naturally, they could sense Luo Meiying's presence as well. After all, she didn't cultivate a secret art to hide her aura, and she couldn't suppress her own aura. Now that more than 10 people had died, they could no longer hide their tracks. Ling Xiao led Luo Meiying and the Dragon Lady towards the aura of the approaching people. The leader of the group was Xianxia, the leader of the Tri-Moon mercenary team. He was closest to Ling Xiao and was also the first to arrive. Apart from him, dozens of mercenary experts rushed over one after another. These were all his subordinates. "Who are you?" Xianxia hadn't arrived yet, but his voice traveled over from afar. He was a peak-stage low-tier mystic the Arch, and his aura was very strong and majestic. "I am the proud Smiling Palace's Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao didn't hide anything this time and directly released his aura as he responded faintly. He had the supreme aura of a sovereign, and he looked extremely noble and imposing. You are Ling Xiao?" Xianxia had just steadied herself as she asked in astonishment. She also looked slightly panicked. They had been waiting for news of Ling Xiao for more than half a month. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao had already arrived on the island without them knowing. "That's right. I am the proud Smiling Palace. Who are you?" Ling Xiao asked. Given his reputation and the proud Smiling Palace's prestige, it was enough to shock many factions. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao and then at Luo Meiying and the Dragon Lady with a greedy look. However, she didn't dare to show it now. She had to make sure that Ling Xiao hid and wait for the other two groups to arrive. "Greetings, Palace Lord Ling. I am the leader of the Tri-Moon mercenary team, Xianxia. I am now resting on this island. I didn't know that Palace Lord Ling was coming, so I didn't go out to welcome you." Xianxia pretended to be respectful as she replied. At this moment, the other two groups also started to arrive. Chapter 878. Ling Xiao was not surprised by Xianxia's respectful reaction. His reputation had already spread far and wide in the central region. If he couldn't even intimidate a mere mercenary group leader, then his reputation would be undeserved. "What are you doing here? Do you know where the people of the Iron Water mercenary team are?" Ling Xiao asked continuously. Ho Ming and the others were from the Iron Water mercenary team, so they should have some fame on the sea. Ling Xiao asked this because he wanted to know where the other members of the Iron Water mercenary team were. As long as he found them, he could confirm whether the news was true or not. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and she thought to herself, does he know? Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked this. "Palace Master Ling, please wait for a moment. The leader of the Iron Water mercenary team is also here. They will be here soon," Xianxia said. She would hide Ling Xiao's location first. When the other two teams arrived, it would be the time of Ling Xiao's death.
Lu Sanyue kept glancing at Luo Meiying and the dragon lady out of the corner of her eye, and her heart was in turmoil.
I've long heard that Ling Xiao has good luck with women. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Lu Sanyue thought.
Both of them were peerless beauties in the world, and their figures were even more indescribable.
Any one of them was countless times more beautiful than that slut, Yin He. Compared to these two women, she was simply trash, unbearable to look at. Hearing that the people of the Iron Water mercenary team were here, Ling Xiao felt much better. No matter what, it was better to let him know if Yin He was here and if Yun Mengqi was still alive. This was better than letting his imagination run wild. Ling Xiao was just about to ask Lu Sanyue to lead the way to the people of the Iron Water mercenary team when he found many auras rushing over. It seems that I don't have to look for them, Ling Xiao thought to himself. As expected, the people of the Skeleton mercenary team and the Iron Water mercenary team rushed over. After all, the sudden appearance of a mystic the Arch aura and the disappearance of a dozen people's auras was enough to attract their attention. At this moment, Lu Sanyue gave her people a look, and she also stepped back, trying to stay as far away from Ling Xiao as possible.
Brother Lu, what happened here?
Lu Yi asked first. As his voice fell, he and his two companions steadily landed on the ground. Tai Linggong and Yin He also rushed over. Ling Xiao glanced around and his gaze fell on Yin He. Although Yin He had changed a little in the past 10 years, Ling Xiao would never forget her face even if she turned into ashes. If it wasn't for the fact that he trusted this woman, he wouldn't have allowed Yun Mingqi to follow her to the central region, and they wouldn't have been separated for so many years. Yin He, you bitch, get your ass over here. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with rage, and an unprecedented killing intent appeared. He realized that he had never hated a person so much before. Whether it was the Gu family, the people from Sha Tian's organization, or any of his previous enemies, he had never hated them to the bone. He couldn't wait to pull out her tendons and drink her blood. Ever since Ling Xiao found out that Yin He wanted to take Yun Mingqi as her disciple to use her as a cauldron to help her break through to a higher level, he was always worried about Yun Mingqi's safety and hoped to find her as soon as possible. However, after knowing that Yin He had broken through to the mystic the Arch realm, Ling Xiao felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Because this could mean that Yun Mingqi was all ready. Ling Xiao didn't dare to think any further. The only thing he wanted to do was to ruthlessly trample on Yin He. If Yun Mengqi was really swallowed by her, then even if Yin He died 10 times, it wouldn't be enough to appease his hatred. Ling Xiao's voice was like thunder in spring, and everyone's eardrums were in pain. A powerful aura surged out, and the golden dragon roared at the sky. Those who were weaker couldn't help but kneel down in front of that figure. Before Yin He could stand still, she was immediately shaken by this terrifying voice and panicked. Her blood was in turmoil, and her body staggered and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Tai Linggong, who was beside her, had sharp eyes and quick hands. He supported her and prevented her from making a fool of herself. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously here? Tai Linggong frowned and shouted at Ling Xiao. He didn't expect such a young man to have such an aura. Just a sound wave was enough to make his junior sister, who had just entered the Arch realm, fall to the ground. This ability wasn't any weaker than him. This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Yin He slut, get over here. Ling Xiao stared at Yin He and shouted again. His voice already contained a supreme dragon aura, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Yin He looked at Ling Xiao, whose aura was like the sky, and her legs couldn't help but tremble. She smiled and said, You are Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to come to Red Rock Island quietly. What's more, his aura was even scarier than she had imagined. She thought that since she had broken through to the mystic the Arch realm, even if she wasn't Ling Xiao's match, it wouldn't be a problem for her to escape. However, she realized that her thinking was wrong. In front of Ling Xiao, she couldn't muster up any courage to escape. She was glad that she had planned to lure Ling Xiao to this Red Rock Island. This time, she had to make Ling Xiao stay here forever. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well for the rest of her life. You are Ling Xiao. Tai Linggong pulled Yin He behind him and used his mid-stage mystic the Arch aura to block Ling Xiao's aura. Who do you think you are? I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me? Ling Xiao looked at Tai Linggong disdainfully and shouted. Ling Xiao, you talk big. This isn't your proud smiling palace. Tai Linggong replied faintly.
Lu Yi also opened his mouth and said, That's right, Palace Lord Ling.
We have been waiting for you for a long time.
Haha.
As he laughed, a few mystic thearchs immediately split up and surrounded Ling Xiao and the other two. The mercenaries on the periphery also summoned their spirit beasts. Most of these spirit beasts were water-type spirit beasts.
In this sea region, there was more water power that could be used, and their attack power would be increased by another level.
Luo Meiying, who was beside Ling Xiao, suddenly became nervous and said, Xiao, they must have planned this. Even without her saying it, Ling Xiao had already guessed it. It seemed that he was just a prelude and he was the target of someone else's plot. The enemy had already prepared an ambush. 2 mid-stage mystic thearchs, 4 low-stage mystic thearchs, 6 half-emperors, and hundreds of celestial venerables. To deal with Ling Xiao and the other two, it looked very strong. Where are Monkey and the others? How did you get here without them? Tai Linggong questioned Ling Xiao, as if he was sitting on a fishing boat. The monkeys he was referring to were Ho Ming and the others. They are already waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He then looked around at the crowd and said, Do you think you can deal with me with just these few people?
Palace Lord Ling, we all know of your reputation, but I believe that we have enough people to keep you here.
Tai Linggong said resolutely.
Behind him, He had already come back to her senses. She screamed, Senior brother, quickly get someone to kill this little thief.
Kill him quickly.
He had seen how strong Ling Xiao was, and she was extremely afraid.
She definitely did not want to look at Ling Xiao any longer. 2 leaders, let's go to the side and watch the show. Tai Linggong said to Lu Yi and Lu Sanyue. Then, he retreated. Lu Yi also retreated.
Lu Sanyue instructed, Don't kill these 2 exquisite girls. It would be such a pity.
As the mystic thearchs retreated, the celestial venerables and their spirit beasts advanced together.
Kill them all.
Tai Linggong ordered. As Tai Linggong's voice fell, hundreds of celestial venerables and spirit beasts attacked at the same time. Most of them were water elemental martial artists, and so were the spirit beasts. Their attacks were all waves and hailstones. For a moment, countless attacks fell from the sky above Ling Xiao and company, forming a mountain-toppling, earth-shattering force. It was terrifying. Hundreds of celestial venerables and hundreds of spirit beasts attacked at the same time. Even a mystic thearch would die. Moreover, this sea region had an amplifying effect on their strength. One could imagine how powerful they were. They were mercenaries who trained on the sea all year round. They were different from mercenaries who traveled in the mountains. In order to kill spirit beasts in the sea region, they had to work together. They had to work together in order to survive in such a difficult environment. Therefore, their attacks seemed well-trained and well-coordinated. They were more powerful than ordinary martial artists' combined attacks. This was also why Tai Linggong, Lu Yi, and Lu Sanyue were confident that they could keep Ling Xiao and company. Rumble! Rumble! Wave after wave of powerful attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Crimson Rock Island was shaken by the powerful attack, and the place where Ling Xiao and the others were standing was completely flattened. Countless rocks flew in all directions, and the waves continued to surge. After a while, everyone and the spirit beasts stopped attacking. They believed that even a high-tier mystic thearch would be turned into dust by their fierce attacks. Haha, Ling Xiao should be dead now. He actually dared to destroy my sect and search for me. He really doesn't know his place. He laughed proudly. He really overestimated himself. I thought he would bring a few more people with him. I didn't expect him to be so frivolous. He only brought 2 girls with him. It's not good to be too conceited. Tai Linggong said disdainfully. Aya, what a pity. Did those 2 exquisite girls die as well? Lu Sanyue's heart ached. No, they are still alive. Look over there. Lu Yi shouted from the side. His eyes were fixed on the direction where the attacks had come from. The place where Ling Xiao and company were standing was already filled with water. The 3 of them had indeed been hit by these powerful attacks. If Ling Xiao was alone, he could escape or use his strong physical body to withstand the attacks. At most, he would be severely injured but not killed. However, Luo Meiying did not have such good defenses. To protect Luo Meiying, Ling Xiao had to let the dragon lady stand in front. She was a mid-tier 8th-tier spirit beast. The defensive light barrier she produced was not ordinary. She was also a water elemental divine beast. She was even more immune to these water elemental attacks. Chapter 879. This powerful force could drown the entire island and destroy any mystic the Arch. However, it was not enough to harm a tier 8 mid-tier divine beast, much less the strongest existence of the same element. The huge difference in strength was a chasm that was hard to bridge. No matter how many attacks there were, it would be of no use. Tai Linggong, Yin He, Lu Yi, Lu Sanyue, and the others looked at Ling Xiao and company, who were safe and sound, and their expressions turned ugly. They all exclaimed in their hearts, "The name of the new generation's prodigies is indeed extraordinary." Those mercenary groups attacked with all their might again, and countless energy blanketed the sky and earth again. This time, Ling Xiao and company were already prepared, and they quickly flew up from where they were. "Dragon Lady, protect Meiying!" Ling Xiao shouted, and the golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. At the same time, he summoned the golden dragon Wolf King and charged towards one of the mercenary groups. At this time, Ling Xiao's defense was fully activated. His physical body was comparable to a saint artifact, and he also had the high-grade saint artifact, the golden dragon spear. He moved like the wind and attacked with his formless spiritual energy. Before the mercenary group in that direction could touch Ling Xiao, more than 10 of them had already fallen. Ling Xiao fought with all his might, and the tyrant dragon spear art was even more powerful. A terrifying dragon roar shook the surroundings. Even though the mercenaries of the heavenly venerables had joined forces, Ling Xiao had still managed to tear a path of blood through their ranks. The mercenaries didn't even get to see Ling Xiao's figure before they were blasted to death. On the other side, the dragon lady did not attack. She only protected Luo Meiying and did not let her get hurt. Luo Meiying did not want Ling Xiao to take the risk alone. She said to the dragon lady, "Go and help him. I can protect myself." After all, she was a low-tier mystic the Arch. Did she not even have the ability to protect herself? In Ling Xiao's eyes, she indeed did not have the ability to protect herself. After all, there were many people here, and there were a few mystic thearchs eyeing her from the side. Her strength did not seem to have any advantage. It was not that the dragoness did not want to help, but she obeyed Ling Xiao's orders. She was only responsible for protecting Luo Meiying, so there was no need for her to help for the time being. In the face of those attacks, the dragoness just casually blasted them back. She did not take the initiative to attack, but many people still fell at her hands. Ling Xiao was in high spirits. With the golden dragon spear in hand, he was like a dragon entering the sea, killing these mercenaries. The few great mystic emperors who were watching the battle from a distance grew increasingly gloomy. We must not let him continue killing. Otherwise all of our people will die. This brat is too scary. Lu Yi shouted. These people were all elites in their mercenary groups. Every death was a heavy loss. What's more, they had lost dozens of people in just a few blinks of an eye. If this went on, even if they killed Ling Xiao, their mercenary group would only be left with the bald commander. What use would that be? That's right. We have to use the second plan. We have to kill this brat as soon as possible. Lu Sanyue also responded with a livid expression. Tai Linggong hesitated for a while and said, "All right, then let's let this brat know how powerful we are." "We must let this brat die here," Yin He said viciously. Immediately after, they all summoned their spirit beasts. They dared to lure Ling Xiao to Red Rock Island because they were 100% confident that they could kill Ling Xiao. Apart from the joint attack of hundreds of heavenly venerables, they naturally had a backup plan. Their backup plan was to rely on their powerful protective spirit beasts. Although Lu Yi was only a middle-stage mystic the Arch, his spirit beast was an 8-clawed cockroach fish. Its body was like a small hill, and it had big eyes and a sharp mouth. It looked very ugly, and its 8 tentacles kept shaking and retracting as if it was showing off. Tai Linggong's spirit beast was also an 8-clawed cockroach fish. It was a giant sea shark. Its huge body looked very bloated, and its big mouth looked very ferocious. The fangs it showed were extremely sharp and bloodthirsty. Lu Sanyue's spirit beast was slightly weaker, but its strength was still stronger than a low-stage mystic the Arch like him. It was a striped snake python at the mid-stage of the 7th stage. It had a bit of dragon might and was extraordinary. Its aura was not weaker than the 8-clawed cockroach fish or the giant sea shark. Inhe's spirit beast was her blue-crowned roc, which was a spirit beast at the same level as a flood dragon. It was already a low-stage 7th stage spirit beast. Its blue crown was very eye-catching, and its long blue tail was also very beautiful. The spirit beasts that the other mystic thearchs had summoned were also above the 7th stage. One or two of them were even a level stronger than their masters. Under normal circumstances, any martial artist's protective spirit beast would be at the same level as the martial artist, or one level lower. Some martial artists were especially lucky, and their spirit beasts would be stronger than themselves. The latter type of martial artist either had their spirit beasts subdued by their elders, or their spirit beasts had encountered some good opportunities that helped them advance faster. After all, there were not many people like Ling Xiao, who could make 2 divine beasts pursue him loyally. However, the spirit beasts of the 3 mercenary team leaders were a level stronger than themselves. This was a little strange. Why did this happen? Of course, it had something to do with the environment of this sea region. In fact, in this sea region, many powerful martial artists' protective spirit beasts were a level or even 2 levels higher than themselves. This didn't mean that the spirit beasts in the sea were easy to subdue. It was just that there were a lot of spirit beasts in the sea, and the competition was more intense. Although the sea region was incomparably vast, the truly powerful spirit beasts all had their own territory and viewed any opponent as food. Therefore, there were many spirit beasts that were on the verge of death in the sea region. Many mercenaries on the sea were lucky enough to bump into these spirit beasts. Without much effort, they could subdue them. This was also the reason why the 3 mercenary team leaders could have spirit beasts that were of a higher level than them. It was also because of this that they had enough confidence to lure Ling Xiao to the sea and had the confidence to make Ling Xiao stay here forever. After all, 2 Tier 7 high-stage spirit beasts were comparable to 2 peak-stage mystic thearchs. Even if Ling Xiao brought people over, he wouldn't bring many high-stage mystic thearchs, right? Moreover, there were only 3 of them now. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with them? If the dead mystic thearchs from the Gu clan or Sha Tian knew that this was their plan in the Yellow Springs, they would definitely jump up from the ground and curse, "You are all a bunch of fools who were kicked by a donkey." If these few high-stage spirit beasts were enough to kill Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao would already be on his way to the Yellow Springs. "Everyone disperse!" Lu Yigao shouted and commanded his 8-clawed cockroach to attack first. Tai Linggong, Lu Sanyue, Yin He, and the others also commanded their respective spirit beasts to disperse. 10 Tier 7 spirit beasts were comparable to the hundreds of heavenly venerates and 6th-grade spirit beasts in front of them. 10 different spirit beasts flew into the sky and surrounded Ling Xiao. They glared at Ling Xiao angrily and shot out elemental attacks from their mouths. The attack of a Tier 7 spirit beast was incomparable to that of a Tier 6 spirit beast. Moreover, they could borrow more water elemental spirit energy from the surroundings. The tentacles of the 8-clawed cockroach seemed to be able to extend infinitely as they wrapped around Ling Xiao. Even a peak-stage mystic the Arch would find it hard to break free once he was entangled. The giant sea shark opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour Ling Xiao. Its terrifying mouth was terrifying to look at. The snake python and the roc waited at the side for an opportunity. The rest of the spirit beasts guided the surrounding waves to attack Ling Xiao. Countless waves came like tsunamis, crashing towards Ling Xiao. Their speed and strength were extremely terrifying. Even a high-stage mystic the Arch would find it hard to deal with them. Ling Xiao was only a high-stage heavenly venerate. No matter how fast he was, he could only dodge the attacks of the 8-clawed cockroach and the giant sea shark. He couldn't dodge the attacks of the other spirit beasts. Fortunately, his body was comparable to a saint artifact. Although his blood was surging from the attacks, it wasn't enough to cause him serious injuries. However, he was worried that he would be caught by the 8-clawed cockroach or devoured by the giant sea shark. After all, these two were famous for their ferocity in the sea. The Golden Wolf King's third eye didn't even have a chance to display its power before it was smashed by the waves and sent flying far away. "Dragon Lady, hurry and save Xiao. He can't take it anymore."
Luo Meiying grabbed the dragon lady's arm and begged.
Don't worry. Boss will be fine. The dragon lady wanted to help as well. However, she wouldn't act recklessly without receiving a voice transmission from her boss.
If you're not going, I'll go,
Luo Meiying said indignantly. She wanted to fly towards Ling Xiao. However, she was held back by the dragon lady. She couldn't leave even half a step.
Haha, I told you that he would die in the sea. Even if there were a few more Ling Xiao, he would still die.
Tai Linggong laughed heartily. This time, he was taking a huge risk to stand up for his junior sister. If Ling Xiao hadn't destroyed the dark water sect that he used to be in, he wouldn't have gone against Ling Xiao. That's right. We are in charge here. So what if he is a genius of the new generation? He is a tough duck here, and we are the overlords of the sea. Lu Yi agreed.
Hee, in this place, even a dragon has to coil up, a tiger has to crouch, and even a girl has to lie down.
Lu Sanyue sneered as she flew toward the dragon lady and Luo Meiying.
In his eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man.
These two exquisite girls were also food on his plate. He couldn't wait to enjoy them. Two of his subordinates went with him.
He knew that these two exquisite girls were not easy to deal with.
Boss, I will capture them for you to enjoy. One of the low-tier mystic thearchs wanted to be the first to act. As he spoke, he formed a seal with both his palms. The surrounding seawater surged in from all directions. Water dragon binding prison. The waves formed several huge water dragons that flew towards the two girls. They were not weak at all. Just as the water dragons were about to surround the two girls, the dragon lady made her move. Her seemingly petite fist had the power to break through the waves. With one punch, the water dragons were sent flying. Bang! The powerful fist force did not stop there. It flew towards the low-tier mystic the Arch who had made the move. Before that low-tier mystic the Arch could react, the fist force pierced through his chest. His entire body flew far away like a cannonball. He died instantly. Chapter 880. It wasn't strange for a mid-tier 8th-tier divine beast to kill a mystic the Arch with a single blow. However, such a simple blow was extremely shocking to Lu Sanyue. He didn't expect such a delicate beauty to kill a brother who was almost as strong as him with a single blow. That was a mystic the Arch, a person who would be respected no matter where he went. He and the other half the Arch stopped in their tracks and didn't dare to take another step forward. They even retreated rapidly. Two leaders, this side is the most troublesome one. Lu Sanyue couldn't help but cry out in fear. He could tell that one of the women had just become a mystic the Arch, but he couldn't tell how strong the woman who had attacked just now was. From that one blow, he could guess that this woman's strength had probably reached an unimaginable level. He really couldn't understand how they cultivated. The three of them looked like they were only in their 20s, but their battle strength had already surpassed these old fellows who had lived for 2,000 or 3,000 years. Hearing Lu Sanyue's cry, Tai Linggong, In He, Lu Yi, and the others all turned to look in her direction. What the hell are you doing? Can't you even handle two chicks? Lu Yi looked at Lu Sanyue in disdain. Maybe these two chicks are a bit troublesome. Tai Linggong said with a dark expression. I'll let my blue rock deal with them. In He suggested. Lu Sanyue had already returned to the others. With a panicked expression he said, My brother Fan Dao was killed by that blue-haired woman with a single blow. Damn, she's too scary. What? The few of them exclaimed at the same time. Fan Dao was a low-tier mystic the Arch. Even the strongest Lu Yi couldn't kill him with a single blow. They all looked at the dragon lady and Luo Meiying, becoming fearful. The two women just watched from the side as Ling Xiao struggled to defend himself. One was as calm as still water and had no intention of helping, while the other was anxious and helpless. No, I can't do this anymore. I have to leave immediately. Otherwise, we will all die here. Lu Sanyue hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Do you think you have a choice now? Once Ling Xiao escapes, we will all die. Tai Linggong looked at Lu Sanyue coldly and said, That's right. This time, we have to keep them here to prevent any future troubles, said Lu Yi through gritted teeth. He regretted it now. He thought that he had made a profitable deal this time, but who knew that he had underestimated the strength of Ling Xiao and the others. Now, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Lu Sanyue felt sad in her heart. It was impossible for her to leave by herself. They could only hope that the spirit beasts would quickly kill Ling Xiao so that they could join forces to kill the other two girls. Ling Xiao was now surrounded by layers upon layers. His feet were being attacked by powerful waves, and he was almost dizzy from the bombardment. As a high-level heavenly venerate, he had fought against 10 Tier 7 spirit beasts for such a long time without dying. This was already something to be proud of. But would Ling Xiao be satisfied with this? He did not ask the Dragon Lady for help. His goal was only to train himself. Now that he had achieved his goal, it was time for him to end this game. At this moment, Ling Xiao's speed slowed down, and he was immediately caught by the octopus cockroach. The octopus cockroach excitedly spoke the human language. "Little guy, let's see where you can run to now." It was not surprising that a Tier 7 spirit beast could already speak the human language. Its tentacles were very powerful, and they wrapped around Ling Xiao's waist. He could not breathe, and he felt that his waist was about to break. It lifted Ling Xiao and was about to throw him into the giant sea shark's mouth. The giant sea shark was famous for its ability to devour everything. It could even swallow a huge rock into its mouth, let alone a mere human. This human was not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Ling Xiao, who was caught, did not show any panic. Instead, he grinned with difficulty and said, "I let you catch me on purpose. Do you believe me?" When he said this, his eyes were full of rage. He did let the octopus cockroach catch him on purpose, but whether it believed him or not, he had already proved it with his actions. Purple flames overflowed from his body. The upgraded demonic demon fire was a heavenly fire that could burn anything. When the octopus cockroach was using its tentacles to throw Ling Xiao away, its tentacles were already stained by the heavenly fire. Screech! The heavenly fire was extremely fierce, and in a flash, a large piece of flesh was burned off from its huge tentacles. The octopus cockroach could not help but retract its tentacles and let out a blood-curdling screech. When it retracted its tentacles, it did not forget to spray water from its mouth to extinguish the fire. Unfortunately, the principle of water extinguishing fire did not come true. The fire spread all over its tentacles, and it was about to burn its body. The 8-clawed cockroach wasn't that stupid. It decisively discarded the burning tentacle to prevent the fire from spreading to its body. Ling Xiao did not have time to pay attention to the octopus cockroach's situation. He was already in front of the giant sea shark's basin and was about to be swallowed. Ling Xiao's body made a beautiful turn to stop his momentum. At the same time, he pointed with his finger. An array of fire shot directly into the octopus cockroach's mouth. Whoosh! Roar! The heavenly fire instantly burned its tongue, and it immediately roared in pain. Its situation was different from the octopus cockroach. Even if it cut off its own tongue, it could not extinguish the fire. The poor octopus cockroach plunged into the sea, but unfortunately, it still could not save itself. The purple flames lingered on the surface of the sea for a long time. "Great shark!" Tai Linggong shouted in shock. In his sea of consciousness, his connection with the giant sea shark had already been cut off. Without guessing, he already knew that his protective spirit beast had died. Ling Xiao was serious. He felt that it was much easier to deal with spirit beasts than humans. Because their bodies were too big, as long as he used his speed and gave them some heavenly fire, they would almost certainly die. 10 Tier 7 spirit beasts. At the beginning they had the upper hand. Now, in a few blinks of the eye, there were only 4 left. 6 of them had been burned alive by Ling Xiao's heavenly fire. "We cannot let this go on. We have to work together to kill him." Lu Yi made a prompt decision. Tai Linggong also nodded and said, "That's right. Let's go together. We have to be careful of his flames. That is the heavenly fire," he reminded. After speaking, the few mystic thearchs finally deduced the power of their world and shrouded over Ling Xiao. The mystic thearchs used all their strength to fight. This aura was undoubtedly very strong. Luo Meiying, who was not far away, stared at their power of the world and seemed to have some understanding. She had just realized the power of the world and had not tried it yet. Now that she saw how others used it, she naturally had some reaction. "Dragon Lady, move aside. I want to practice. I will not be a burden to Xiao in the future, Luo Meiying said very firmly. The dragon lady would not listen to Luo Meiying's orders. Luo Meiying said again, you just watch from the side. If I am in danger, you can definitely save me in advance, right? This time, the dragon lady let go of her hand. Just as Luo Meiying said, she would protect him from the side. There would probably not be any trouble. Luo Meiying made her move. Her power of the world was displayed for the first time in front of everyone. A huge wave suddenly fell from the sky. Countless waves swept over, and a strong sea wind started to wreak havoc. Luo Meiying's power of the world was the tsunami heaven's might. It had reached the middle grade spirit grade. Above this sea region, there were countless waves that strengthened her power. Now, the power of her world was comparable to that of a superior grade spirit grade power. Luo Meiying naturally did not want to share the burden for Ling Xiao. She knew that she would only cause trouble if she went over. She attacked the other celestial venerate mercenaries who had stopped attacking. The powerful tsunami heavens might immediately drown a few celestial venerates. The powerful force shook their internal organs until they were in a mess. These mercenaries were not ordinary people. Once again, they joined forces to fight against Luo Meiying. However, the dragon lady would not give them such a chance. Any power that could threaten Luo Meiying was blocked by her in advance. Luo Meiying did not have any worries. She put all her effort into deducing her own power of the world to fight. She also used a very fast speed to adapt to her own battle strength. She also understood the profound mysteries of using the power of the world. While Luo Meiying was fighting with ease, Ling Xiao's side was not careless either. Although the opponent seemed to be stronger than him, one should not forget that he had a spiritual attack that no one else had. This meant that these commanders were destined to suffer a tragedy. Ling Xiao's spiritual power could not instantly kill them. However, it could attack their sea of consciousness. It would cause them to temporarily lose their ability to attack. They would become his prey. Ah! There was no need for any extra time or movement. In just a few breaths, 3 mystic thearchs had died. Lu Yi, who was the strongest among the 3 commanders, was the first to die. Yin He and Lu Sanyue were scared out of their wits. The 2 of them did not even think about it. They retreated without any backbone. The others also wanted to retreat, but they did not have the time. Ling Xiao was already in front of them. Do you really think you can escape from me? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Sanyue coldly. He threw the golden dragon spear in his hand. The golden dragon spear pierced through the back of Lu Sanyue, who was running away, and nailed her into the distance. When Yin He saw this, her whole body trembled. She actually lost her balance and fell from the sky. Ling Xiao did not seem to want her to fall. His figure was already in front of her. He raised his leg and kicked her onto the rocks on the ground. Ah! Yin He screamed in pain. Fresh blood spurted out, and it looked very bright. Ling Xiao's kick was very controlled. He did not kill her. She was only slightly injured. Ling Xiao's figure flew down from the sky like a mountain. His foot directly stepped on Yin He's lower abdomen. Yin He did not even have the courage to resist. She screamed again and vomited blood. She looked indescribably pathetic. You really made it hard for me to find you. You actually dared to lie to me and Mengqi. You told me where Mengqi is now. Ling Xiao roared at Yin He angrily. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. If it was not because he wanted to know whether Yun Mengqi was dead or alive, he would have immediately stomped this bitch to death. Chapter 881. Yin He would never have dreamt that she had schemed against Ling Xiao and tried to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible so that she would not be like a street rat that had to hide everywhere. Ever since she saw that Ling Xiao was looking for her and Yun Mengqi's whereabouts, she could guess why her sect was suddenly annihilated. Ling Xiao must have heard about the evilness of the Black Water sect when he arrived in the central region. He then thought of the reason why she forcefully accepted Yun Mengqi as her disciple. Therefore, Ling Xiao was definitely looking for her to kill her. Actually, she could hide in a corner and live the rest of her life incognito. Not many people knew her anyway. However, she could not stand such a cowardly life. This was not what she wanted. She once thought of asking for help from the Devil Sect headquarters. However, she was just an elder of a branch sect. How could she be welcomed? Finally, she came to the East Sea to seek protection from her senior brother, Tai Linggong. This senior brother of hers was really caring towards her. He even cared for her directly in bed. Fortunately, she was not a woman from a good family. She could only take pleasure in this kind of thing. Tai Linggong had dominated the sea for many years. He had collected many good things and accumulated a lot of wealth. At the same time, he had bid for the Mystic the Arch elixir at the auction. He was able to break through to the Mystic the Arch level because of this Mystic the Arch elixir. After she broke through to the Mystic the Arch level, she was even more unwilling to be wanted by Ling Xiao. Finally, she came up with this method of inviting him into the trap. Unfortunately, in the end, she still underestimated Ling Xiao's strength. She had heard of him fighting 10,000 people alone. However, she always thought that it was an exaggeration. She had heard that Ling Xiao had killed the Gu clan's Mystic the Arch. However, that was only a low-level Mystic the Arch. She had heard that he had defeated the #1 demon of the spiritual martial court, Wu Bufan. However, that was only a peak heavenly venerable. It was nothing. She didn't think that Ling Xiao would have a chance to escape from such a siege on the sea. There were hundreds of heavenly venerables, hundreds of Tier 6 spirit beasts, close to 10 mystic thearchs, and 10 Tier 7 spirit beasts. Such a lineup was enough to shake a top-notch grade, for sect or even an ordinary grade 3 sect. However, in the end, no one was able to do anything to him. He had even killed so many people. Lu Yi and her senior brother, who were mid-level mystic thearchs, were actually killed with a single strike. Now that she was being heavily stepped on by him, she realized that Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary high-level heavenly venerate, nor was he an ordinary demonic genius. He was a devil that couldn't be understood with common sense. If she could turn back time, even if she was a high-level mystic the Arch, she wouldn't have provoked such a devil. "Speak! Where is Meng Qi?" roared Ling Xiao. He increased the strength of his foot, forcing He into the crack. He spat out a mouthful of blood, looking extremely battered and exhausted. She replied with an incomparably panicked expression. I don't know where she is either." "Bastard, if you don't know, who else knows?" Ling Xiao was furious and stomped down again. Kacha! Ah! Following the sound of bones breaking, He let out a heart-wrenching scream. One of her feet had already been deformed. He spat out blood and begged. I really don't know. I brought her to the central region not long ago. She was taken away by someone else." "Are you serious?" Ling Xiao asked with a joyful expression. He nodded impatiently. I really didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you." Ling Xiao wanted to continue asking but hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't ask anymore. The high-grade spirit incantation was like an invisible ripple that rushed into He's sea of consciousness. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for his incantation to control a martial artist of a higher level than him. However, it was a different story if this martial artist was seriously injured. He was instinctively afraid of Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao's high-grade incantation entered her sea of consciousness, her soul almost had no chance to resist before it was branded with a high-grade incantation. "Speak. What happened after you brought Meng Qi to the central region? Tell me everything." Ling Xiao sat down and suppressed his emotions, waiting for He's answer. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In his heart, he prayed that Meng Qi would be fine. Thus, He told him everything that happened after she brought Yun Meng Qi to the central region. It turned out that Yun Meng Qi and he did not return to the Black Water sect. Instead, they found a place to settle down. He intended to use all her strength to nurture Yun Meng Qi so that she could reach the high-level Earth Sovereign stage as soon as possible, or even higher. He would then be able to devour Yun Meng Qi's essence energy and break through to the Mystic the Arch stage. Yun Meng Qi had a pure water attribute body. If she absorbed her essence energy, He's body would also change. This would be very beneficial to her future cultivation. This was the special feature of the evil cultivation technique that they cultivated. Under He's nurturing, Yun Meng Qi's speed of advancement was also shocking. In just a short year, she had already reached the peak of the high-level king stage. It wouldn't be long before she had the chance to become an Earth Sovereign. This was inseparable from her physique and inheritance.
It was a pity that good times did not last long. One time, when He brought Xianxia out to train, they met a mysterious person. Although He was a high-level heavenly venerable, she did not even have a chance to attack before she was sent flying by that mysterious person. She knew that the mysterious person had shown her mercy. Otherwise, she would have been dead. Xianxia was forcibly taken away by that mysterious person. From then on, He and Xianxia were separated. Her plan to use Xianxia as a cultivation vessel was also ruined. Hearing this, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. At least he could accept this outcome. It was much better than the other outcome. Do you know who took Xianxia away? Ling Xiao asked again. If Xianxia had only been taken away and nothing had happened to her, she should have received news of his whereabouts over the past 10 years. However, he had sent out a message to look for her, but there had been no reply. He could not help but wonder if Xianxia was in a remote forest, isolated from the rest of the world. She would not know what was going on outside. I don't know who it was, He replied. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said, what did he look like? What special characteristics did he have? He was also silent for a while before saying, she was a woman, very young and very beautiful, and there was a lotus pattern between her eyebrows. It was very stunning and eye-catching. Hearing this characteristic, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief once again. Being taken away by a woman was better than being taken away by a man. After all, Xianxia was a peerless beauty, and he was worried that she would be robbed. Since the other party was a beautiful and young woman, she probably wouldn't have any designs on Xianxia's beauty. It was just that he didn't know what the other party was thinking. For example, she might have seen that her physique was good and wanted to take her in as a disciple. The central region was vast and boundless, and there were countless strange people. A young and beautiful woman didn't mean that she was young. Maybe she was an old monster who had maintained her appearance. Take the Feng clan's aunt, Feng Qingyuan, for example. She was the most typical example of an old man who didn't age. Ling Xiao asked He a few more questions and realized that she no longer had any value. Thus he stood up and said faintly, kill yourself. Yes, master. He respectfully replied. Then, with a light swipe of her sword across her neck, she immediately died in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's hatred towards her also disappeared with her death. He had also obtained the answer he wanted. Although it wasn't the most ideal answer, he was satisfied. Although he didn't find Xianxia, he had put down a large stone in his heart. He firmly believed that if they were fated, they would definitely meet again in the future. A woman with a lotus pattern on her forehead. I will definitely be able to find you, Ling Xiao secretly said in his heart. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked in the direction of Dragon Girl and Luo Meiying, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. This is also good. In any case, I will have to train myself sooner or later. Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile as he muttered to himself. Luo Meiying chased after those mercenaries and killed them until the sky was dark. Her methods of killing became more and more proficient, and she became more and more proficient in using the power of the world. Her tsunami heavenly might gave off an oppressive aura, and its lethality was also extremely terrifying. Those mercenaries had the advantage in numbers, but their combined attacks were all blocked by Dragon Girl. They couldn't threaten Luo Meiying at all. It was unknown which mercenary saw that Ling Xiao's side had already killed all of their captains. He cried out in panic. Everyone run! Captain! Captain has been killed by Ling Xiao. They were already scared out of their wits by Luo Meiying. Now that they heard that their captain had actually been killed, all of their morale plummeted. One by one, they immediately mounted their own spirit beasts and fled. However, could they escape? Dragon Girl let out a long howl, and a group of rank 6 blue water crocodiles rushed out from the seabed. Ah! The mercenaries were chased and bitten by the blue water crocodiles. Their limbs flew everywhere, and quite a few of them even became food for the blue water crocodiles. The seawater had long since been dyed red, making it look extremely sinister. Several hundred heavenly venerable mercenaries and several hundred 6th-grade spirit beasts had already been killed by Ling Xiao. Over 100 people and over 100 spirit beasts had already been killed by Dragon Lady. Luo Meiying had also killed close to 100 of them. The remaining mercenaries had long since lost their confidence. Basically, None of them had been able to escape the pursuit of the blue water crocodiles. After this battle, the captains and all the elites of the 3 great mercenary regiments in the sea had all been killed. The 3 great mercenary regiments had also been removed from the sea. Not long after, other mercenary regiments that were second only to them quickly replaced their positions. On Red Rock Island, Ling Xiao was roasting beast meat, looking very relaxed and contented. The 2 women sitting beside him were like the most beautiful scenery, adding a bit of color to this isolated island.
"We'll go back after this meal," Ling Xiao said and gave each of them a large piece of roasted meat.
However, at this time, Dragon Girl said, "Boss, I'm afraid we can't go back now."
Chapter 882.
Ling Xiao didn't understand what the Dragon Lady meant by this. He looked at the Dragon Lady with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why do you say that?
Could it be that you want to stay here?"
These days he could feel the Dragon Lady's fondness for the sea, her joy in swimming in the sea, and her aura had grown slightly stronger. She was a water attribute divine beast after all, and in this sea that was filled with water attribute spiritual chi, she would definitely be like a fish in water. The Dragon Lady didn't answer. Instead, she pointed in a direction and said, "Boss, look over there."
"What's that?"
Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying looked in the direction the Dragon Lady was pointing. They saw the little brothers waiting near Red Rock Island, all revealing looks of panic. They climbed up the island one after another, looking as if they had encountered something even more terrifying than themselves. They kept hissing and squeezing towards the Dragon Lady.
"What's going on?"
Luo Meiying asked nervously. She and Ling Xiao immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy, ready to intercept and kill these blue water crocodiles at any time.
"It's nothing, they're just frightened,"
the Dragon Lady said, her eyes staring at the churning seawater, full of vigilance. These blue water crocodiles were crawling in front of the Dragon Lady, growling something in a low voice. Ling Xiao asked, "What happened?" Something strange must have happened for these rank 6 blue water crocodiles to act like this. Could it be that there was an even higher level spirit beast nearby?
"They said that the Imperial family has come,"
the Dragon Lady replied.
"The Imperial family has come?"
Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying were puzzled.
The seawater within 1,000 miles of Red Rock Island was constantly churning.
Huge bubbles kept appearing, and the sound of water splashing could be heard. It was as if a disaster was about to happen, and the atmosphere became oppressive. The Dragon Lady's expression was solemn, and Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying were also nervous. What was the Imperial family of the sea? Could it be that this area was occupied by some powerful spirit beast? To be able to be called the Imperial family, there must be an extraordinary existence.
All of a sudden, the surging seawater actually parted to the left and right, and a group of people came over as if they were treading on water.
The appearance of this group of people was very strange. Their figures and facial features were similar to humans, but they had many slender ears, large eyes, tentacles on their foreheads, and strange hair of different colors. They wore strange armor that looked like beast shells, and they held long branches in their hands. They were barefooted, and their expressions were stern as they separated into groups. This group of people split into 2 groups. On one side, there were nearly 100 of these strange people. They seemed to be the vanguard team, and the real people were still behind them. Sure enough, not long after they stood still, someone else walked out from the bottom of the sea. This time, there weren't as many people as before, only 3. The 3 of them had different appearances and expressions. On the right was a man. He was very tall, at least 2 heads taller than the average person. However, his height was disproportionate to his body. He was as thin as a bamboo pole, and his skin and bones made people feel as if he was always malnourished and abused. His hair was shaped like a broom, and it was bright red like fire. The exposed arms and legs had strange patterns, which were especially eye-catching. On the left was a beautiful young woman. She looked delicate, with sharp ears, and there was a captivating red star pattern between her eyebrows. She had a full chest, a slender waist, and a high buttocks. This stunningly beautiful body was only covered by the 3 dangerous areas, which were covered by the blue skin pattern. The other parts of her body were exposed, and her smooth jade-like skin had spiral patterns. She looked very bewitching, and had a wild flavor. The two of them were eye-catching, but the person in the middle seemed to be more eye-catching. It wasn't because that person was more handsome or beautiful, but because he looked very funny, which made people want to laugh at a glance. He looked like an old man in his 50s. His eyes were slender like lines, his nose was extremely small, and his lips were extremely thin. Just these three parts made him look like a stingy person. The two small tufts of beard above his mouth seemed to have grown another pair of eyebrows. This was the most eye-catching part of his face, and also the most comical part. At a glance, it seemed like he had two pairs of eyebrows. He wasn't tall, and on the contrary, he was a bit shorter than the average person. He carried a huge turtle shell on his back. The turtle shell seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and it almost crushed most of his body. He was like a hunchback, and he couldn't straighten his body. He held a green cane in his hand. The cane was natural and emitted a jade-like luster. There was always a smile like a spring breeze on his face, like an unscrupulous merchant who had encountered a big fat sheep. He seemed to be always so happy. His steps were very slow, and each step seemed to be very strenuous. However, his body moved very quickly, and he seemed to be able to move dozens of meters with each step. He had the power to shrink the ground to inches. When the three of them completely walked out from the bottom of the sea, the two rows of people who were like guards knelt down together and said, "Welcome, Xianxia." The old man with the turtle shell on his back smiled and said, "Rise." The two rows of guards immediately straightened their bodies, and their faces were solemn. Xianxia. After Ling Xiao heard this, a strange smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, could it be that the East Sea still has the Dragon King of the East Sea? When the thin bamboo man saw Ling Xiao's smile, he immediately shouted unhappily, "That human, what are you laughing at?" The thin bamboo man's voice was abnormally sharp, and it sounded very ear-piercing. It was very different from a normal human's voice. In fact, he was indeed not a real human. "What does it have to do with you what I'm laughing at?" Ling Xiao retorted. No matter who or what the other party was, Ling Xiao would not have stage fright. "How dare you kneel to Xianxia?" The thin bamboo man glared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "What a joke, why should I kneel to him?" Ling Xiao replied again, "Hee, it seems that this lowly human doesn't know Xianxia." The delicate woman covered her mouth and chuckled. "Then I'll beat him up and make him remember." The thin bamboo man revealed a fierce look and wanted to attack Ling Xiao. "Don't be rude in front of Her Royal Highness," the old man called Xianxia reprimanded. The thin bamboo man replied with a yes, and glared at Ling Xiao unwillingly. Xianxia bowed his body and trotted in front of Ling Xiao and the other two. He said respectfully to Dragon Girl, "Old Turtle greets Her Royal Highness." Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying opened their mouths in surprise. Their eyes revealed disbelief. They never thought that this imposing old turtle man would be so respectful to Dragon Girl. What on earth was going on? Dragon Girl's expression was calm. She said lightly, "I don't know you and I'm not a princess." No. Her Royal Highness, perhaps you still don't know your identity, but old Dragon King already knows that you're back, so he specially ordered Old Turtle to welcome Her Royal Highness back. Xianxia explained with a humble face. Then, he turned his face to the people he brought and shouted, "What are you all doing? Quickly bow to Her Royal Highness." As his voice fell, the thin bamboo man, the delicate woman, and the row of guards all knelt together and said, "Greetings, Her Royal Highness." I said, "I'm not your Royal Highness. Boss, let's go." Dragon Girl stopped in front of Dragon Girl and said with a pleading tone, "Greetings, Her Royal Highness." "No, Her Royal Highness, no matter what, you have to accompany Old Turtle back to see Old Dragon King. Otherwise, Old Turtle will suffer." Xianxia stopped in front of Dragon Girl and said with a pleading tone. Dragon Girl ignored his words and continued to leave in the same direction with Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying. "You can't go!" Xianxia exclaimed and once again stopped in front of Dragon Girl. With a sobbing tone he said, "Her Royal Highness, please pity Old Turtle's old bones. If you don't follow Old Turtle back to see Old Dragon King, Old Turtle will definitely die." When the people that Xianxia brought saw him like this, they all revealed strange expressions. They thought to themselves, "Is this still the usual high and mighty Lord Xianxia? Get out of the way,
Or don't blame me for being rude. Dragon Girl glared at Xianxia and shouted. A powerful dragon's might came out. At this time, not only Xianxia but also the people he brought felt a pressure from the source, causing them to bow their heads in worship. Princess, please calm down. Xianxia knelt on the ground and said in panic. At this time, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said, Dragon Girl, what's going on? Dragon Girl shook her head and said blankly, I'm not very clear either, but I feel a familiar call here, but I don't want to be separated from boss. Before Dragon Girl grew into a true dragon, she was brought out from the heaven-suppressing sect by Ling Xiao. At that time, she was still a dragon, far from becoming a dragon. If it wasn't for the opportunities that came one after another, she wouldn't have become a true dragon that was above all beasts. Therefore, it was almost impossible for her to leave Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said to her, I'll ask him. If it's a good thing, why should we refuse? Ling Xiao could see that this group of people weren't real humans, but spirit beasts that had taken human form. It wasn't that they all had terrifying strength above the 8th rank, but they might have taken some kind of transformation grass to take human form. Since they were so respectful to Dragon Girl, it was obvious that they knew her true body. It could also be seen that they wanted to take Dragon Girl somewhere. It wasn't hard for Ling Xiao to guess that this matter was definitely beneficial to Dragon Girl. Although he also wanted to bring Dragon Girl with him at all times, he couldn't be selfish enough to prevent Dragon Girl from having a better space to grow. He always thought about the people and spirit beasts around him. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao was able to obtain the loyalty of the prodigal boy and Dragon Girl. Dragon Girl wouldn't object to any of Ling Xiao's requests. Ling Xiao asked Xianxia, Where are you taking her? Xianxia's gaze towards Ling Xiao was no longer as respectful as when he was facing the Dragon Lady. Instead, he deliberately raised his bent waist, and his eyes revealed a bit of disdain as he replied, This has nothing to do with you humans. Go away. Ling Xiao didn't mind and said, You better tell me the truth. Dragon Girl only listens to me. If I don't let her go with you, she definitely won't go with you. Did you do something to Her Highness? Xianxia said with an ugly expression. Chapter 883. Even though Xianxia looked like an easy target to bully, the aura pressure that he suddenly emitted made Ling Xiao feel fear from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Dragon Lady blocking in front of him, he would have vomited blood from the shock. You're courting death. How dare you touch my boss? Dragon Lady was enraged. She shouted and threw a punch at Xianxia. The power of Dragon Lady's furious strike was naturally quite terrifying. Before the punch reached Xianxia, a part of the space collapsed. At the same time, a ferocious dragon head roared at him. Xianxia wasn't afraid of this attack. Instead, he was happy. As expected of my clan's princess. When the punch came, Xianxia casually waved his hand and easily deflected the force of Dragon Lady's punch to the side. Seeing this, Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying were even more shocked. They knew that Dragon Lady was of the same rank, but her full force attack was so easily resolved. It could be seen that this Xianxia was a powerful spirit beast. Your Highness, please calm down. Xianxia retracted his aura and said. Dragon Lady wanted to attack again, but Ling Xiao stopped her. Forget about Dragon Lady. Then, he looked at Xianxia and spread his hands. I didn't do anything to her, but we are best friends. Ling Xiao indeed didn't do anything to Dragon Lady. At most, he used the crimson red grass to deceive her for a while. If people were to find out that a true dragon divine beast was exchanged for a little low-level spirit grass, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao and hesitated. You should know the real body of Her Highness, right? Ling Xiao nodded. Yes, she is a true dragon. No. It's the great true dragon princess. Xianxia corrected Ling Xiao's words. Oh, all right, Your Royal Highness. Ling Xiao agreed with what he said. That's more like it. Xianxia replied with satisfaction. Then he pointed to the sea and said sincerely, This sea is the territory of my clan. It's the foundation of the greatest dragons. The greatest old dragon king also lives here. As the greatest Her Highness, of course, you should return to our big family. Xianxia's explanation was clear and easy to understand.
Ling Xiao was not stupid, so he immediately understood what he meant. So dragons still exist. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. It was said that in ancient times, the great war between the various beast clans had caused many beast species to go extinct. Even many divine beasts had gone extinct. The true dragon clan was the most powerful clan, but they had long since disappeared from the eyes of humans. Ling Xiao didn't think that there would still be dragons in the East Sea. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause a huge sensation. Ling Xiao was silent for a while. The dragon lady is not the daughter of your old dragon king. She shouldn't be considered your princess. Is there a mistake? Ling Xiao was well aware of how the dragon lady had advanced, so why did the dragon clan know of her existence and address her as a princess? Was there something wrong with this? Ling Xiao had to figure things out before making a decision. Old Dragon King is not your lowly. Not what you humans call him. He should be called the greatest old Dragon King. Gue Chengxiang anxiously corrected. All right. Your Majesty, the greatest old Dragon King, Ling Xiao replied, somewhat speechless. Gue Chengxiang then continued, the bloodline of our dragons is already rare. Any pure descendant of the dragons is the old Dragon King's child. Therefore, she is also our princess. She should return to us dragons. I see. Ling Xiao understood what Gue Chengxiang meant. The old Dragon King was like the patriarch of a large family. Therefore, the clansmen were under his management and treated like his children. Princess, return to my clan. That is your home. With your clansmen there, you will become stronger. Gue Chengxiang looked at the dragon lady and persuaded. The dragon lady said bluntly, this has nothing to do with me. Gue Chengxiang was anxious. The thin bamboo pole beside him also persuaded. Princess, you have a noble identity. It is not appropriate for you to show your face in public. The delicate woman also said, that's right, princess. The old Dragon King really hopes that you can return. The other 2 rows of gods also said in unison, Princess, please return to our clan. All of their voices were filled with incomparable sincerity. The dragon lady was still loyal. However, Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying were moved. They were deeply moved by the unity and loyalty of the dragons. Dragon lady, why don't you go with them? Ling Xiao hesitated. The dragon lady returning to the dragons was undoubtedly the best choice for her. Then, she would definitely become a rank 9 or even a rank 10 invincible divine beast. However, Ling Xiao naturally did not want the dragon lady to leave him at this time, because he was surrounded by strong enemies. Without the dragon lady by his side, he would seriously lose his sense of security. If he encountered a sage-level attack again, what could he rely on to resist the strong enemy? The dragon lady immediately replied, then I will go. Hearing the dragon lady agree so straightforwardly, Ling Xiao felt a little disappointed. He thought to himself, how could she agree so directly? At the very least, she should have shown an attitude of reluctance or opposition. Gue Chengxiang was overjoyed and said, then princess, let's return to the palace. His Majesty the old Dragon King will definitely be very happy. However, the dragon lady's following words made Gue Chengxiang a little crazy. I will only go with boss. This was the dragon lady's next words. After hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a little better. He thought to himself, fortunately, this girl did not forget her roots. Our dragon palace does not allow any outsiders to enter. Gue Chengxiang was very embarrassed. He thought to himself, how can lowly humans have the qualifications to enter our great dragon palace? Not only him, even the people he brought with him thought the same. In their eyes, humans were inferior and lowly races. Then I won't go. The dragon lady straightforwardly refused. In her heart, there was no concept of race. She knew that the person closest to her was Ling Xiao, and no one else could replace him. Gue Chengxiang was now in a difficult position. Since ancient times, no outsiders had ever entered their dragon palace. Could it be that they were going to break the rule today? On the other hand, Ling Xiao was a little happy in his heart. If he could go sightseeing in the dragon palace with the dragon lady, this seemed to be a good choice. Thinking back to the time when he went to the Qilin clan's sacred land, there were many high-level spirit herbs in the surroundings. It was just that he did not dare to pick them at that time. After he went out, he regretted it for a period of time. Now, if he could go to the Dragon Palace, the legendary place with the most treasures, wouldn't he be able to make a huge profit? However, on the surface, Ling Xiao still pretended to be generous and said, "Dragon Lady, you should go with them. They won't welcome boss there." His words sounded very open-minded, but who knew that he was retreating in order to advance? His last sentence was clearly to let the Dragon Lady know that he could not enter the Dragon Palace, and she would definitely make the same choice as him. At that time, wouldn't Xianxia have to compromise? When the Dragon Lady heard this, she emphasized again, "If they don't let boss in, I won't go with them. Boss, let's leave this place." Ling Xiao showed his impatience to Xianxia and said, "You see, this is not my decision." Xianxia was very anxious. If he could not bring the Dragon Lady back to the Dragon Palace, then he would have committed a great sin. However, the Dragon Palace did not allow any outsiders to enter. This was also a rule. How could he dare to break it? Suddenly, a voice that only Xianxia could hear rang in his ear. "Little Gue, haven't you brought the princess back yet?" Xianxia was overjoyed and immediately replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, old Dragon King, Her Highness is not willing to go back with this old servant." "What's going on?" the voice asked again. Hence, Xianxia used the fastest time to explain the current situation. "My tribe has never let outsiders enter. This old servant is not willing to make the decision. Please clarify, Your Majesty, old Dragon King," Xianxia said. The voice was silent for a while before saying, "Our tribe's bloodline is getting fewer and fewer. We must not let her wander outside. Just agree to her request. When she returns to the tribe, she will definitely not leave. At that time, we can let those two humans leave." "Your Majesty is wise," Xianxia quickly responded. The voice did not respond. Xianxia once again stood in front of the Dragoness, Ling Xiao, and Luo Meiying. He said with an amiable smile, "Since Her Royal Highness wishes for them to go together, then let them go in together. However, they must not wander around randomly. If they enter the wrong forbidden area, they will cause a great disaster." "There are so many rules, then I'd better not go," Ling Xiao said awkwardly. Xianxia said with a bitter face, "Sir, don't be like this." He said discontentedly in his heart, "Old Dragon King has already agreed to let you go in. What else do you want?" "I don't want to either, but I'm afraid that after going in, I'll go to the wrong place." "Then wouldn't that be my sin?" Ling Xiao said. "No. It's fine. If you go to the wrong place, I'll get someone to bring you out. What do you think?" Xianxia said with a sincere smile. He knew that if the human in front of him did not go in, Her Highness would not go in either, so he could only compromise. And Ling Xiao also found out where Xianxia's weak spot was. He retreated in order to advance, and held the initiative in his hands. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was really too cunning. "Welcome Her Highness back to the palace." Xianxia raised his voice and shouted. The others immediately followed and shouted, "Welcome Her Highness back to the palace." The calm sea surface once again churned. The seawater parted to both sides, revealing a path that was several meters wide. Xianxia, the skinny bamboo pole, and the delicate woman led the Dragon Lady in. However, the Dragon Lady looked at Ling Xiao, still seeking Ling Xiao's opinion. Therefore, Ling Xiao pulled the Dragon Lady with one hand and Luo Meiying with the other as they walked in. After they entered, the 2 rows of guards on the left and right also followed behind. After everyone entered, the passageway once again slowly closed. The sea surface once again became calm, as if this group of people had never appeared. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.